Oh, heck, let's start early. Okay, this is weird. I don't know about you guys, but YouTube changed my format on Uncle Jim 2, and I can't see my own live until it pops up, so Uncle Jim 3 is watching right now. Weird. I hate when they change stuff. So I'll try going back and see, but I don't know if you're getting this, but they changed it. You even get a pop up. You were just watching this a while ago. Well, I stopped watching it because I didn't like it. And you pop up window on you. It's anyway. Can you guys hear me? We have Andy showed up. Okay, so we have. Let's see. Tactical Fud is here. Thorzax, Ashley, Vanessa Kitty. Andy, you got some kind of noise going.
I don't know what that is.
Garage guy is here. I think it stopped.
Yeah, I don't know. Don't think it was me. I don't know what it was.
The Crazy Scotsman, Papa's Place. Trees Are Blowing is here. All right. So I don't know if you guys' format have changed, but something has happened to me. So just watching things different. You got to go through hoops. Anyway, we're back. And Andre D'Angelo is here. D'Angelo. Andre D'Angelo. Anyway, good to see you guys again. Whatever you do, do not do a Huller Pointer video. They hate that.
So, I can't believe they didn't. That was a problem.
Oh yeah, it was Zap. But I kind of knew that because there's no videos on doing that. They're all removed. So having fun with the little bastard though. And I was doing some inside neck trimming on the same apparatus, the Forster, and some other stuff. I still have 50 Russians to trim. Anyway, how's everyone out there doing? Okay, I'm going to go back over to Uncle Jim now and see what happens. Let's see. Hoops. Yeah, now they have like you down in the bottom. It's stupid. Okay, switch. And now you got to go through hoops. Your videos maybe? No. Okay, live. I can't see my own live on my own channel. Is that weird? Just the old lives. That is some messed up. Let's see. Alaska Andy is here. Fuzz is here. So yeah, I'll just keep an eye on this device here. I miss anyone? Okay. So here we are. It's a beautiful day. Actually, I was in a blizzard. All right. So how you doing, Andy?
Not doing all right. A little tired today. Ate too much pizza.
Too much what?
Pizza.
Oh, pizza. Yeah, baby.
5 slices.
Do you ever watch that pizza review guy that, what's his name? He just goes into a place, stands out front, and gives it a rating.
No.
Oh, okay. Chico Wise is here. Hey, Chico.
Hey, Chico.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's interesting. I watch a lot of the New York, New Jersey type pizzas, stuff like that. He likes thin crust, nice burn on it. Nice.
Yeah,
burn
Thin-
around the edges.
That's what I like, thin crust. We're back to an original place. The places around here have gone bad. Then they change owners, and
Yeah.
we got this. The one place went back to the guy that owned it like 12 years ago, and he makes the crust is thin, but the outer ridge is thick. The outer rim is thicker, and he made a great pie today, and it was like I had 2 slices. I gotta have another one. That went down quick. I had another one. Now I'm paying for it. It made me tired.
Yeah. He definitely likes it on the crusty burnt side,
Yeah, I like it almost burnt. That's what I tell the guy.
When you hold up a piece, it shouldn't flop down.
Right.
Yeah. And not too sloppy in the middle.
Yep.
It's just about how I like it too, but I'll eat anything. I'm a mutt. Let's see. Did I say Fuzzy was here? Yeah, I think so.
I was going to be downstairs. I was going to spend the day downstairs making videos, and I just didn't feel like it.
Yeah, I almost turned on the camera, but
I have like 5 videos I want to make, and I went downstairs, got the lighting on, set up the computer, all set to go. So I don't feel like doing this.
Oh, very funny, Fuzz. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you heard about the migrants in New York attacking the police, and they let them off.
They were out 2 hours.
And a couple of them had priors, and then they're giving the finger to the newscasters. It's like out of this country now.
What hurts is in New York City that the cops are told to back down.
Huh?
They're told not to engage. That's our great Hochul, Hochi, whatever the hell her name is. What a nightmare she is. I said to myself, now can you imagine? I'm a police supporter. If I see something, I'm going to help. You know what I mean? So if I was in the city, now I can't carry my gun because we're not allowed to carry a gun. And I saw this going down, and I rushed over and pulled one of those officers' pistol out and blew away the 5 of them. Guess what? I wouldn't be out in an hour.
Exactly. It's a bunch of crap.
Unbelievable.
It's a bunch of crap. I want everyone to root for Texas right now because they're.
Yep.
I think Florida sent some help.
Yeah, they sent their what do they call that service?
National Guard.
Yeah, the National Guard. They sent them there.
That's
or they're in route, whichever.
Yeah. I mean, I heard of them throwing babies in the water so a boat will come up to save the baby so they can jump on the boat.
Yep.
That's crazy town.
The truckers are actually like right there, and they're going to move across the whole border area.
Yeah. We have strip mine pits. Fuzz. Well, got to fix this stuff right now. Anyway, the people in general, real people, don't like it and want something done about it. But guess what? Nah, we'll ignore you. We don't care what you think. We're going to run the country the way I'm told to as a puppet. Okay, enough with that.
Yeah.
So what's the update? Did you go shooting?
No, it's too cold.
Mm-hmm.
Too cold. I'm not going to go there just to go bang, bang, bang. Say, okay, it's too cold. See you later. I want to enjoy when I go and have the pleasure of testing the 9 different bullets I loaded, 5 different, loads to each bullet to find out which one the rifle's going to like the best. I'm not looking to rush it. But I did play with it. I mentioned to you the other day that I played with the springs again. And basically, what everyone recommends out there on all the forums is the C530 spring, which is a 7/32 by 1 inch, and it's a 20 gauge.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And I found two springs in 7/32 by one's 1 3/4, one's 1 3/8, but they're two different gauges. One's 20 and one's a 28. And he said, let me not play with the 28 because that's going to be more pressure, which might be good on a shorter spring, if you get the length right.
Yeah, on that I'd want the longer, thinner spring.
Well, that's what I went with, which is it's called an SP9 Sam Peter 9704, which is the same 7/32 20 gauge, but it's 1 3/4 inches. And you get 5 of those for $5, so it's no big deal. So I said, let's make it. The original spring that we put in the 530 spring is 1 inch. So I said, let me make it 1 1/4
inch. 1 1/4 inch, and not quite 1.5 inches. Yeah.
I went with 1 1/4 inches. I got plenty of springs to play with to make them longer. Mm-hmm. And what I did notice, if you go with the thinner gauge, the spring has more flex, so it's hard to get it to sit straight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Little hump.
Right. Because so the 28 gauge is better because it won't do that as much. Okay. But that's the problem with the 20 gauge. And so I did the 1 1/4 inches. Took a little while to get it to sit right. And I put it all back together. And the 530 spring, when you yank it open, when you push the lever down, it maybe goes 3 to 4 inches up with a hard cock, with a hard lever open, goes maybe 3 or 4 inches. And it's 9074, it goes about 6 to 7 inches with that 1/4 inch longer length.
Yeah.
So I like that a little better because if you don't cock it as hard, it won't go as high, but it ejects clear of the gun.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be the workaround for that ejector spring. So I played, I loaded up many dummy rounds and kept, racking it, and everyone loaded and tossed and loaded and tossed, and they were all mixed. I loaded 357s with 3 different heads in one tube. Okay, 38s is in the same tube with the 357s, all different heads. Okay, and whatnot. I put in, I think I got 9 bullets and it racked every bullet, no problem. Ejected every bullet, no problem. So I think that's pretty much where I want it. And the closing of the lever, that little bit of length made it a touch tighter.
Okay.
The lever now will stay up on its own, but if you just touch it, it'll drop. So it's tighter than it was.
Okay.
So that is affecting the when you close the lever, the pressure on the ejector
on the pin that goes to the lever. Yeah.
Right. It changed. The slide has more pressure backwards, so it's holding tighter. So that proved to be the right, that's what the difference was. And it's funny, I went around looking, I'm surprised Wolf Springs doesn't make springs for that.
The laptop is updating, so I'm on my phone for now. I'll jump. When it's done updating, I'll get on my laptop.
Okay, in the side, we got D-Bub is here, Cold-Hearted Bastard, and Bull Wolfen. Hey, guys.
So I'm happy with that. And the best part about the whole thing is I cut the spring before I took the gun apart. And, and I squeezed the end. I got it flat. Remember, you were talking, just take your time. I got it nice and square. And basically, apart and back together in 22 minutes.
There you go. Well, 22 minutes. Well, yeah.
Well, I had trouble getting the spring to sit right. That's what I told you.
Yeah.
So it wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it came apart in 5 minutes, and it took me the rest to get playing with the spring to get the spring to stay. And then once I got that right, then it took me another 5 to 8 minutes to put it back together.
Probably cycles a lot smoother too.
It's I'm telling you, it's like I said, when I originally finally took it apart, I don't want to call it a stone because it's a power wheel. It's we call them gray wheels at the machine shop. It's a Scotch wheel, and it's an abrasive wheel, but it's very, very fine. And we use it more in like the burring edges of stamped steel, things like that. Well, even to a point of slightly polishing. And that's what I just ran. The only thing I did was, like I told you, the bolt, just 2 side raised parts on the slide. I just passed. I have on each end had a little burr. I just made sure they were off. And I just passed it twice over the whole length of the rail on each side, and the thing was like butter. So I'm not doing any more than that. I'm not going to change this trigger spring or anything like that. It's 2.5 pounds on the trigger spring out of the box.
Mm-hmm.
I bought one of those gauges. I'm going to start doing some of those Thursday.
Oh no, another Spam Thursday. Oh,
No, I'll do it, but I'm not doing a short.
Oh, I was hoping people ran out of guns because on Thursdays you just get hammered with.
I'll do it on Tuesday then.
Whatever.
I only have a few guns compared to those guys, so I'll be done. I'll be done in a few, in a month.
Yeah,
but I'm not doing all of them. I like to see what the Dan Wesson actually really is.
Yeah.
I know what the Rossi is. Okay, and my old 2-inch detective chief or chief special, whatever it's called, 38 snub nose from the 50s. I know that thing is light. Okay, that's the way I got it. If you hold it in your hand and cock the trigger and you slap it, it fires.
I call that a hair trigger.
Yeah. But that's how I got it, and I'm not gonna. I don't want to buy a whole new trigger assembly and everything to figure out what the hell the guy did to it. You know what I mean? But I really don't use it. So, but I want to see what that trigger pull is.
Sounds like it.
And my Hamley, my 22. I'd love to see what that is. So, but I'm not. I said I just wanted to do a couple, just to get a few videos out, and then I want to do the Dillon powder measure on the. You can put it on any press, but on my Lee AP, the Lee Pro 4000. I want to show my little camera setup that I use to look down in the cases. Little stupid things. So I got a bunch of little videos to make. So, a 5-minute video that becomes 20 minutes. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Chessboard is here. Yeah. So
it's not hard. You'll think you're doing a 5-minute video, and then you're like, "Crap! I got to edit 20 minutes out of it."
No, what I record is what you get. And then I'm waiting for Michael Hurtneck sent me a box. I guess it's 3 weeks now. It's still in Texas.
Oh, that same box?
Yeah.
Wow.
Now the other box I had coming that was stuck in New York Metropolitan Distribution Center, was stuck there for 2 weeks, finally showed up. So I don't know what the hell's going on with his box.
Yeah, I put together a box and it's still stuck in Missouri.
I don't understand what's going on with the mail all of a sudden. I mean, I can understand if he sent it during Christmas time and things are crazy, but
My problem is I hadn't taken it to the post office.
Well.
So I'm waiting. It's supposed to be a box of zinc. And yeah, that's another video I want to make. Not so much begging people, but saying, look, guys, I will trade you tin for zinc. You know,
Oh, I better get some zinc going.
I just turned around and said, you send me a medium flat rate box. It doesn't have to be completely full, but a medium flat rate box of zinc wheel weights, and I'll send you 10 plus pounds of 70-30 solder, which is 70% tin. Go price that stuff out.
Yeah, see, don't run out of it because
I've got an endless supply.
yeah, I could use some tin eventually.
Well,
Buy those pure tin nuggets from Roto Metal, where a 20-pound pot, you just throw one of them in.
Yeah,
that's all you need.
Well, I have the ones I have. Gonna make a video. They're scooped every day. We have to test these solder pots. There's 300 pounds of lead in each one, and I test 8 or 10 10 pots total. Depends on which ones are on for the day. We convert parts that are considered to be lead free to lead. So we start out with 6337 solder, which is 63% tin, okay, and 37% lead. But it's not all lead. It's 33% lead, and then you got the other materials in there. So as we dip parts in this to make them leaded, the tin comes off the other parts because we have to change the content to more lead. That's what we're doing, okay? It's considered to be a lead-free part to start with, and we have to make them leaded because the military can't use lead-free parts. Anyway, that tin contaminates that 300-pound pot, where the pot becomes more and more tin and less lead. We can't go past 70% tin. So once it reaches 70, we have to take out a bunch and we put in, a bar is 3 pounds, I think. So we're putting in 9 or 10 pounds every day into that. Take out 9 or 10 pounds and put in 9 or 10 pounds of stuff. So I get the sample tests. I can take more if I want, but I'm not playing games. You know, they take like a tablespoon out of a pot and they put it down on the table with the stainless steel and they let it cool. And then they, put them that they write the number on it, and then we test it in a machine. It's called an XRF X-ray machine. It tells you the content of the lead, what the levels are, what's in it. You can have 60 elements and measure what's in it. And we're getting, when it reaches 70, we can't use it anymore. So these nuggets I get are usually between 68% tin to 72% tin. That's where they kind of lie most of the time. And I bring home, it's probably 4 pounds or 5 pounds a week. And I put them in a little plastic bag, a tough plastic bag. I roll it up because it fits in the small flat rate box. Tape it all up. I can get 3 of those in a small flat rate box. All right. So it's like, it's 10 pounds to 10 to 13 pounds will go in there. And, you want to go buy that stuff. You know what it costs. So, it's expensive. So I'm just saying, hey, I will give you this if you give me some zinc. I mean, what are people doing with their zinc? They can't tell me they don't have any.
All right, what's up?
Hey, how y'all doing tonight?
Pretty good. I can't watch my own live as Uncle Jim too. I don't know. They gave me an email that some of your privileges have been removed. Maybe that's one. You can't watch your own live. Weird.
Yeah.
You have a secondary log in on Uncle Jim on the other computer, Uncle Jim 3.
Uncle Jim 3 can see and reply.
Well, let's not go on Uncle Jim 3 and watch it live.
Yeah, well, I have the site here. As long as it doesn't get crazy, I don't have to scroll up and down.
But yeah, so I want to make a video about that trading of zinc for tin thing. Hope to see if anybody wants to bite on that one.
Yes, I just got to rummage through the wheel weights.
I'm not worried about you. It's a different story with you. Okay. I know if I had needed something and you had it, it would be in my mailbox. So I'm not even concerned. Okay, I just want to help some people out. You need tin, not a problem. But I'll send you more things in tin in that small box. I won't send you. I won't send you. Want to help some people out. You need tin, not a problem. What the hell? Somebody's got. Oh, there it goes.
He's going to his laptop.
Yeah, basically just saying, no, it's like, I know you want to play with zinc and you don't have really time for it, but I'm going to send you a box. I'm going to put stuff in it. That's all. When you get to it, you get to it. It's like CW, long shot. It took him, got to be 4 or 5 months. He finally loaded up some 300 blackout with my zinc bullets. Okay. He loaded them about 2.5 weeks ago. He hasn't shot them yet.
Oh, I was going to say, how did that go?
He hasn't shot him yet. So
Tread is here. Yeah, it's not that I'm afraid of zinc. I have so many other.
I know you have a lot of projects, but the point is, if you have it sitting in a jar, and you say, you know what, I want to play with this today.
Well, the way I've been bouncing around for the last month, yeah.
Well, you're playing with the Russian stuff right now.
I have 5 things on the desk right now, 5 different things. And on the table, on the loading bench, is a whole nother 6 different projects. It's getting out of hand.
Me, another week or so, temperature will be up just a touch. I'll be out in the garage casting up a storm again. Right. Anything I need loaded is loaded. All my rifles are clean. The Rossi's ready to go. All my test rounds are ready to go. So now I'm going to go out and build up my stash of the zinc. Replace everything that I loaded and gave away. I want to fill all the jars back up, and that's it. So,
what's your Rossi chambered in?
My channel?
No, your Rossi.
Your Rossi.
Well, my Rossi's a 20-inch 92 at 357.
Okay.
Oh, so it's the same, I believe.
Yeah, the stainless.
Yes.
Sorry about all the flipping around. I got my laptop on, then I had to change routers and.
Yeah, I got it a few months back. I haven't shot it yet. I've been playing with it. I put a rail on it, mounted a red dot, took it apart, checked for bars, cleaned it up, put it back together, then changed the ejector spring, which we were talking about before. What I came up with is what I think is going to work the best, and different spring numbers, which I'm going to make a little video on, so there's a record of it. I just haven't done it yet. And, I haven't fired yet, but it's smooth as glass. Out of the box, it was smooth as glass, but I made it a little bit smoother. And it was ejecting bullets that 9 feet in the air, so I didn't like that. So,
those seem to be a pretty popular carbine. A lot of people's buying those up around here. And not long before I come on, I got a notification from Mixup 98. He did a video on one he got at a pawn shop.
Yeah, mine's a great little one. I mean, the newer ones compared to the ones 7-8 years ago, because that factory burn that they were making them in. So Rossi, Taurus bought them and built a new factory, and it's all new machinery now. So you don't have the rattles and the gaps and all that crap that they had with their old machinery.
Yeah,
there were people that were buying them though online. They bought it 4 months ago, and he took it apart. That was what is it? The guy up in Canada, TV Canada, whatever he calls himself.
TAB.
He put a video up not too long ago about his, and his was burrs everywhere. And he bought his at the same time about when I bought mine. Mine only have 2 little burrs on it, and it didn't affect the gun. I polished them out anyway, but I'm quite happy. I didn't have any. They were talking about the back when you like you have it down, the slide comes back, and the bottom of the slide that comes to like pointed edges and they were sharp, and he cut his handle on it, and other people had. I don't have that, so I
didn't have any of that. Mine was empty brass. It smooth as a button out of the box, wasn't it, Jim?
Yeah.
Well, I can load 357 anything from wad cutter up. 38s won't load a wad cutter. I have to use a semi-wad cutter. It won't load. Unless it'll wear in and work. I don't know. But
Well, try it again with the ejector spring. But yeah, Ozark bought his while he was here when everyone was over here.
oh, that was like 3 years ago. What was that?
It went from right out of the box. Did we even give it a squirt of oil or what? I don't know. Right out of the box, in the backyard, and everyone got to play with it.
We ran a swab through the barrel to make sure there wasn't any
Yeah, that's what we did.
or chips or anything like that in it.
Yeah.
But right off the bat, it shot smooth. It's got a great trigger on it. The stock has no gaps. It's tight.
Yeah.
And like I said, I can load empty 38 brass, empty 357 brass. It hadn't refused anything. I fed it, and I keep a 50 kilo handful.
A Type 3 wad cutter loads no problem in 38, and that's with a square head, a flat head basically. So it needs a tad length for it to work. I could take my wad cutter and load it longer and just keep seeding it deep till I find where it doesn't work anymore, and then go with that. But what for? I've got plenty. I want to shoot my zinc, so I've got semi-wad cutters that, they're what are they? 170 grain semi-wad cutter. What are they coming out of? Like 118 grains in zinc.
Mine loves that 128 semi-wad cutter.
Well, I have that in lead, which I casted a while back, and I'm going to shoot through them. I'm not going to melt it down. And I did load a bunch of it up, and they did chamber no problem whatsoever. Okay, but I wanted to see how short I can go by taking a wad cutter, loading it 1/4 inch high, and then keep a little deeper, a little deeper, a little deeper. Yeah, I got those two. I got the Lee version.
Now, when you're saying it's not coming up, is that are you just putting one in or several?
Several.
Okay, and
if I put one, I have to like rack it, jiggle it, and then it'll go in.
Okay, but you can see it coming up.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me turn this stupid thing off. That's all right. I'm not worried about that. I mean, I'm casting anyway, so what's the difference of cutting a wad cutter or a semi-wad cutter? It doesn't matter. And I did buy that. It's 158 grain Type 3. I bought that mold in zinc, and mine's different. The one I bought, the nose is
button.
It's a button nose, so the edges are rounded. Okay, so and that goes in no problem whatsoever. So I'm all set. I have what I need. I just testing. Just to find out what works, what doesn't work.
Right.
What powder charges.
Plenty to shoot out of it. You're not going to go with that.
So I really don't care that it's a wad cutter or a semi-wad cutter. It really doesn't bother me. So either way, I'm going to.
I got two Rossi rifles, but they're both 22s. One's lever action Rio Bravo, and the other's the gallery pump gun. And that pump gun was a lot of fun. When I did the video about it, I mentioned when I was younger, back in the mid-'70s, family would go to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, or Virginia Beach, and they'd have them little booths head up there at carnivals, and that's what it reminded me of.
You can shoot shorts through them.
Yeah.
I would love to have a pump in like 44 threaded, something for a can. I definitely would need to get a pump sometime. It's just also fun.
Yeah.
I got a buddy that has that Remington pump, and I believe his is in 270, and that's a fun little gun. Fun deer rifle.
Yeah.
The lefties like them.
Yeah, Ruger used to make the 44, and they had two different changes. Well, they made a change later, but yeah. So,
Well, I run across a pump action rifle that was chambered in, I think it's not 22 Magnum. They only make a batch of these rounds every 4 or 5 years. 22 WMF, I think.
WMR.
WMR, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, old Winchester, and gee, I can't remember the model number, but the thing you look at it, it looks ancient.
yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I think more people need to make pumps again in pistol calibers.
Well, I think you're going to see them coming back a little bit more because of some of the state regulations with semi-automatic rifles that they're trying to, they've implemented or are trying to. And it's like me, I can't go into a gun store and buy a semi-automatic rifle without putting it on my pistol permit.
Taco has that AR upper that's a pump. Him and Al both bought him. I've yet to see it, but I've heard him talk about it on the podcast.
He did a video where he's talking about some of his new toys. He showed it and pumped it. Yeah, who makes that? Not Bushmaster. Somebody, a brand name makes it.
I'm not sure, but they made it specifically because of the regulation states.
Yeah, and I like the slide actions too. They do that AR also.
Yeah, we got that's what they sell mostly here in the stores around here. They have an AR with a, you got like a bolt action.
There's actually Ozark. There's a Beretta out now that looks like a bolt. It has the bolt there, but you just pull it back and forth. That's pretty, yeah,
Like the Olympic rifle.
Yeah. That's what the Cali bolt does that to your AR.
And they weren't gonna do it over here. It was popular over there in Europe because of regulations and stuff. Booze and Bullets is here. Have you guys already talked about this outdoors, laying off Bushnell and RCBS? Oh, geez. Really? See, it's these big damn companies, conglomerates. Oh, boy.
Did any of you guys catch Georgia Shooting Connection last night?
Some of it.
They was talking, Hot Pot was talking about where they're trying to send all the primers.
Yeah, I think the white something primers that they were going to sell.
White River.
Yeah, they put a stop on all the distributors and dealers to stop selling their product. They're going to want it sent back. They're sending it all overseas.
Oh,
yeah. The owner of the company is Polish.
Yeah, he's Polish.
Yeah.
So he can they're selling something like 18, 20 cents a primer over there.
Up to Ukraine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he says, screw this shit. I'm going to make money. Never mind.
Yeah. I mean, can you blame him?
Well, money is money, of course, but he could still do both.
Yeah, well, just let things settle down here and let's bide our time a few more half years and let things politically get correct again.
Hopefully next January, yeah.
And then everything will flow like water.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago they were talking about how Vista did a 7 to 10% price increase. And I'm like, well, that was to be expected when, when one big company buys another. It's not like they've got a vault full of cash sitting around. They got to borrow the money to make those purchases. Well, I mean, right now my commercial loans are 9%. So they got to pay for that. It's probably a 10-year note. They buy a company for $1 billion. They're paying $100 million in capital plus the interest on that. That's another $100 million in interest they paid the first year. So they're going to raise the prices somewhere. They're going to make it up because they got to answer to the shareholders.
Yep.
Well,
part of the problem in the gun industry is there's so many freaking middlemen.
Yeah.
Hornady and Winchester and all them, they don't sell direct to Cabela's and Bass Pro and all that. They go through a broker, then a distributor, and then a lot of times, like in powder, it goes through a sub-distributor. So, the brands sell to a sub-distributor, and a sub-distributor is the one that sells the pallets to gunnies and gun stores and all that. It's like medicine. There's 14 middlemen. The makers, the primer, they're probably getting 2 cents a piece or 3 cents a piece for a primer. But by the time it gets to us, we're paying 8 cents a piece for them or a dime. So it's like medicine, same way. That's why that's the screwed up part about the industry.
Yeah, but
I don't understand why these builders can't sell direct in this modern age. I can understand back when you had salesmen traveling around, with a ticket book writing orders in the 60s and 70s. But geez, this is the age of the internet. All those middlemen need to be cut out. But they're too in bed with each other. I mean, Hornady openly talks about, going through brokers and then a distributor and then, then the shippers. So by the time you get it, it's been through 4 to 6 hands. Everybody's taking their piece of the pie.
Edward is here. Hey, Edward. Well, let's write it out a little bit.
Yeah.
But I am seeing primers be more readily available online.
Primers,
the prices are not that good, but they're more readily available.
Even Midway had a sale on Remington primers this week.
Yeah.
Right.
$69.
Yeah. Until we have a political change and these wars get settled, I think we are where we are.
Well, I'm good for a few years anyway, so.
We need someone good for business that they know they won't screw with you and tax the crap out of your business and all that stuff. Better gas prices, that's going to help everything.
Right.
Everything helps. This ain't it. So, just write it out.
Yeah. Post office doesn't charge hazmat.
I mean, it wasn't very long ago where ARs were expensive, okay, just because there wasn't variety. Now look, you're looking at $350 ARs now. That never happened.
Well, you can buy $90 lowers and $50 uppers right now from decent companies. So
90, 35
lowers. I'm talking about from decent companies. Yeah, you can buy the shit show companies for 35 and 40.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with an Anderson lower. That's why they call them the poverty pony.
Right.
It's the same lower as someone else's name on it.
Right. Yeah, Anderson makes for about 16 different companies. So.
But I'm surprised. I was looking at playing around with spring stuff. That Wolf Springs has nothing for a Rossi.
The what? Oh, Wolf?
Wolf has nothing for Rossi.
No, just Marlin. Yeah.
But I mean, they have a lot of springs. I mean, I got stuff all old guns and everything else that they had. And it's like, how can you not have a Rossi 92? It's not like they're only around the last 2 years, you know?
Mhm.
Yep, booze and bullets. Scotsman agrees with you. They all go bang in a Glock. but do they go bang in a straight direction? Is what he says.
Yeah.
I was watching the special on Smith and Wesson the other. It's kind of documentary, and they were talking about Smith and Wesson's first gun, which was a 22 pocket pistol. It was a 7-round 22 rimfire. And Mark Twain, it was his personal pocket pistol, and he was talking about two fellas were shooting at a cow at 10 yards with this Smith and Wesson pocket pistol. And as long as the cow stood still, it was safe.
Yeah, that's pretty mean, shooting at a cow with a 22.
Of course, this was in like 1842 or something like that. You know, there was no trigger guard on those little guns back then. It was just basically a button. You know, it was a single action. You just had a button in those.
Yeah. Oh, looky who we have here. He left. Damn it. Well, we had another person come on. Hopefully he comes back on here. So yeah. Oops, I'm not on camera, aren't I?
Garage guy, I'll be in Vi Beach in May.
There we go.
Oh, really?
Yep, going to a maker. Oh, looky here. I
That.
thought that was you when I saw that comment. Yeah.
Boobs in the house, boys.
Over in the house.
Good to see you, Tim.
Look at the duck rolling in.
Look here what I got.
Uh-oh.
What's that?
Let me enlarge you.
45 Colt. Oh,
Wow.
Oh, Blackhawk.
No.
Oh,
it's up
Ross.
and down.
Rossi 92 and 45 Colt.
Why did it say Blackhawk?
Is it Blackhawk?
It's black stock, I bet. So
Oh, it does say BKHW. What the heck's that all about?
The quad.
is it a stainless? Or is it?
No,
or
it's
is
not stainless.
It's black. Okay.
Yeah, okay, that's what it is. Black with hardwood. That's what that means.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Nice, Tim. You're going to love
Well,
it.
a guy at work was telling me, he said, I don't really get into guns. He said, but this gun company I went to the other day, he said it's got this gun and the metal is silver. It's just plum silver. And then the stock is real dark wood. And I said, really? He said, it's a 44 mag. He said, they only want 7.5 for it. I was like, really? So I was like, I was going to go buy that gun out from under him. Then when I got there, I found this 45 and I was like, I'd rather have the 45 than the 44 Magnum.
I want a threaded 44 mag lever action so bad.
That would be cool. There wouldn't be nothing left of this barrel if you tried to thread it.
Well, I shot Jerry's 45 Colt, and we put my can on it, and that was nice, right out of the box. So,
But they had all kind of lever actions. I was really surprised. They had Marlins and Henrys and
they're making a comeback. If you see the
They're
shot,
making a comeback, but woo-wee, they're
yeah. The
all the,
Marlins were like 15 something. I was like, are you kidding me?
yeah.
all the
That's the
tactical guys are
brutal
pressed.
Marlins.
And the Henrys, they were like closer to nine to 1,000 than
You remember
I know.
when Henrys were the expensive lever actions? Now they're not the expensive.
yeah.
Yeah,
They're
but
in the
just
middle
let-
between Rossi and Winchester.
Just let the competition bring them down, okay? Because more competition, better.
Hey, James.
James Bullard is here.
James, I thought about you today. I had Cranky's brass mold out. I was trying to fire up the pot. My PID is being ornery about it, and I got to call Tin Man tomorrow and try to figure out what my error code is that I have. Otherwise, I can old school it and throw a thermometer in there and just go to town.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it.
Well, I've got about 40 pounds of pure lead from stained glass window, the little eye track that they use to stained glass windows. We replaced somebody's French door, and they had the old diamond pattern stained glass in the front of it. And I told my guys, I was like, "Don't you throw that away."
Better not see that in the dumpster.
So they put it all in a five. They broke it all up and put it in a 5-gallon bucket for me. So it's about 40 pounds of lead that was in those two doors, and it's pure lead.
Nice.
So I need to go by my indoor range and see what they're selling my buckets of range scrap for. I used to, for $100, I could get 3 buckets of lead. It's probably down to 2 these days, but for a C note, if I put it on a card, I get 2 buckets. I get 3 buckets. I usually get about 98 pounds smelted per bucket.
Okay, our Patriot Nation is here. Tim, do you have dice for the Colt?
Yeah.
Okay, you're good. You got molds?
Yeah.
Nice.
He's an old Vaquero guy. Yeah, Tim's an old Vaquero guy. He's got the brass and the lead for
the one thing I don't have is the primers.
Large pistol primers.
Yeah. I think I might have 200 left.
Hey, Tim, have you ever tried this ammo right here through a 45 Colt, the HSM bear loads?
No, I haven't.
They're 325 grain plus P.
Yeah, I was going to say they're probably a little hot.
Yeah.
You got to make sure you're rated for plus P in 45.
Yeah.
Hey, Scotsman.
Colt.
Well, I'm glad, Tim. Hopefully we get some Timothy videos.
Well, I'm hoping that my health issues start getting a little bit better.
Yeah.
They rewrapped it, what was that, Thursday? And it's better, but did I tell you that I have a strep infection in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You sent me a picture. I thought it was
I've got a leg ulcer.
Yeah, I thought a varmint bit you or something.
Yeah, I got a leg ulcer caused by varicose veins.
Oh.
Hit the heel.
Yeah, it looks like a black widow bite or something. It was nasty.
Yeah, I've been dealing with that for about 4 months.
Jeez. Go hang out at Buc-ee's.
Yeah. I'll stop and get gas there, but I won't go in.
We drove by Buc-ee's. We're going to go in. It was about 2 weeks after they opened. It was on a Saturday. We're like, cruise in there. We'll go to the bathroom, grab something. I bet there were 700 cars in there.
Oh, yeah. They were lined up on the interstate and every parking lot. It was parked down by Beaver Lake and everything else.
We need to try to do some smallmouth fishing this spring.
Oh, I love smallmouth fishing.
I like any
That
kind of fish.
rock bass. I love my rock bass.
Yeah, they come up like a missile out of the.
Oh, they're the most aggressive fish there is. I love them.
But yeah, I had Andy's brass mold out. Cranky's brass 44 mag mold out. I was going to do some casting. Thought about James today, and I had 2 of my sons in the shop, and Twine was working with one of them. He's doing a Valentine's gift for his wife, and my oldest one was there, and we were turning some pins, and I'm like, heck, I'll cast some lead while we're doing all this, and just couldn't get the PID to work. It's been 2 years since I fired the thing up. It's been 2 years since I've cast a bullet. It hurts.
Yeah, but you
Yeah.
can connect it and do it the old way.
Yeah, I can do it the old way, but by that time, different things were coming up and all that. And it was my oldest birthday, and we went out for sushi tonight and all that. So I got my belly full of raw fish. But yeah, I thought about old James Pollard because he's the one that sent me Cranky's molds. I think he had Cranky's molds and sent them to me. But I took Cranky's brass mold, put it on the polish wheel, and man, it's shiny now. It'll leave fingerprints on it.
What mold number is it?
I can't remember. It's the M&P mold that he's got with the pins for the hollow point.
Oh,
Spring
gotcha.
pins.
Okay. Is it an Arsenal?
No,
There's-
it's the M&P.
Oh, M&P. Okay.
Yeah, I can go get it if you want to look at it. There's
Hi,
Cranky.
Cranky.
Just talk about you, Cranky. Just crank it up.
Yeah, he gave me a brass mold for my birthday or whatever in 44. 4-cavity brass, heavy, but so nice. I was using it the other day for soft lead. He spit shine the mold. Yeah, I got to get Cranky's.
It's on the polishing wheel, and it's got a mirror shine to it now.
I got to get Cranky's molds back to him. I've got 380 ones from him. And a 10? Yeah, I got to get that back to Cranky. Cranky.
So what are you doing, Jim? You drilling holes in the top of them bullets?
Yeah, getting strikes for doing it too.
Yeah, that's how I got a strike and got on probation, and now I can't.
Oh, I wondered what happened.
Yeah, it's really neat. I want to find one in 357 also. Christian Guest is here. Looks like the Scotsman in the logo. Yeah, it's really neat, Tim. These you can buy them today, but they're universal, so they'll flop around. But this one actually fits over the shell and lines up if you got a little hand trimmer.
Oh,
And
cool.
It cuts from center, and it's a whole lot of fun. You got to have a loaded round though, so
Yeah.
you weigh the total round first, and then weigh after, and you know what it weighs.
Oh, that way you know how much to take out.
Yeah, so I was doing
Okay.
it that way, and it's very accurate that way.
Don't you have like I don't want to call it an adjustable vise, but a vise like a drill press that you can move the x-axis and y-axis?
I could try it that way, but the problem is if you're just doing the bullet itself, I can mark the bullet center. If you're doing the bullet yourself, you're going to have to figure out a way to hold that bullet from spinning. When it's on a round, it just slips over your trimmer and you.
Yep. But I can't think it would take a lot of pressure to hold the bullet.
Oh, it'll spin. It grabs. It grabs.
Yeah.
like-
Yeah, but
Yeah,
how,
when you're digging that material out.
you're saying the crimp is tighter than the crimp is that tight that it doesn't spin, but a vise won't hold it unless you put too much pressure on it?
Oh, I thought you were talking about a non-loaded round, just the bullet itself.
Yeah, just a bullet. I'm saying just a bullet. If you have a vise and you have a V notch in your vise, the bullet should sit in there, no problem, and not spin. Okay, then you just need to adjust the XY axis or line it up perfectly, and you can drill a hole every time.
Yeah, well, I could do it that way if I pre-mark the center hole. Rollis is here. Hey,
Well,
Rollis.
you only got to mark the first one to get it centered. Once you have the vise set up, then every bullet should be like really within
Yeah.
1,000.
Yeah.
So Cranky, this is what it looked like when I first got it. But when you put it on the polishing wheel, she sure looks nice. That's what it looks like. before it starts.
You're gonna see every fingerprint. And
Every fingerprint you put on it,
it's gonna be like having a shiny gun.
it'll look nice till you use it once, and then
Yeah, it's like having a super shiny gun. All it is a bunch of fingerprints and fine
Right.
scratches.
That's what I was going to say. That's like owning a 66 Winchester. Looks nice and pretty when you open it up, but after a couple of years, it starts getting a patina on it.
Yeah,
it's the HG 503 mold in 432. So, but yep, I need to get going on it. God, it's heavy. That brass is heavy.
it is heavy, but they're so nice to use.
But they throw nice.
Yeah, they're so nice to use. I was just using crankies the other day doing some soft lead. That's 4 cavity, so it's like, I got to spit some of those out. Yeah.
Yep. Watch your name pretty on your screen.
And you can leave reflections.
Ricky, you can comb your hair on that. Brass sure does polish up nice though.
Yeah, I should buff mine. Not shiny, just brushed or whatever. I'll wait till it gets bad.
I made a triple buffing wheel on my wood turning lathe, so it's just like boom, boom, boom. So you're not having to change the wheels on it.
Yeah. Oh.
You get that rouge compound gets all over your hands though. It's like lipstick on your collar. It ain't coming out.
Yep. Guys that polish guns, they always have whole t-shirts with holes in them and a splatter mark right down the middle. Well, that's good, Tim. You got to go play with that puppy.
Yeah. That my 300 blackout. I still ain't shot it yet.
Yeah, but when you get something new, well, yeah, you got something. Yeah, that's true. You haven't shot that one. Usually when you get something new, you run right out and do it.
Yeah.
You got to know.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Tim,
Well,
have you got a good rifle range up your way?
yeah.
We'll have to get together one of these days.
Yeah. I need to renew my membership.
The only decent one around here, I got to drive all the way to Kansas. It's a 300-yard range. But
Wow.
now they've changed their membership rules. If you're not a member, you have to be an NRA member to come as a guest. And I'm like, really? Can I be like body but NRA?
That's the way this range used to be. You had to have at least 50% membership in the NRA. So I'd have to get an NRA so I could make sure that I got a membership.
Can I be GOA or is anybody? But of course, what's his name's been run out of town, so maybe the NRA will get their shit together.
It's too late. They schooled the pooch. There's others out there. Okay, Scotsman wants to know what else has Tim been up to?
Yeah, I really not anything on the gun side since this Joe Blow's been in office. I really haven't done anything. I guess that makes me a tightwad. I don't want to use my components.
How's your son-in-law?
You know, he's doing good. He's gained a lot of weight and he's looking good, getting round.
Well, good.
He's got some mental issues now because of his brain damage, which is sad. He'll be fine. All of a sudden, a memory or something hit him, and he'll start crying and stuff. But he's doing a lot better healthy wise. He's doing good.
Good, good. I know it was hit and miss there for a minute.
Yeah.
HIPAA is here. Hey, HIPAA.
Yeah, Mr. Lafayette, Lapierre, or whatever his name
Lapierre.
is. Mhm. He can go away.
Yeah. So, well, that's good. I've had to resort to watch old Tim videos. Okay, I've caught some of your old videos, Tim, and it's like, oh man, I miss Tim's videos.
I'm going to have to start making more videos. I haven't cast. I've got 3 new modes and haven't even cast out of them yet.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I saw Blue Dot Powder the other day. Thought about you, and I'm like, I didn't even know they were still making the dot powders because they disappeared.
That's their number one thing, the dots.
And Tim, I used Red Dot, and I thought that would make you a comment or something, and I think you did.
That's probably what I'll be using in this 45's Red Dot.
Yeah, I get a kick out of the colors in the powder, the dots.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, their promo powder is the same thing as Red Dot, just don't have the red dots in it.
Yeah. But Ozark, I opened up the Red Dot and I'm scooping it out and I was like, glitter? There's red glitter in here?
That's funny.
Maybe that's where we.
Willie's video of that keeps popping up on my feed.
Yeah.
Where he bombed you and he's just laughing his ass off.
I know. I've seen some older videos where Willie's replying to people. I think one was James Puller, and yeah.
Willie was always like, "Yes, sir. How are you? Thank you, sir." And he treated everybody like an officer.
Jig One is here. Hey, Jig.
Except for the clerks at 7-Eleven, he had no mercy on them.
Yeah, that little smart ass duck. I don't miss him.
I got a duck here that somebody sent me when Susie passed away, the nurse duck. I still got it. It's on my shelf behind me all the time.
Yeah, we need to get the ducks out again.
I got a couple new ducks. I don't know where they went.
I launched Pirate Ducky a few times lately, but that's about it. I haven't made him go high in the sky.
Well, that's a Jeep thing now, that getting ducked. People come out, like they're shopping or something, they'll come out and somebody's put a duck on their Jeep.
Really?
You said you missed it. You've been ducked.
On Amazon.
Huh.
You'll see people driving Jeeps and there'll be ducks all across the dash.
Where did that come from? What started the duck thing with?
I have no idea.
Huh. Interesting.
I guess if you roll upside down, they're going to flow downstream.
They're going to help you out.
Yeah, I got a couple boxes of ducks because people started sending them to me, and it's like, send them to Tim. He's the duck guy.
That was them pirate ducks.
Yeah, pirate and the swashbuckler ducks, and yeah, what was the other one? Bandana ducky, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're nice because they're small. They fly high. So.
Yeah, when Kenny moved into that house out there in Arizona, there was 2 ducks he found in the bathroom. He sent them to me.
All right.
Oh, cool. They came with the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite video Kenny ever did was him and his kids shooting into the swimming pool.
Oh,
Wow, Rollis's wife has been ducked a bunch of times.
Does she drive a Jeep?
I don't know. He started a craze, Tim. Yeah.
If you want to duck, go duck yourself. So
yeah, that's right.
that's the term they use. If you want to duck, go duck yourself.
I've been wanting to get a sticker. A sticker from my back glass says my truck identifies as a Jeep. I thought that'd be funny. Don't you know that it's a lot of Jeep owners off?
Oh, that's funny.
It needs to say Biden says my truck can identify as a Jeep. Yeah. Yep, she's got a Wrangler. Oh, you drive a Gladiator?
Yeah, that's a weird trend. I never heard of that, but I don't get out much.
The Gladiators, it's the Jeep truck.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what the Gladiator is the truck.
What's the one they came out with for a couple of years back in the day? The long bed CJs. What'd they call them? Dadgummit. Come on, Jeep guys.
Wasn't a Wrangler, was it?
No,
Oh,
it
the
was
Wrangler's a small one.
it's same as the Gladiators now, but
Well, see, they got FJ this and FJ that now. You got to keep up with the numbers.
Scrambler. Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Oh,
It's the same as the Gladiator is now, essentially, but they only had it a couple of years.
I'd love to have a late 60s Jeep.
Old CJ, put a V8 in it.
Something like that. A friend of mine had one, and it was so lightweight. It was fast. I don't know what he had in it, maybe a 350 or something. It was fast, light, and just cool, you know.
I thought the best combo was the old straight six in them. You know, it had all the power you needed for a Jeep, but you know, you could fix it with anything. You know, bring me that barbed wire over there. We'll get this running.
Yeah, basically a tractor. Yeah, the straight sixes are awesome. Yeah. They're torquey. They're just no top end type deal. Yeah.
Well, it's a Jeep. No, the old CJs are so short wheelbase, you didn't want to go too fast in them anyways. You get over 32s and you feel like you're going to roll over. You hit the brakes too hard.
What they had? What CJ5 and the CJ7? What was the difference between those two?
the 7 was longer than the 5.
Right.
Okay.
Wheelbase was.
And the 7 was what I call the low boy. It was also way lower to the ground, wasn't it? It had the little half doors. It had the square headlights, and they were a lot lower.
And now you're talking the 80s model.
The CJ7s or yeah.
That's when the Wrangler came out, and they had the square headlights.
And it was real low to the ground.
Yeah, then people would take them, jack them up and stuff. And then they just looked weird because they were so small a Jeep, and then they just.
I'd love for them to bring those half doors back.
I know. Yeah, the little doors are awesome.
Yeah. Now they got those all the way around them, or you got to take them off. The 4-door that we had, I love. I absolutely loved it. That was Susie's old Jeep, and I'd pull the doors off that and the top off in the summertime. And let's go, or to take the T-tops off in the front door. If you just took the front doors off and the T-tops, it was like you got a buffet on the wind. It was like.
Oh, William Gangley, that's funny. Yeah, they got those little mini Jeeps now.
Yeah.
Oh, I should get one of the kids' toy Jeeps at the thrift store that you pedal and do a video. Oh, yeah.
Put it on one of your mini bike frames.
There's a couple boys up north that take them toy vehicles and they put real motors in them and stuff.
Yeah.
They are crazy. They'll go zipping around the yard and stuff.
The guy that I'm going to in May in Virginia Beach, he converted his kids' little battery powered Jeeps. He converted where he could put 3 DeWalt batteries in. And they can sit there and do burnouts in them. I'd want to go 110 miles an hour in a Jeep of any kind.
Yeah.
No.
I'm afraid the wheels are going to start coming apart on me.
I don't know. I'd like to get a hold of one of the World War II era Jeeps.
Yeah.
The old Willis.
The old Willie's flat fender.
Willis, yes.
89 horsepower. Yeah.
They was older farmer. He's passed on now. Probably been about 30 years. He bought one brand new back in the 60s. I hadn't even started school yet, and they hauled it up there, and it was on a flatbed in a wooden crate, and he had to put it together. Of course, he had to go buy tires for it and battery and some hoses and some belts or what have you. But he kept that thing up until probably the 90s when he passed away, and then his oldest daughter's got it, and she lives across the state line in North Carolina, and as far as I know, she still got it. He babied that thing over the years.
I think they're really cool with the shovel on the side, and they do it right, just everything authentic. Just
pull down windshield. Yeah.
Yeah.
McKenna makes the Willys Jeep here. Oh, they've always been since World War II. They've been a certified Willys Jeep maker, but they can't sell them in the United States for copyright issues with Jeep. So they don't have turn signals, and they have a diesel engine, but they're called the Razor. You can actually buy them as a side-by-side, but they don't go over 45 miles an hour.
Oh, they're geared low. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they have some kind of governor on the transmission. They won't allow them to go over 45.
Further way around that, check the sensor out or something.
Well, they were doing that. Actually, there was somebody was selling a kit that came with that eliminator for that, and the turn signals, everything to make it legal. And then, of course, Jeep stepped in and said, no, you can't do that. So I noticed here 2 years ago, I think, they changed the whole design of the Jeep. It don't even look like an old Willys Jeep anymore. It looks weird. And it's the new Razor.
By the way, Tim is also a zinker.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you and Andy are two of the original zinkers, as far as I know.
The Papa's place.
Yeah.
Who, me?
Yeah. Didn't you cast zinc?
No, I've never cast zinc.
I thought you did zinc. I thought you were shooting.
earlier.
Oh, I got them from Andy. The zinc bullets I got was from Andy.
Oh, all right.
Andy's a trendsetter.
Yeah, he is. Talk to you.
Go ahead.
When I first got on tonight, Tim, the first words I heard Andy say, and then I went to hardcock.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to think of something to say.
What's the topic
That's what she said. Yeah, I'm sitting in Walmart parking lot waiting for my grandsons to come out, and I heard that and I made a comment. Yeah, that's what she said.
That's when your wife goes, What are you listening to?
You listen to that guy that dresses up at Halloween like a girl?
Yeah, when you mentioned that barbecue joint that we went to, I was like, is that Tim?
I wondered if you'd get that.
Yeah.
Oh, they went up on their prices. Holy cow. I went in there and got a half a pound of burnt ends, $14.
Well, I mean, look at the price of meat.
Yeah.
Gosh, 4 years ago, you could buy a rack of ribs, $4, $6. On sale, they're $10 now, but in the summertime, they'll be $17, $18.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping by next summer they won't be.
I heard that even McDonald's.
Whatever this disease is that's affecting the pork population, I hope.
Well, do you think that's real, or do you think that's made up?
What, swine flu? Oh, that's legit.
Any of these damn flus that's been going, there's been chicken, turkey, and beef is dying from what all, and everything's dying. It's like, come on, there can't be that much going on.
Well, the problem is, a lot of the farms have gone to these mega farms, and that's the problem that happened with the bird flu. Iowa and Illinois and Ohio, you got these poultry farms. They got 75 layer houses on one farm. Well, you get some dumbass that walks from barn to barn to barn with infected boots.
Yeah, that's true.
You're calling 100,000 birds in every barn.
Yeah, I can see that.
Because they hired some illegal dude to work there for $15 an hour instead of paying somebody else that's going to take care of our situation. Because you go in these poultry houses, you got to walk through a box of borax or whatever it is to disinfect your shoes. And you're supposed to change shoes in those layer houses, but that's how that crap gets.
Yeah, that's true.
You ever been to a layer house? There's 100,000 birds in a 300-foot house. Now some of these big houses will have as many as 1 million birds in them. And a virus will go through that house in no time.
Yeah, I can see that.
Duck flu is next. Scussman.
Poor little duckies.
But the same thing with these swine barns. There'll be 2 million pounds worth of hogs in a barn, and you get some knucklehead that doesn't follow protocol. Boom! There goes a virus.
Yeah,
they're killing, and they're having to cremate all these animals. It's not small farmers anymore that are feeding the world. It's these mega farms.
All right, guys, I'm going to bail.
Dick flu.
Have a good night, everyone.
Andy, you be
night,
good.
Andy.
Not Andy.
Up in the Osho at the old bomber base up there, where the shooting range I go to, the university has a hog farm there. I don't know, 30 buildings in a row. How many hogs do you think they got in there? And some knucklehead doesn't follow protocol. You can kill every one of those animals.
Yeah, my niece and her husband have a big chicken farm on the Maryland coast.
Mm-hmm.
And they got to go through all that protocol and everything with it. They haven't had no problems lately. I can't remember, but the way those chicken houses are now these days, it's like something off of Star Trek. My niece can operate all them chicken buildings and everything in it from her living room on a laptop.
Right.
The lighting has to be at a certain level, the temperatures. You have the vent fans, the water flow that goes through there. And if they got to have any medicines or anything, it's just automatically added into the water supply.
Yep. I've got a client that operates 6 houses from his phone. He has to walk them every day to get his, his dead drop, and he throws them in a cremator. But, that's 6 chicken houses right there. Somebody doesn't follow protocol, they can affect all 6 of those chicken houses.
Yeah. They had 10 houses at one time, and each house was like 175 yards long, and that's quite a few chickens. And their main, let's see, who was it? Gosh, it wasn't Banquet, I don't think, but they had contracts with one of the big chicken producers.
Arkansas is the biggest poultry state in the country, and of course you got Tyson, Georges, and Cargill all here.
Tyson.
And the new Tyson turkey houses, they're 250 yards long and they're 40 yards wide. That's a lot of turkeys in one house.
Yeah, well, this Amish family moved up there and bought some property, and they bought those chicken houses. So my niece and her husband went and had 2 more big chicken houses, each of them 200 yards long, put on their other property. And they just do that to money. The Amish people, man, they are loaded when it comes to money.
Yeah.
And up there, their house, the house my niece lives in, I guess you would call it a prefab. It's 2-story, and the Amish built it at their own factory, and they would bring sections of it and set it up on the foundation. Darndest thing I ever saw.
Oh, my wife left the compressor on. Let me go turn it off.
6-shooter Texan is here. Hey, Tread, what's up? Can you hear us, Tread?
There we go. Hey, Uncle Jim.
There we
Why
go.
did you have a chat last week?
Well,
Yeah.
I was going to do it on Uncle Jim 3, but not very many people know about Uncle Jim 3, so I don't know.
Anybody in this circle right here knows about Uncle Jim 3.
He's got a point there, Jim.
Well, I hope so, because that's where it might end. So I got to make a 4 soon. We'll see.
I know I was on the phone with his tin man. And I was like, is he going to start one or not? He's like, he's too chicken shit.
So what'd you get your strike on, Jim?
The hollow pointer.
Why would you get a strike on that?
Because
For the making of them?
yes,
Oh my gosh. Seriously.
they start off with, to make our community safe, you got to follow our guidelines.
Oh my gosh.
For
But
the
yet they
safety
put out these videos where guys are jumping off the roof on stupid things.
I know. It's
Eating Tide Pods and everything else.
Yeah. And one guy's jumping off out of the 2nd-story window into that pine tree. Holy cow.
Yeah, there's no rhyme or reason to it, but I'm just going to keep reloading and doing whatever. I
Yeah,
was casting video, but I thought that was a little too quick.
Oh,
I
look
said
at
a while
your
back-
casting video.
I said a while back there's going to be more Uncle Jim channels than there are Star Trek movies.
Uncle Jim 14.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's crazy town. Just got home eating dinner.
Has anybody been watching the new Yellowstone?
Congrats on that. Did that start up?
It's on CBS now.
Really? Oh,
When did
that's what the wife's been watching. She's been talking about Yellowstone.
It
But I
can't be
thought
the
she watched
same as CBS.
When did the season start?
Right after the Super Bowl.
Ah, geez. Okay.
Yeah, they had that writer's strike, and they're
Right.
late with a lot of new shows coming out.
It won't be Beth getting into a horse trough anymore in the buff on CBS. It won't be the same on prime time.
No, I wish it was on whatever it was on.
Paramount Plus.
It's been on a different channel.
Peacock, I think it was on.
It was on Peacock last and Paramount Plus before that. And what was it? I don't even remember before that.
Well, on the regular TV, it was what channel was that? It wasn't FX. That was Fargo.
There's the Paramount Network, I believe, on DirecTV and all those.
Jim,
So again,
did you watch the Fargo series?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Ozark, do you see any of the Bass Reeves series?
well, it's an ironic thing. You know that B-rated movie they did about Bass Reeves?
Yeah.
Is that on Netflix? That was filmed on my sister's farm.
Really?
Yes, and all the weapons in that movie are my brother-in-law's.
Oh, really?
Colts, all the lever actions. Yeah, because he calls me like at 10 o'clock one night. He's like, dude, I got to have some 45 Colt blanks. I need smokers and non-smokers. I'm like, it's 10 o'clock. When did you need these? Tomorrow. We actually found some place in Fort Worth, but that was filmed in Corsicana on my sister and brother-in-law's ranch.
Now, are you talking about Hell on the Border? Is that
No.
the name of the movie?
Netflix movie, Bass Reeves.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
It's kind of a B-rated movie. It was filmed right in the height of COVID because that's why they went to Texas to film it. And so the series that spun off that movie is, of course, it's all Hollywood, and it's a good series. I've watched it up to the point where he becomes a marshal, a U.S. Marshal. But there's a movie on Netflix, Bass Reeves, and the two men that come up on the very end, that is my brother-in-law and his twin brother.
I'd see if I can find that and watch that. But now I
Yeah.
have seen Hell on the Border where they're talking about Fort Smith.
Well, this one he's hunting down a gang down in Texas, but that is all filmed, and there's several scenes where of course I know the layout of the land, where I can tell where they move the camera like 50 yards and shot in the same direction because there's power lines and there's barbed wire fences and stuff like that. But I can tell you, I've killed many a hog where they filmed that movie. But yeah, it's on Netflix. It's the Bass Reeves movie, and U.S. Marshal Bass Reeves or something like that. But the two ranchers at the very end of the movie, that's my brother-in-law, and every one of those weapons I've held in my hand. One of
I'd see if I can find that.
yeah, the one that there's kind of a shootout. It's in a pecan grove actually where they did the shootout, and the guy runs out of ammo, and it's a real 32-40 lever action octagon barrel, and the guy just throws it to the ground. I go, oh!
Oh no!
I know that's like an 1870 rifle or something like 1872 rifle. It's
Oh
a legit,
no!
yes, it is a legit antique. And this guy just throws it like 10 yards. And I just go,
Oh no!
but all the revolvers in the movie, because Hollywood was on lockdown, they're my brother-in-laws, and some of them are his twin brothers.
Wow!
Idaho Rogers is here. Hey, Idaho.
Because he
Yeah, I
put up
know.
45 long Colt and 45 ACPs. So, anyways, there's a story about Bass Reeves.
Oh man!
There used to be a really good Western on AMC channel here a few years back. It was called Hell on Wheels, where they was building a railroad out west. I really enjoyed that. That fella that played the lead, Anson Mount, pretty good actor. I really enjoyed that series.
Yeah, that was a good series.
Yeah. Now he's the captain on Star Trek.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah.
oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay.
Captain Pike, Strange New Worlds.
Yeah. You know, the real Bass Reeves was a slave, and he became a U.S. Marshal. And what was it, like 1,800 fugitives or something like that he brought to Fort Smith?
1,700. No, 3,000 he brung in, but the judge that he was bringing them into tried 17,000 cases. They called him the hanging judge.
Yeah, Judge Parker. Yeah.
Yeah, Parker.
You know, those gallows are still standing down in Fort Smith.
I seen that on YouTube. Something that came up after I watched that movie or that series.
They built the U.S. down there.
They said they had so many prisoners in the bottom of the jailhouse that they had to put sawdust in between the floorboards to keep the smell from getting into the courtroom.
They kept them in the basement, and the courtroom was on the second floor.
They couldn't build a fire. They had to put the urinals or the piss pots in the chimneys. They couldn't build a fire. They had to fit the smell.
Yeah. So when they did the True Grit, the second one, with what's his name here really?
Bridges.
Yeah, Bridges.
With Bridges, that was all filmed in Fort Smith and at the original courthouse and all that. So those scenes where he was testifying in the courtroom, that was Judge Parker's courtroom.
Wow. Yeah. Now that you mention that, I can see that now.
Mm-hmm. This is true. Yep. But yeah, that movie's on Netflix. It was a Netflix movie. They did it right in the middle of COVID when Hollywood was shut down.
Yeah, I think the wife canceled Netflix because nobody was watching it. I'd see if she did or not.
There was good actors and there was bad actors. There wasn't any in between in that movie.
Well, I'm noticing that in a lot of films here lately.
Yeah, I can't stand an overactor. That's the worst.
Yeah. You know, here recently I got one of these Roku internet TVs, and I've been watching a lot of shows from like the late 60s and early 70s. And one I hadn't seen since I was a kid was Rowan and Martin's Laughing. And the thing about it, and the thing about that show, you know, and that's just how America was back then. Dan Rowan's standing there telling jokes, smoking a cigarette, you know, just having a conversation. He's got a mixed drink in the other hand. And Dick Martin's over in the corner with some woman whispering in her ear, you know, probably hitting on her. And, you know, You don't ever see nothing like it on TV.
Yeah,
anymore.
no.
Well, it's like the Dean Martin show, not the roast, his show.
Right.
It was actually a really good show. But yeah, Laugh-In, that's where what's her name got her start.
Goldie Hawn.
Goldie Hawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You remember the old Jerry Lewis telethons? He'd have his cigarette out, he'd have his scotch in his hand, and his tie'd be undone by the next morning. I remember as a kid the Jerry Lewis telethon, and Charo was on, and she came out doing her Gucci, 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 or whatever, and her top fell down on live TV. And my sister looked at me and said, "Did you see that?" And of course, I'm like 10 years old. I'm like, "Yeah, I did." And they switch over to Jerry Lewis, and he's got a cigarette, and he's like, "Oh God."
But some of them Dean Martin celebrity roast, those guys were shit-faced. I
I
mean,
will watch
seriously.
them on YouTube and just laugh. Don Rickles,
Yes.
he's the best.
Yeah.
He's the best roaster there ever was.
Yeah, he was what they called I guess, insult comic.
Oh yeah.
He'd ask Dean Martin, seemed like every show, "You're from Ohio, and we're at Steubenville or somewhere," and he'd say, "No, somewhere else," and Rickles would go, "Why, is that any better?" You know.
He would walk over to someone in the crowd, and they'll be like, "Oh, geez, there we go." You know, he just give them a look, and they're like, "Here we go."
I also saw a YouTube video of Don Rickles roasting Ronald Reagan after he got elected president. And he was telling the Secretary of State, said, "Why you dressed like that? You know, you got to do better." You know, he just giving everybody a rough time. Rodney Dangerfield, he was another one, man.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Dangerfield on Johnny Carson. Carson couldn't get a word in because he was laughing so hard. Yeah.
The old school guys.
My favorite Reagan joke is the joke about the puppies. Reagan, he's talking in front of something. You know, Reagan always started a speech out with a joke, and he talked about, you know, at the Democratic convention, there was a little kid outside selling puppies for $5 a piece, and you know, these are Democrat puppies. These are Democrat puppies, $5 a piece, and 2 weeks later, he's at the Republican convention. It's the same kid. He's got the puppies. And these are Republican puppies, $5 a piece, $5 a piece. And the news guy asked him, says, "Hey, kid, aren't you the same one selling puppies at the Democrat convention 2 weeks ago? You said those puppies are Democrat." He said, "Yeah, their eyes are open now. They're Republicans." Reagan always had a joke.
Yeah, he had some good Soviet Union jokes, too.
Trey, what you been up to?
Whole bunch of nothing.
Whole bunch of nothing. Must be winter time.
For the most part. I mean, I got out today and I fixed the leak underneath the house, and we had a water leak at the end of the driveway where my neighbor got hung up on my water pipe and squeezed it and broke a fitting. But it hadn't been so bad that it needed fixed right then. So I waited till it warmed up, and it was like 70 today. So we got out there and dug it out and fixed it.
Well, the weather this week's been gorgeous. It's been nasty and rainy today, but all week long it was in the 60s and sunny. And
Did you get rain today?
oh yeah, it's been raining
Really?
all.
They've
Oh,
been
yeah.
saying ever since knew we was gonna get rain, but it ain't come a drop here yet.
It started raining probably 7 o'clock this morning. It hadn't quit.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, it ain't done any rain here.
Of course, California's about to wash off the coast. They're saying the Pineapple Express is about to fire up out there.
Well, you know, there was an ancient lake out there that was dried up, didn't have water in it for millions of years. It's starting to fill up now. Starting to take out some homesteads and stuff.
That's part of the problem in Southern California. At the lower end of the valley, there was a lake there, and they drained it and planted all the orange farms. Well, the problem was now there's no water to evaporate to go into the hills anymore to create the rain clouds. So they, it's all desert now.
Shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah.
Yep.
Changing the ecosystem like that, you can't. It ain't good.
They changed the ecosystem, and the water that was there that created the rain in the southern valley there went away.
Now they're having to pipe it in from other places, and they're fighting about that. About hey, this is all water, and
they're freaking California. That's all they do. Unfortunately, their legislature meets year round, and they get bored and just like go, what can we think up today to make a law?
Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't they having some kind of argument about Lake Mead out there, California, Arizona, and Nevada?
Well, that's the 7, what they call it, Jim, you probably know more about that than us.
Well, Mead because the last winter was so good, Mead got a lot of water from us.
Mm-hmm.
And it started raising the level back up again. You see all the boats and stuff in Lake Mead that were at the bottom.
Yeah.
And now it started filling again.
When me and Twine came out to you at Lake Powell, was the first time they had the overflow going full bore. And
yeah,
how many years? I can't remember how many years it was. But they had the
generator.
generator.
It was over 10 years.
It was the first time that the Grand Canyon had been flushed, as they call it. I guess it's like 14 years, something like that.
Yeah.
And that's why all the rapids and stuff are going away, because the sandbars, just all the sand had washed into the middle of the river. And
probably a lot of good gold down there, though.
Well, weather, it comes in cycles. Some cycles might be every year or two. Some cycles might be every decade, and some might be every century. That's just the way it's always been.
I was starting to get nervous because this time of year we should have a lot of snow. And the other day I was thinking I could go out and change my targets. I can almost walk out there. The swinger isn't buried.
You saw that picture Mig sent the other day. His grass there's no snow in his grass. There's a couple little piles where he scraped it off, and that's in northern Wisconsin.
So anyway, I put it off a day, and guess what? It snowed. And today I was plowing in a blizzard.
Oh,
well,
crap.
when the pineapple express fires up, you get all that snow. That's what happened last year.
We're supposed to get more the end of the week, but I look outside and I was like, okay, I'll plow because it's sunny out. As soon as I suit up and start up the quad and make one pass down, all of a sudden I can't see. A blizzard just hits me, and I'm fighting all I can just to see my way back up. Wasted.
Well, I remember that day we were all shooting at your house, when you had us all up there. It was beautiful blue sky. We were out there in long sleeve shirts and sweatshirts.
Yeah.
The clouds blew in, and all of a sudden it was just what the hell? And that's when we were shooting those swinger targets with we were doing the Pat's rifles.
Yeah.
Doing the shooting competitions with those. And Willie was like, screw this, I'm going inside.
As soon as
the clouds blew in and the wind picked up, the temperature dropped 25 degrees, and it all happened in less than half an hour.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
You never know, and it wasn't in the forecast either. It said sunny, so I go out, start plowing, and it's wet, and I'm pushing this giant snowball on the plow. It's just going like this. And next thing I know, I look over and I just get, totally hit. But most of the great thing about here is it'll snow on you deep, and then the sun comes out and you get a tan. You can be in a t-shirt.
Mhm.
That's what I love about it. So if it was just nasty all the time, I couldn't. That wouldn't be good. No.
At that altitude with all that snow, man, if you didn't have sunglasses on that day, I could see where you go snowboarding.
Oh yeah, I get a better tan in the winter than I would the summer.
Hey, fellers, I'm going to get off here. My leg's starting to bother me. I'm going to have to get it up.
Ken, good to see you, brother.
I'm going to try and get on here more.
Don't be a stranger.
That's
Good night,
okay.
Tim.
See you
Good
guys.
night, buddy. Glad to see you, Jim.
Glad to be here.
All right, that was a nice surprise tonight.
Yep, Tim, Man, and Pat being strangers tonight.
Yeah, I don't know what Tin Man's probably busy.
Well, he might be working, be my guess, since we hadn't heard a peep out of him.
Yeah, he was burning up a bunch of those shell holders or whatever. Oh, that's funny.
Jim, I don't know if I asked you this or not. Have you ever dealt with a round called 357 maximum?
Have I dealt with the caliber?
Yeah, have you ever shot it?
I have
Tim?
a tender in maximum. Yeah,
Okay.
I can go.
Now, here a while back, I ended up the box of the 357 maximum right there.
Grizzlies. Yeah, I have some Grizzlies that are 320 grain 44 mag. But they shoot so mellow in a pistol, in a revolver.
You
This
hadn't
is,
shot that 357 Max in a while.
200 grain right here. Let's see. There's a maximum right there,
Yep.
and right here's a magnum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I shoot all three calibers out of that gun. That's what's neat about it, you know.
You were still shooting off the barrel last time I remember you shooting the Max.
Yeah, you know, I found some rounds that I had in a different drawer, and they were in with my bullets. So it's like, I need to shoot that again. They're loaded. They're ready to go. I think those were going about 1,800 feet per second or something.
Because you were testing, I remember that series, if I recall right, you were testing the new stock that you put on, the foregrip you put on that, or you had reinforced it or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I probably reinforced it again. The maximum is fun, and it's flat. You can put a heavy 357 on there. Well, those were 200 you just showed.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's just another fun one I got to get back to.
I did a little research on it, and something about mid to late 80s when they were mostly made, and Ruger even made a revolver chambered in that caliber.
Yes, they did. A lot of silhouette guys used them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Knock down the steel targets. It's a good round. It's like a 35 Remington, but different, you know. That's why, you know, I thought about a 35 Remington if I ever found a lever, but then I was thinking I got a maximum, so.
Well, that 35 Remington, Jamie has one, and his big issue is brass. You just can't find it anymore. You know, when they quit manufacturing that gun in the late 80s, you know, about 20 years later, they just quit making the bullets for it.
Yeah, well, even maximum, to get a good deal, I had to buy Remington brass. I don't know if I'm sure Starline might make it, but Midway had a sale on Remington brass, so I bought that. But I'd prefer the other, yeah.
I know about a year and a half, 2 years ago, I sent Jamie about 120 pieces of 35 Remington.
Right. I remember that, and he was blessed because you just can't. Starline makes it about every 2 years in a limited run.
I just got my order for 6.5 Grindle in for Starline.
They've been making that generic 6.5 Grindle for a while at Starline because, like, the 6 Arc is made out of it. The 6.5 Grindle. What's the other one? They're making out of that Grindle brass. So they're like, just make it unnecked and with no stamp, and there you go.
Yeah, they finally I found out they had put the regular Grindle brass on 6.5 Grindle brass on back order, but orderable. So when I ordered 250 of them, and they come in the other day.
Yeah, Starline's
Yeah,
good
they shipped within a day or two. So
yeah, I don't know if they're just slow on their updating the website, but it's anything I've ordered from them. Last time, I guess 44 special, they were like back ordered but orderable in just a few days.
Now, from what I understand, back order doesn't mean they don't have any in stock on the shelf.
Right.
It's just not in production at the moment.
I want to drive up there and go through their little factory. You know, it's not a big place. And, but Spear is like 2 blocks down the road from them. So they're all, you can go same town, you can go to Spear and you can go to a Starline, and they're with, you know, you can throw a baseball between.
Okay, Starline does have the maximum brass. $122 for 250. Yeah, but you don't shoot it a ton, you know.
Right.
$230 for 500. 1,000 is $442.
It's long enough that you could have nailed it.
It's on back order though.
My dad's got a 24V that shoots maximum. To maximum 357. It's supposed to be 357 mag over, I think, 20 gauge, but someone had it reamed out to maximum, so before he got it.
They're probably scared to ship to Jersey because they're going to get prosecuted or sued.
I guess they got those shotgun adapters, you know, like you put in the barrel of a single shot, you know, shoot 45, 357 Magnum. I guess they probably got them for maximum as well, don't they?
Ghost
I would assume that the Magnum would work on it.
Okay.
I would assume it's probably long enough. His space is on the shoulder, so on the rim.
Right.
As long as it's long enough to fit the whole cartridge, I imagine it would work. But they probably got one.
All right, I'm caught up there. Ghost Rider here. Hey, Ghost Rider and Tin Man. Tin Man just put the kids to bed.
Come on in, Tin Man.
Come on, Tin Man, ask permission.
Come on in, Ghost Rider. You can come in too. Everybody show up. Come on.
We have as many as we want now.
Yeah.
Come on, James Pollard.
Anyway, everyone that's listening, there is an Uncle Jim 3. So in case you don't see me, if I don't do a video and within 3 days, you know something's up, just go to Uncle Jim 3.
Just go to Uncle Jim Space 3 and go ahead and subscribe to it now so that you're already ready for it. Okay, he's probably going, and when this one goes away, go ahead and do 4 after that.
Uh-oh.
Good man.
Come on, Mrs. Tin Man, you can come on.
I love when Mrs. Tin Man is listening. It's always awesome.
She can come on too.
Oh, that's funny. Permission?
He was getting on my nerves. I told him, get in the basement.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, he's down there on the prison toilet going, y'all leave me alone.
Oh. Yeah, what do we got? 2 hours? All right. Well, good to see you, Mrs. Tin Man. Or Miss or Ms. Whatever. What happened to Ms.? Remember when some women wanted to be called Ms.?
In the emails, I call all women Ms. because you just don't know. MS.
That just assumes that they're not married, right?
No, they wanted to
Or they
be.
used to be married.
I think it started in the 80s where call me Ms. Yeah. Because they didn't want to be called
I'm
Ms.
not married, but you give me a proper name.
Yeah.
Or they just wanted to keep you guessing.
Maybe it was earlier than that, actually.
The only time I put Mrs. in an email is when I know I'm dealing with a couple. Otherwise, I put Ms. Because last thing I want to do is irritate a client that I'm trying to sign.
Insult somebody. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But if they're that much of a Karen, do you really want them as a client?
Well, I deal with so many type A Walmart people that, it just is what it is.
It just rolls off your shoulder from now on, right?
Right.
And some aren't in a good mood when they're calling you because they have an emergency,
Yeah, because their house has got standing water in it.
Yeah. So they're already pissed. You got to be nice. Yeah.
And for the last 10 days, it's been fires. And the funny one is, it was one of these woke couples that are raising chickens in a suburban situation. So they moved the chicken. They have a 4 Seasons room that was probably a deck at one time. So they moved the chicken coop up underneath the 4 Season room, and they put a heat lamp in there. And they put a fresh layer of straw down. And you know the rest of the story. The chickens knocked the heat lamp down, set the straw on fire. Well, it killed 3 of the chickens, and one of them has had all her tail feathers burned off on her. So, we've been kind of chuckling all week. It's kind of the new meaning of burn your ass. And we're like, did you take some barbecue sauce with you when you went over? But we got another call today. It's our 4th fire in 10 days. And this one was a full-blown house fire. Another one was a garage. It was a fire in a garage. It happened with their boat. They left the battery connected, and something shorted out, and the boat in their garage caught on fire. Well, she was running an Etsy maker business out of her garage, and their homeowner's insurance, because she was running a business out of her garage, denied the claim.
Oh.
And because she didn't have the rider, she didn't have the Bailey's, whatever it is, Inland Marine or whatever it is, you got rider, you got to put on your insurance to cover running the business out of your home. Well, luckily the adjuster we deal with from Progressive, he was cool. And he was like, do you have a policy on your boat? Yes. And he filed the claim under the boat, and it went through. Progressive is cool that way. USAA would have said, we're not covering nothing, but unfortunately, we're able to take care of these folks, and because that fiberglass and that AstroTurf and all that stuff in that boat, it is the worst soot. It's oily.
Oh,
it's the hardest fire to clean is that plastic. Kitchen fires because it's grease. But this one we got the other day, got today. We knew about it to begin with. The fire marshal wouldn't release the property because they wanted what's called a cause and source report. They had it was originally a gas fireplace, and they decided to convert it to wood. and you can't do that. You can go from wood to gas, but you can't go from gas to wood. It's not a sealed box. So all the back corners and stuff like that, it's just plates of fire brick up against wood framing in a fireplace. Well, in a wood fireplace, it's all masonry. Well, they decided to go the other way. You know, the house has been bought and sold and whatever, and somebody didn't know what they were doing. And the embers got through those edges and set that framing on fire, and their whole house, the whole house didn't burn, but the whole house had smoke damage. Every room in the house. In their living room and their kitchen burned out. So now we gotta pack out every bit of their belongings, and we have to clean them and then rebuild their house and then pack it all back in when we're done. And fires are just slow. You know, that's the slowest insurance claim. Water, man, we can roll straight on in, but fires, they're slow. They're labor intensive.
Yeah, fires are scary.
Yeah.
On something like a fire one like that, do y'all take and just pretty much tear it down and start over? Or do you do that, spray it with that paint or whatever to seal it?
You will tear out everything that what we call as alligator. If the wood shows any type of alligator, and you know what charcoaling looks like, that piece of timber has to come out, and you will go all the way to that, and then the next one that's good, that's where you start and you build back from there.
I don't know if y'all spray that sealant stuff on there to seal in the smoke smell and.
No, you've got to get rid of it. We have bring in a that's a good looking angle there, Tin Man.
I thought he had a flood in the
Looking
basement.
for my camera. I can't find it. Damn it.
It's by your shelf.
There it is. Oh man, it got unplugged. What the hell? Now
We'll
I
bring
lost
in
it. It
a
came unplugged.
sandblasting company, and they use baking soda, do a soda blast
No, not that.
to get anything that's been singed, but they have to blast it down to raw wood because you will get that smell out. Now, something that's just been soot covered, we'll put that sealant on there. It's an epoxy based sealant, but generally in a full blown house fire, we'll take it all the way to raw wood. But anything, go ahead. Anything that's soft, carpet or drapes or sheets, linens, couches, anything soft, throw it away. You're not going to get the smell out of it.
Where I work at, we used to make this stuff in a, it come in like a caulk tube, and we just called it fireplace. And where the masonry was inside the fireplaces in someone's home or wherever, you know, you could take it, put it on a caulk gun, and just go down the seams if you get any cracks or anything like that. We stopped making that, I guess, about 2 years ago. And I know a lot of people that worked there, they made fire pits outside, and they took a bunch of those tubes of that fireplace, and they just lined their little fire pits with it, and it seems to hold up pretty good.
Used to use it like adhesive in that situation.
Yeah.
Now it's that orange crap you got to use now.
Yeah. Where I work at, we make liquid concrete repair products, but they used to do, some concrete, some fireplace, type of things.
Mm-hmm.
We still have the mixing machine there inside the building that, we made that fireplace mixture with.
She told you to get in the basement, huh, Tin Man?
She's like, "You getting a hunt?" I'm like, "I don't know." I am burned out, dude.
Why did it take you 4 days to plumb a shower?
Well, I'll tell you.
I wrote a song about it.
Because for one, I did it from the rear. I didn't do it from the front, where the shower was.
Take it in the rear is hard.
Yeah.
Do it in the rear is hard.
You have to be gentle. and you gotta be drunk.
That's what she said.
No, it was like one thing after the other. I didn't have this. I didn't have that. And it's an hour round trip to go to Home Depot, and that's the closest place there is
Oh,
to where they live. So the first day I ran out of PEX 90 elbows, so I had to run and get
Those
them.
little shits are like $8 a piece now.
No, I'm talking about the crimp elbows, the brass ones
Yeah,
that just
the
go
brass
inside. I bought a
Yeah.
10-pack. I can't remember how much it was. I think it was only like $18 for a 10-pack.
Well, you've got some old ones on the shelf then there.
Perfect. Yeah, and then it was she cut the support boards out to strap all of the valves to and stuff. So I had to do all that, put new boards in and attach everything, from behind. And then just replumbing it. Took about a day. What else did I run into? The stub out for her tub spout. So the first tub spout I got, the slip-on adapter that slips onto the 1/2-inch stub out. I got that, tightened with the set screw, and I go to screw the tub onto the adapter, and the threads were jacked up. It was defective. So what do? I try to thread it harder, and that set screw just dug a nice divot right all around that stub out and chewed it all up. So I had to cut that off and redo that. I was just getting pissed. It was stupid little shit. You know what I mean?
Yep. Oh,
And
I
then
know.
she wanted me to do a new drain. She wanted the pop-up drain. So she bought the drain itself, did not buy a drain kit. So I had to go run and get her a drain kit.
There's Kyle Lusky. Hey, they make a pop-up that's an adapter now that is pressure fitted with, it comes with like 6 O-rings to pressure fit it in place.
Nice.
And you find the right one, and you put a bead of silicone in there, or you could use old school plumber's putty.
That's what I did.
And you pop it into place. And don't take a bath or shower for a day. Let it set,
Mm-hmm. But so I had to replumb the entire drain and the overflow and all that down through her floor.
Laying on your side.
Well, I could sit Indian style. It was in an alcove, and she took the drywall off of the one side of the alcove, so I could sit on my butt. But she didn't have a shower kit, but she did have 1.5-inch PVC. So I said, I can hard pipe this whole thing, but you're not going to be able to service it without taking the whole entire thing off. She goes, I don't care. I said, okay. So I did that. And then the gasket that goes underneath the flange for the shower drain, that hard rubber gasket, it wouldn't seat against the fiber. It's an old fiberglass tub, the really, really rough ones. And I said, that rubber's probably too hard to conform around all that fiberglass, because I got that drain plug tight. So I wound up taking that back apart, laid a ring of plumber's putty around the top of the gasket where it meets up with the fiberglass, and that sealed it up real nice. And then I had to mount her tub spout to I had to put another support board in, and then put a copper strap around the tub spout from the wrong side of the wood. That was fun. That was a T25 and a 1/4-inch wrench, getting them screws in to that copper strap.
oh.
Dude, it's been
plumbers don't use that putty anymore. They use that gray stuff. It's like, it almost looks like a mortar base that they brush on.
Oh, like pipe dope?
It's like a thick, heavy version of pipe dope.
Huh. I still got old school plumber's putty, man.
Oh yeah, you got to get it warm in your hand, make a snake out of it.
Yeah, you gotta get make it malleable first and get it all mushy. But yeah, I finished that up today. But yeah, just like
you buy
five trips to town,
You buy a little yogurt jar full of that stuff, and you use a thimble full.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, it'll dry out before you ever use it all. You go to use
Jim,
go to
Jim's,
use it next time. It's like a rock.
Jim's epoxy, the 2-part epoxy that's in the tube, works good for that too.
Yeah. Hopefully, and all of this stemmed from, she was telling me she wanted to do all this stuff, setting the new toilet and doing the shower plumbing, and I'm like, my suggestion is you call a plumber. Just get it over with. She didn't listen, tried it herself. It didn't go well, and I'm the plumber that she called. She called me almost in tears. I'm like, and she had to go to a funeral that day, and she didn't have time she couldn't turn her water on. I said, all right, I'll be out. But we got it.
One of my tile guys broke a toilet the other day. Last thing we had to do in the house, set the toilet. Hey, y'all can move back in. Let's give it that extra little half a turn.
Oh, man.
It is one of those toilets that where most toilets sit 13.5 inches off the wall as the center of the drain. This one's a 12. It's old school.
Ooh.
I need a 12-inch toilet. I ain't got one. I can have it in 4 days. I ain't got one. Yeah.
Bump out the wall. Start.
Well, and this is one we're like, sorry, dude, this is coming out of what we're paying you.
We found you a used one.
Yeah. We found
Well, I know you can get those offset drains too, but I don't know if they work very well.
But he had just set the tile in his bathroom, so putting an off drain flange or offset flange was no longer an option. So
No, that flange was where it was going to lead.
a plumber keeps one of those, a used one, just for that case. Well, I've got one I can set while one comes in.
Yeah.
At least you got a functioning bathroom, especially in older homes. I got one bathroom.
Yeah.
Well, Jim, I guess I'm going to get off here. It's I've got to get some laundry done and a few other things here. I enjoyed the chat tonight.
Yeah, thanks for coming on anytime.
Appreciate you coming.
No, good seeing you,
Anytime.
good seeing you, garage guy. Take her easy.
Y'all too. I enjoyed it. Catch y'all soon.
All right.
See you
later.
Good one, bud.
Marvin, I was going to call you earlier, but I got busy.
What were you going to call me?
My insurance agent called me back finally,
Oh, yeah.
12 days before my policy expires. All of the insurance companies are in scrambles right now because of the derecho that happened in Iowa. They're all pulling out. They had a really good year 3 years ago, and they should have raised their rates back then, but they didn't. They coasted on their old rates. So after the derecho and after inflation, they're just getting screwed left and right. Not to mention the door-to-door contractors that have been swarming my town, beating up insurance companies so they could put new roof and siding on your house, claiming hail and wind damage. So a combination of all those things have made it so that the best you can do right now is you can have $1,000 deductible on homeowners insurance, but if you claim wind or hail damage to your house, it's a $2,500 deductible. That's how they're making up for it.
My suggestion on any homeowners insurance after having dealing with this stuff for the last year is I'd go ahead and do a $1,500 or $2,500 deductible, because any more, that's nothing.
Yeah.
Of a claim. All right. And if you, in the reconstruction is on average double what the cleanup part of it is. So you have a toilet supply line flood your house and it's $8,000 to dry your house out. It's going to be about 16 to 20 grand to repair the damage from.
Yeah. So 2,500 ain't nothing. Right.
Right.
I mean, what does that buy you nowadays as far as remodeling or anything?
You can't even get a used car for 2,500 anymore.
Yeah.
We tell folks on kitchens and
That's
baths.
not one that runs anyways.
Jen's like, I could rock that. Okay.
Kitchens and bathrooms have the most concentration of utilities and trades of any room in your house. Living rooms are cheap. There's nothing in there. Carpet and walls or flooring and walls. We tell folks start at $250 a square foot and go up for those two rooms. And that's just a basic kitchen. 250 square foot is a basic kitchen. It's a basic bathroom. A shower replacement now with glass doors, $4,000 to $6,000. A tile shower. An insert's going to cost you $2,500 to $3,000 by the time you pay a plumber and do all the work.
Right.
For it. So I just bid a house Friday afternoon. They had a pipe between floors burst. Servpro went in, did a 12-inch flood cut in their whole house. They had engineered hardwood in the living room, hall, master bedroom. It was $49,000 for the drywall. Of course, we're replacing kitchen cabinets, lowers, and countertops.
Mm-hmm.
And that one, cabinets, $250 a foot. You can buy cheap ones at Lowe's, Home Depot, like that. They're $150 a foot for the cheap shit.
I want to say my kitchen cabinets were like $6,000, and my kitchen's only like 10 by 13. It's small.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, cabinets are outrageous, and that was in 2019.
That was pre-COVID.
Yeah. Yep.
And then like custom cabinets. Oh, I can get oak cabinets in your house before labor, $120 a running foot. But then you got to paint them.
Mm-hmm.
$80 a foot, running foot for exterior only. And it's another $25 to get primer shot on the inside. So, we'll go into kitchen. We went into a kitchen this fall where it was a condenser line that leaked all over the place. We had to pull cabinets out of there. And it was those kind of, what do you call them? Pickle cabinets, but then they had the penciling around the, all the panels.
Yeah.
I don't know. That was $150 a foot to have those repainted.
Damn.
Yeah. So, and the labor's not a lot more than it used to be pre-COVID. That's probably up 20%, but it's materials. It is straight up materials. Frame and lumber is down because nobody's building anything.
Yeah.
But everything else, it is what it is.
Yeah.
God, just go buy PVC pipe. What do you think a stick of 4-inch Schedule 40 costs you now?
No idea.
I don't know.
They used to be $7-8. Try $20 now.
Damn.
For one stick of Schedule 40. And then like a street tee, I don't know, $14, $12, $14 for a street tee 4-inch Schedule 40.
Yeah, actually, I just paid $1.88 for 1.5 PVC coupling. $1.88 for one coupling.
Mm-hmm.
They used to be what, 80 cents?
It used to be a quarter.
Well, depending on how far back you go. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's getting crazy. But here's the thing. Nobody in Iowa is bundling homeowners and car insurance right now. Like the companies that I can get car insurance through, I can't get homeowners insurance through. They're all pulling out of Iowa.
Until the state decides what they can do. See, your state doesn't have statewide contractor's license. It's probably by municipality, isn't it?
Say that again.
Your contractor's license in Iowa, probably like Missouri. Your town, if you're a contractor in your town, you get a license in your town. You go to the next town, you got to get a license in that town.
I think it's statewide in Iowa.
Is it statewide for general contractors or just like plumbers and electricians?
Well, I know my license for HVAC and hydronics was good for the whole state.
That's
As far as generals go, yeah, it's probably a municipality basis, right?
No, states like there's only 19 states in the country that have a statewide contractor's license, and everything's stable in those states. In the states that don't, it like Florida, it's just crazy. Florida's going through the same thing you're going through. There's only 3 companies in Florida writing property insurance.
That's what it's getting to in Iowa too. I was just talking with my agent today. I'm like, so what are they trying to do? Get like a big, a monopoly on one insurance company that's going to, everybody's going to have to pay, and they're going to jack the rates up and screw everybody over, or what? I mean, that's the right number.
It's the regulations. They're required. All right, when you file a claim with your insurance company, and the adjuster says, I think it's going to be a $20,000 claim. All right, the federal government says not only do they have to put what's called a reserve in. They have to do that claim plus 20%. Okay, so not only did they set that 20 grand aside, they set another $4 grand aside, and they got to hold it for 10 years in case there's any supplements that come along.
Right.
So what's happening in states like you were just talking about, these outside contractors are coming in that are raping people on prices. Okay, so the insurance company says, all right, we think this is a $20,000 claim. We got $4 grand in reserve, and all the bills come in at 30.
Yep.
The insurance company has to pull cash out of their operating budget to cover that $6,000 difference.
And I think the derecho is what put that over the top in Iowa. That derecho messed up a lot of stuff.
Correct. And that comes straight off their profits. Yep. Where the reserves that they set aside in an account, at least they can draw interest on it. Okay. It's like a bank account. Mm-hmm. It's like banks have to do a very similar thing on loans. And that's what happened in these states that don't have regulated contractors. Something gets out of whack. It happened in New Jersey at the hurricane. It's happened in Florida, the last 2 hurricanes. Mm-hmm. And the insurance companies are like, we're going broke here.
Yeah.
Insurance companies really do operate on very thin margins.
I don't understand why they don't go after these door-to-door contractors that are trying to beat up the insurance companies and lie to them. Because that contractor came to my house and she said, hey, I noticed you got some tree swipes on your house. Some shingles are damaged. You got a little bit of hail damage. The last hailstorm was this date. Call your insurance company and tell them you have hail damage from this date. And they're pretty much telling me to lie to them.
Yep.
I'm like, no, I'm not doing that.
Right. And you might not have to be a licensed contractor up to a certain amount. In Arkansas, that's only $2,000.
Yeah.
Anything below $2,000, you don't have to carry a license for it. Well, anything above that, you do. Well, when you do, you got to have liability insurance. Anything above 20 that you carry license for, you got to have workers' comp. You got to have $2 million in liability and all that. Well, you got these what we call storm chasers around here. That Blue Sky is a big company, big nationwide company, and they'll hire freaking convicts to go knock door to door.
Yep.
And tell them, look, we'll pay you 10% of everything you sell, and they will tell you whatever you want to hear to file a claim. It happened in Joplin after the big hurricane came through, and finally Joplin in Missouri is a municipality licensed state. They were like, you have to post a bond to get your contractor's license, because Blue Sky was coming in and was signing, we'll rebuild your house for whatever the insurance company says. We'll rebuild your house for whatever the insurance company says. But we got 24 months to start. So you had people under contract and they weren't letting them loose. 20 months after the tornado came through, and they're hiring everybody that would answer a Craigslist ad to come in and do it. Well, they posted their $20,000 bond, and they've got 400, 500 contracts for houses that people couldn't get out of, and they wouldn't release them. But finally, the municipalities stepped in and said, if you can't start within 4 months, that contract is void. But it's the politicians that got to fix it.
Kenny is here and West Covina Dodge is here. Hey, guys.
Hey, Kenny. So yeah, good news is car insurance is going down $50 a month. Can't beat that.
There you go.
And it's progressive. I haven't had to deal with them, but I haven't really heard anything bad. I mean, they're
And they won't write them a homeowner's policy?
No, not in Iowa. Nope. So she said homeowners insurance would be through a company called Heritage Mutual, which I'd never heard of, but they are local to me. They're in Preston, which is only 20 minutes away. So I'm like, well, I guess if that's all you can do, and it's only like a few $100s more a year. But she said you were underinsured on your last policy for your house. I upped your coverage on your house by about $100,000, and it only messed with your premium by $300. I said, all right, it is what it is. So hopefully I can get that straightened out. She gave me a good, better, and best, for insurance.
Mutual insurance is like a co-op. As a policyholder, you own part of the company. Mutual of Omaha, people have heard that mutual insurances are a little bit different.
Okay. So should I avoid that or should I go with it?
No, not at all.
That was my agent just had her cornea scraped too on Thursday. She called me. She goes, I was gonna get your policy going. I'm working on it. I know you're getting close to your date. I've got 500 clients that are going through the same thing you are. I get my cornea scraped. I'm like, take your time. It's all right. So she calls me today on a Saturday. She went in on her day off and did all this and calls me. I said, I get it. You're swamped. Ain't no big deal.
The Western Heritage owns Heritage Mutual, but each Heritage Mutual is individual by state.
Okay.
So it's a co-op.
Okay.
You should be fine. But yeah, that's the other thing. People wrote a policy 10 years ago. They bought their house for $350,000 10 years ago. Well, that house is worth
$600,000.
now, and to rebuild it would probably cost $500,000. They're underinsured.
That's exactly what happened with us. I mean, our house has easily doubled in value in the past 7 years.
If you haven't rewritten your homeowner's insurance since before COVID, by God, you better.
Yeah.
Because insurance company go, here's your check. Good luck.
Yeah. When I built that shed and ran power to it and stuff, I did call my insurance company and say, hey, I have another dwelling on this property now. Right. I had them tax them on for that, but it still wasn't enough.
Up your
policy and buy some Chinese heaters. I don't want to go through that, Pat.
You don't want to go through a fire.
No.
Because
my aunt did.
And she got canceled too. Everybody that goes through a fire claim gets canceled. Everybody.
I don't know if she had dropped or not. I'm not sure, but it was from a space heater. Yeah, she didn't. She never told me about whether insurance dropped her or not. I couldn't tell you. I would imagine they probably did.
When we get a claim from Allstate, they will tell you everything that's covered. Structure, dwelling, vehicles, all the roof, the siding, all the exterior structures. They give you a layout, and they also give you a list of all the claims that have ever been filed. We got one. They were like the tree roots ruptured their sewer lines in the front yard, and it became saturated. And the water perked into the house.
Ooh.
And one, you better have a black water rider on your policy. And two, we go in there. We're like, when did this happen? Oh, back in November sometime. And the adjuster sent us in for a moisture test. It happened in November. And then, but you look at they'd had like 17 claims in the last 10 years. I'm like, how do they even have a policy left?
Roomba sucked up a cat.
They'll catch, if you got a fringe rug, they'll catch them and melt the nylon and catch on fire too.
Oh man.
Geez, I thought they were just rinky dink. I didn't know they had that much power.
I was looking at that what she sent me to, and there was what was it? Equipment something coverage, equipment failure or something. And I looked into it. It's mechanical equipment, appliances, HVAC and stuff like that. And I'm like, are you telling me that's covered if that has a defect? Well, typically that's only for flood or fire. As if your HVAC gets damaged. I'm like, okay. So if my furnace shits out, it's not covered under homeowner's insurance.
Right. Yeah, that's a warranty policy.
Yeah, I was like, damn, that'd be awesome. But yeah, so that's getting squared away. I think we'll be all right on that.
It's amazing how much damage a little bit of water will cause, but fires they're detrimental, man. Even a simple kitchen fire can be thousands and thousands of dollars in damage because that smoke just goes everywhere.
Yeah.
And especially if it's a grease fire. You know, I was cooking bacon and and the phone rang. And it's that grease, it sticks to everything. And especially if you got a popcorn ceiling, the whole house is getting a new ceiling. New popcorn.
Yeah, at my aunt's house, I'm pretty sure that room, the fire was contained to pretty much that one room, maybe in the hallway a bit before the fireman got there. Her whole upstairs got gutted down to the studs, all of it.
Mm-hmm. Especially if it gets sucked into the HVAC.
Yeah.
Cat turds are highly flammable, kind of like honey.
Yeah, you run out of cannon fuse, find a cat turd.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what you feed the cats. What do they feed?
Swine kept feeding the cats canned food. She was like, God, their litter box stinks so bad. I said, quit feeding them that canned food. And so I talked her into doing a test for a week. She was like, it's amazing the result. Yeah.
I need to do a cat poop explosion video. We'll do that.
Well, I can mail you some if you want.
No.
Jim can just go dig some out of the yard.
We got plenty. Yeah.
Organic targets is cat turds stacked up on the.
We'll do Leon versus Minnie. Okay.
Which can handle a 22 long rifle, a standard velocity.
Minnie spits out the big ones, the pistol targets. So yeah, it's been an interesting week. Yeah, all that plumbing stuff. Right after my boiler, had its issues, and then my wife's car had no oil pressure, so that that cost me $440 to get that, looked at and fixed. The boiler, dude, they sent me the bill for fixing my boiler in 3 days. Typically, it's about a month before you get a bill from a contractor around here. I saw that bill show up in 3 days. I'm like, are you kidding me? The last time they were here to fill up my Freon, it was about a month before
they can send it from their phone while they're standing there.
Wow. I opened it up and it was almost $700. I'm like, ugh.
Minimum for a plumber is about $650 now. So
here, the first visit was only $250.
Huh?
The first visit here was only $250 because all I did was replace the pressure valve. But when they had to come and the pressure wouldn't go down, it was the pressure regulator and the backflow valve, and those parts alone were like $400 just for those two parts.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch. But yeah, good times. So anyways, enough of my whining. Where's your Baby Cry soundtrack, Jim? What's we need that.
Oh, Esau's here. Hey, Esau.
Yeah, your video when you were singing that song, I was pretty upset that you didn't have a baby cry in that song somewhere. I was waiting for it.
I know. I didn't think of it. It would have been perfect. It would have been perfect.
I need to have my wife watch that video of you did with the baby cries. And I was dying watching that one.
Oh, Esau got a rugged can. All right,
What?
let's go. A rugged suppressor.
Got a 30 cal can. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's Henry's company now. He merged with Silencer Co. and then it got ugly because of Silencer Co. They had new management, so I'm glad Henry's on his own.
You gonna pick you up a new lever gun?
Me?
Get that
Yeah.
300 blackout, man.
300
you-
blackout
you know
lever
you
gun.
want-
It's already
you know
got
you
threaded
want it.
barrel and everything.
You
I
know you
know.
want it.
It's so ugly, though. It's so ugly.
So it's a high point, but they run great.
I like how it has that short throw. It's like the old Browning 22s. It's just chit 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 chit, but it's got like an AR bolt in it. I don't know about. I guess it'll clean easy.
Takes AR mags too, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a beauty.
Yeah, there you go, man.
I know.
30
you get
round.
the,
lever gun.
I know. I've wanted something like that. So eventually, we'll see what happens. Let them come out, see if they have issues, all that stuff.
Yeah, Aero Precision made a lever.
Smith and Wesson.
Smith Wesson is another one.
Trying to sell to these restricted states like Cranky lives in.
What
Yeah.
what
Bear
calibers? did
Creek
you-
Arsenal has one, but it's not out yet.
Bear Creek Arsenal. Now that might be a good price.
Yes, they
If
made
you
one.
go
too.
on YouTube, look up Maul AR, MAULAR. So it's not being made yet, but I guess they got the prototype out.
Okay, Smith and Wesson just copied Marlin. I don't know how they got away with it. Well, probably. I don't know if Ruger has rights. I don't know.
They probably bought them.
The age of it.
But what does the Bear Creek look like? Did they copy Rossi or Marlin or somebody?
Neither.
They're going to
Like
be a
it.
good price. I might, and they'll do it threaded.
They just welded a lever to a straight up AR-15 lower, man. That's knowing them.
Just put a pivot in there where it brings the bolt back. Yeah. It
Okay,
probably works just fine.
is it on their website, Bear Creek's website?
No, it's on YouTube, but I haven't found it on their website.
It's
Is it
called
like a shot show thing or what?
No, I think it's been out before a shot show.
Just
So
a
it's a
teaser.
Maul, MAULAR,
Mall.
like a mauler.
Okay.
Molar.
You know,
MAUL.
mall, like a splitting mall. Have you
Yeah.
noticed the shot show videos this year are just a fraction of what they used to be?
Thank
They
God,
have
ain't that right?
It's because there's a reason for that, and it's because they make all the media people there. They have to meet certain criteria in order to be given a pass. It's not open to the public anymore. You have to have your own website, yada yada. Kenny knows. I mean,
You can't just have a YouTube channel and go.
I think you
There's
have
a
to have
lot
a
of them that
website.
did.
Okay.
Kenny, what are the
There's still
stipulations?
a
What are the
bunch
stipulations
of-
to get a badge to go in there? There's a bunch of hoops you got to jump through in there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them, of the YouTubers that go there.
All I'm getting is Axmal things.
Split mall.
MAULAR.
I'll find it and send him a link.
Oh, it's an AR, not a lever action.
But it's a lever action.
A
M-A-N.
lever.
Oh, okay. That's the whole word AR. Okay. Lever action.
So has TGC News died? Have they been kicked off YouTube or something? Or am I just been? I hadn't seen him in months.
Who?
TGC News. He used to every Monday. He used to have his
The gun channel?
yeah.
I don't know.
It like about Thanksgiving. He just disappeared.
All right, Jim, I found it. I'm sending it to you.
Okay, yeah. Text it to me because I'm getting something else also.
It's like a little 15, 20, 30-second video.
Oh, it's a short.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's
Mm.
You can only find it on YouTube.
And shorts are going to be so informative. Oh,
I didn't say it was informative, but it's a cool concept.
hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Hey, he said. He saw.
I see a wagon. I see horses in the video so far. Oh, there's a cowboy.
Want to be a cowboy.
That literally showed a half a second of the gun.
Shorts.
You'll have to pause it when it shows the gun to get a good look at it. It looks like it takes 870 furniture.
They're showing horses, cows, covered wagon. Come on.
It's coming. It only shows it for a split second. Be ready to pause it.
Okay, I got it. Someone did a 9 like that, and it didn't work out so well.
Yeah, who did that?
9mm, it didn't work out so well. Okay.
I forget.
But hey, everyone's coming out with these ranch rifles, you know?
Yeah. Okay, Kenny said you got to show you're a publisher or own a website blog. YouTube itself isn't enough. I went this year as a manufacturer. Okay.
Well, screw them.
Hey, Palmetto State Armory is building bolt action guns too. Coming soon. Everybody's branching out into some weird shit. Foxtrot had some really cool stuff at their
Like I
booth.
said, trying to sell in these states that are restricting the semi-autos. So take a platform, put new Legos on there, and go.
Yeah.
Uh,
I was watching the dude talking to Paul at Foxtrot. I've never heard or seen Paul, make a video or talk. He seems like a pretty cool dude. He'd be a cool dude to have on here bullshit with.
He is. I should ask him if he wants to do it.
Yeah.
They just came out with a solid barrel everything. And
Yep.
gas tube you put on and you see it, you turn it around and it can't,
It's a 45-degree gas port. Yep.
Yeah.
I sent you a screenshot of the Mall AR, Tim, man. You can send that to Jim if you want to.
Yep, there it is. Yeah, it looks like an 870 stock.
Everyone's,
Yeah, that's literally what they did. They put a lever on an AR lower. I was just kidding.
well, no, somebody did that 9mm and it was Jam-O-Matic. So
Why can't I save that photo? There it goes.
you definitely want to make sure it works first. What caliber does it say or no?
That's what I was wondering. Is it pistol or rifle calibers that they're doing?
Now
I
watch
think they've done it in either 223 or 300 blackout.
223 is a waste of time.
Right now, it's just kind of a concept gun.
Yeah. Okay.
And they may not even ever build it except for that one that they done for the video.
Yeah, but at least they won't ask $1,200 for it.
Who was the other one that done a AR style? Air Precision, and it was someone else starts with an S. That's
Air-
Stag.
What are you talking about now? What kind of gun?
Someone else did a AR style. Air Precision. There was another one that starts with an S.
Stag arms,
I think
Seekins,
I was thinking might have been Stag.
spikes.
I thought it was someone else.
Are you
But
talking
it don't sound
like,
right.
like a ranch rifle?
It's just an AR style
with a
lever
scope?
gun.
Oh, a lever gun. Huh. I don't know. Levers are getting popular, but all the tactical guys are hating it. It's like, what's with all these lever guns?
To me, I think the most innovative was the Henry with the AR mag.
Well, Kenny was working on making one. We were talking about that, and now Henry's making one.
Apparently Bear Creek is too. That photo shows an AR mag slapped into that lever gun. The Bear Creek one.
Right, but it's based off an AR though.
Mm-hmm.
The Henry's going to be $1,200. So
That mag
Unless
pull
Henry based it off the AR and just put wood around it.
What's that, Marvin?
It looks like that Magpul 870 stock.
That's what I'm saying. It looks like 870 furniture.
The upper looks like an AK upper, doesn't it? Just the
I have
shape.
to look at it again.
I got my thumb on pause.
Oh, I can send you the picture. Try to send it to me. I wasn't where you're interested.
Yeah, I took a screenshot of it off the video.
Well, I just got my thumb on the
Yeah,
track.
I sent it to you. Now that looks like an AR upper too. Might be. It looks like an AR-10 upper. Honestly, that's a long one.
What is going on upstairs? Jeez, cats. Yeah. So
Yeah, I'm like Uncle Jim. I like the idea of the Bear Creek because they're not going to charge $1,200-$1,400 for one.
Right.
Yeah.
It'll be in the $500 to $700 probably.
That's just good on a AR bolt. I guarantee you, that's all it is.
I was just joking when I made that. When I said that.
yeah, because the Henry has an AR style bolt, and they did the internal hammer. Okay, and it twists around and locks up. I guess supposed to be really smooth. But then you get into this, did they get it all out right before they put it out type deal, or you got to wait a year or two before they fix it right?
Nah. Pull Elite Precision and make the consumers the guinea pigs. Like the APP.
Well, PSA is coming out with a 10 millimeter compact dagger. I'm interested in that for hiking.
That is sweet.
And that's not going to break the bank. They're making a 45 also.
A compact, like a 19 size or smaller?
Full size dagger 45 and a compact 10 millimeter.
Or you can get a Taurus TH10.
So the compact is going to be like a Glock 29. You know, shorter grip. Shorter.
In 10 millimeter.
Cranky says the mistake is that it takes AR mags. Yeah, sorry, buddy. That still ain't Connecticut compliant, is it?
You poor bastard.
You can put 5-round mags in it.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody will have a little box mag that'll.
Mm-hmm.
We have a guest that came on here, but I'm afraid to click.
If you don't know who it is, I would just probably not.
NewZealandFisting.com. Yeah.
Yeah, been there, done that.
Fabe Man, is that an A? Faben man? All one word? Fab Man? Fabe Man?
No, you're already on thin ice with YouTube.
Bastards.
They want to come on, but not be in the side chat. There's your first.
Wait a minute. I see the avatar picture, and it looks like a VJ. All right. So that can't be good. That can't be good.
Evidently, I can't see it on my phone. So
I could take a far away picture so people won't. No, we're not doing that. All right. Let's see. Don't want to hit the wrong button now.
What do you think about the that ultimate turret that Lee's coming out with?
the 6-station.
So it can be 3, 4, 5, or 6 hole turret heads on this press.
Yeah, but when do you use more than 4? I guess it's for if you're using a. I don't know.
So if you want to seat, or if you want to expand and powder charge separately, if you want to seat and crimp separately, I mean it could come in handy. I don't think I'm going to pick up on it, but it's
powder cop.
Yep, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. Then you got how much are their turrets?
$30.
Yeah,
For the 6-station.
The 6-station was actually 35. The 4-station was 30, and the 3 or maybe it was the 3 or 6 station. It was weird. Like the ones with more holes were less expensive.
Huh. That is weird.
It was, yeah. I was like, what? It's more work, more milling, less material though. So I don't know.
Yeah, but the material has to be recycled when they mill it.
Right.
Let's see what the private chat messages say from Mr. VJ.
No.
It's a hooded man. Oh, he's
No.
you guys from Ohio. He said that picture, which looked to me like a VJ, just lips if we talk about that. He's saying it's a hooded man, exclamation point.
I still don't buy it.
You guys from Ohio, I like gun stuff.
No.
Not buying it. Not buying it.
False flag.
Maybe we'll have a troll night where we just go private or something, but not tonight. All right.
Yeah, as in uncircumcised.
Hooded something.
Pat, you working tonight? Are you hiding in the closet listening to the chat?
We have another. Now he's Kentucky. Let's see your avatar now, Kentucky. Oh, it's showing a guy. All right. He's got a mustache. He's kind of rocking the OAC. What do you call him? Polly.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole.
Stranger danger.
It's a rotary turret, so you got to go through one caliber to 1, 2, 3 to get to the next. Or I guess if you manually turn it.
What do you mean for that turret press? You gotta if you have open stations.
This hole might be good for multiple calibers, but
if you think about it, you can do resize and decap on station 1, and then expand on station 2, charge on 3, seed on 4, crimp on, charge on 3, powder cop on 4, seed on 5, crimp on 6. I mean, stuff like that.
Or you do 3s and 3s if you're crimping and seeding at the same time.
Yeah.
So
I don't do that. I don't do that with cast bullets.
My 44 special die, I don't have the factory crimp, so I do it that way, and it's not bad at all. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
But
just
if
get noises.
if you're doing like I do, multiple bullets, different caliber, and then I just unscrew it, do it, screw it back. So,
25 bucks for each shell plate. You mean turret head? Or is the shell plate different, proprietary?
I don't know. I'm sure people will get them because they're new, and then we'll find out what the fuss is about.
If I didn't have a classic cast, I might think about it. But I love that classic cast 4-hole. That's good enough for me. I wish that would have been the first press I ever bought. Bottom
If they
shell
came
plate.
up with
Pat,
these-
are you talking about the 6-pack Pro, or are you talking about the new Ultimate 6-station turret from Lee?
I wish
I
they
think
come up with a decent priming system.
Yeah, that's where they kind of get their ass kicked. Although I don't have any issues with the one on the classic cast using that safety prime. It works well for me.
on the turret, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A little pivot when you do.
Yeah.
One thing I haven't used my single stage for a while, the big Lee cast one, and I go to prime and I'm like, wait a minute, where's the bar here to feel it? And I was like, you can't. How was I doing it before the classic before the turret?
You probably took that bar out. You had to have, and if you were using your Prairie Dog.
It has the casting that comes down, but it's not the same as a turret where you can squeeze it. You got a bar there to prime. Okay, so I was like, okay, maybe I'll adjust the handle on it. And I was like, this is awkward. It's been
Are you talking about pushing the primer into the case with the classic cast?
Huh?
What are you talking about? You talking
Feeding
about
the
actually,
primer.
feeding the primer,
Seating.
seating it?
Seating,
You just push the handle forward.
And you grab that bar and you can feel the primer. I go over to the single stage and it's like, where's the bar to feel?
Oh, like you do on your turret press.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not the same as the turret. The turret has that little bar there.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying you can do it, but it's
You
different.
can do it, but it was way awkward. It wasn't, it's been a while since I primed on it, but I was doing something separate. It didn't want to mess with the other.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, that's weird. How was I doing it before? So I'm like this, trying to feel the primer. That's what's great about the turret press. You can feel that primer. You don't need any primer gadgets.
You don't need to feel nothing. Just ram it in there.
Well, that's what I do. Boom.
Yeah, dude.
Oh. Kentucky, dude, I don't know you. We had issues with trolls that showed bad stuff as soon as I clicked the button. Okay, and that's why I can't put you on here.
We're a little gun shy.
Rollis, you be good, man. Thanks for coming.
Hey,
Night,
good night,
night,
Rollis.
Rollis. I think West Covina Dodge, Pat, said it best with the priming system on a Lee. If you try real hard and believe in yourself, you'll get that second primer in there.
Oh, I need a smoke.
This time of year that kicks my butt right here.
Cold outside?
Oh, just work, busy.
Yeah.
That's when all the pipes explode.
We will do as much
All the
between
space heaters catch on fire.
We'll do as much between Christmas and March 1st as we'll do between Memorial and Labor Day.
Wow. That's not a bad problem to have, I suppose. Making money.
But being a young company, it's not like we've got 30 people to run everywhere. I got 4 techs and there's an office manager and 3 owners. We're working on that. So. And one of my business partners is about to become a cyborg. They're essentially replacing about 40% of his foot with stainless steel.
Nice.
And he has to put 0 weight on it for 14 days.
Wheelchair?
Crutches and wheelchair. Hey, Kenny.
Kenny.
I'm back in the shed.
Back in the shed. About 11 degrees.
Yeah, it's kind of cold in here. I'm actually reloading. This is the reloading shed now.
I was gonna say, is that a Dillon powder measure I see?
Ooh, it's a Dillon something. You talking about this thing right here?
No, the powder measure right in front of you.
Oh, that's the old Smith,
Lyman. Okay.
Lyman. Good old trusty Lyman that Uncle Jim sent me like 3 years ago.
Love that thing.
Freaking love that thing, man. Best powder measure ever. Or
Never used
powder
one.
dumper.
And to think they used to be $35.
I know. Do you see the price of them now? They're like $65.
I know. I should have bought 2 of them.
Should have bought 100. Should have bought 100.
Yeah.
Sold them.
I'm actually reloading a 25 GT.
Nice.
It is a wicked little round.
What grain bullet is that? Looks like a
Hornady's new 134 grain ELD.
Oh, for the 22
22 arc.
arc.
Well, no, this is the 25. This is a 25 cal.
Yeah.
I actually just got some ammo in for the 22 arc in comparison to my 22 DPC. It shoots pretty damn good, but necking down a 6.5 Grendels at a 22 cal, I've crushed a couple cases. So it can be done in one pass, but it's a lot of lube.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's how you have to deal with it.
Yep. But I'm happy with what I created. I don't need to jump over.
You got to be gentle and use a lot of lube.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not really worth it. I have a whole Dylan press set up for 22 DPC. That thing busts out, and these 80 grain bullets super fast.
Mm-hmm. Okay, do any of you guys have any experience with the RCBS Trim Pro 2 case trimmer?
No.
Oddball Stuff has one, and he has a video on it.
Okay.
And I like it. I like how it holds the shell.
That's what I'm saying. I'm really intrigued by that thing, and you can get a neck turner for it, and you can get all the different stuff. Like a power adapter, and they're only like $115. They're not that expensive.
Yeah, because me and Kenny have the old Forsters. You know where we got them
Yep.
from, and
I
didn't cost us anything. But now the Forsters are expensive. I would be if I was looking at one today. I would like that lever.
Just have it on a little laminate piece of stock.
Kenny.
It works good.
I like your idea of drilling the holes to hold the different tips.
Kenny,
Yeah, that's all I did. Just drill the holes right here.
I got a little box with all that in there.
that's what got me the strike, Kenny. The hollow pointer on the little Forster.
They gave you a strike for that? Are you kidding
Yep.
me?
Yeah.
What
Dude,
in the world?
It's got to be modifying or manufacturing bullets, because
Dude, you know how much times I'm freaking showing manufacturing on my channel?
but it's the bullets themselves. Because if you think about it, casting, you get a strike. Making hollow points out of bullets, you got a strike. So I mean, is the projectiles
What the
themselves?
freaking
I don't understand.
Okay, Kenny. I found the old Foster hollow pointers that go along the shell, so it's all concentric.
Yeah, I was watching that video. I watched all those videos recently.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When I saw that on eBay for $20, I'm like, man, I started looking for videos real quick or any information. Are they any good? And it says, here's a video. And I go to the video, deleted by YouTube, deleted by YouTube, deleted by YouTube. They hate,
You knew what was coming.
they hate the hollow pointer. So what do? I do a hollow pointer of it.
And it was deleted by YouTube.
That's crazy, man. Out of all things, yeah. How is that any more dangerous than going out and showing reloading on a 9mm XTP round?
Yeah, but you know that.
Or the G2 rip round that's being advertised as all
They don't know
that.
the difference. They don't know the difference. That's the problem.
Well, and I've
Pretty
got
crazy,
videos up where I put up on purpose of showing me doing the entire process of loading, the ammunition. It's like nobody cares. I was loading 308 on one video just because I could. I gave out my load data and everything, all of it. So,
They were popping people with that for a while, but they backed off of it.
yeah, I tried getting a strike with that one. I just didn't care.
The
But-
casting they consider manufacturing.
Yeah, the casting.
Yeah, I'm always showing machining work and all that. I mean, I've gotten strikes. I've called YouTube out on Instagram and everything, blatantly call them assholes. And I've gotten strikes, but they don't ever go over the 2 strike mark unless you just have nothing but casting, I guess.
Oh, yes, they do. Right, Uncle Jim.
Well, for him, yeah. But
I know.
I don't know. They'll ride that 2 strike mark for a while.
They've deleted like 49 of Taco's videos.
It's crazy.
I really don't get why. Like, I don't know. I still don't understand. Like, how is that any more dangerous than reloading this? Like, there's videos showcasing reloading or people giving load data to this day on new cartridges out there, and I don't know. We could only gripe, right?
Some of them have several 100,000 views.
Yeah.
I've got a 223 reloading video that's up to like over 40,000, I think, 50, something like that.
Yeah, well, I don't know. We're kind of stuck using the platform. No one's really conformed to one platform, so.
Yeah. That's right. They just have it out for Jim for some reason. Hey, there's Mig. What's up, Mig?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It says hit list. Yeah. Oh well. They don't like rebels.
Yeah, man.
I still need to do a video on the check weights that Pat sent. I haven't had time lately.
Yeah, I'm thinking of actually taking a break off YouTube for a year because I'm just that busy. I just don't have the time to do any videos anymore.
Mm-hmm. Heard that.
I know. I should have caught you before you got busy
That's what I did.
because I saw an Arasaka video the other day popped up on the side, and I'm like, what did I do with that thing? I don't even know what it is. And I want that barrel off of there.
Well, I mean, I'm going to showcase. I got stuff coming up in the works this year, but for Bolt Action 22, obviously. But you know, like I've casted so many bullets. Like, I still load cast bullets all the time. I just don't cast anymore because I casted so much in the last few years. I'm just going through my cast loads. So I have a lot of molds. I'm going to send you that Keith mold that I have there, Jim, the hollow point. I got the recipe and then the ingots for how I sweeten it up with the tin. So I'll give you that. That actually was from Charlie Brassstuffer. I don't know if you heard about him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
James Pollard.
Yeah.
That was his mold.
It wasn't his mold, but the recipe I got from him.
Yeah. Well, I did what I thought was soft lead on the last video there, but I overcooked that round. And so
That was a deep hollow point too.
Yeah.
all I gotta do
That
is
was deep.
all I gotta do is put a dimple on that one, and we're good. You know, just a little dimple on that guy, and he'll be good. And then I did a slow going 44 special, and it actually curled like a banana. And what happened was I ran out of milk jugs, so I was using those hard plastic crispy jugs, and it pinched
You ought to change the title to non-lethal, and then they'll probably get promoted.
Anyway, on that one, it pinched the whole point closed on the first jug, turned into a banana, and just started chewing everything all the way out. It was
That's awesome.
Sideways and everything.
British
It was awesome.
303.
It's an awesome self-defense round.
Yeah, but it pinched the whole point on the second one. But I'll get it. It'll be fine.
Yeah. Like I said, call it non-lethal, and YouTube will probably promote it. So we're going to a non-lethal round. Yeah.
Why does Rumble send me notifications for power slap competitions? I have never watched one of those.
What's a power slap
each other in the
competition?
face. Yeah, they slap each other in the face to see who gets knocked out first.
No,
Oh, I've been seeing that too pop up on YouTube. Like, what is this all about?
no, there's actually one that you would watch, okay? Because Dana's
That's just the way to keep the American culture freaking morons.
No,
Because Dana White slapped the shit out of that dude, yeah.
Hear me out. I hate power slap. Dana's trying to promote it, thinking it's the next UFC, which it's not. And then I see on a side, I get a side thing. There's power slap for women, and they slap each other's ass in bathing suits. And then they turn around to the audience and show the damage.
Yeah, nah.
So that's what it's come to.
Wait, Dana White did it to somebody?
Not Dana White. That's not Dana White.
Well, there's a video where Dana White slapping the crap out of somebody. Never.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
that's
know.
what we need.
Nina was interviewing a UFC fighter from Brazil, and she's like, "Have you seen this?" And she asked the Brazilian, and she's like, "Would you do that?" She's like, "No," because of the Brazilian bikini,
Yeah.
The Brazilians probably like, we do that all the time.
So anyway, she showed a side, picture within a picture of the contest, and they're whacking each other on the bum, and then they both turn to the audience and, bend over.
They hold up scorecards.
You sure that's
Freaking
not
so lame, dude. That's so
sure that's
lame.
not a Twin Peaks or something? Yeah.
Are you sure you're on you? Are you sure you're on YouTube and not some other website?
Yeah, I've got a Jim.
I can post you the link. You know who Nina is, Kenny. Nina
Yeah,
interviewed.
I know, Mina. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. That stuff is just, for one, I'm not going to support entertainment that way. That's just, to me, I'm going to lose brain cells watching crap like that.
It's like shorts.
Idiocracy. That's what comes to mind.
Well, that's all I'm saying, because
That
every
movie.
other culture that's not United States, they don't have stuff like that on Shorts or Instagram. It's a way to keep our culture stupid, I'm telling you.
Mhm.
It's working.
It is working. I saw a kid today tie his shoe backwards, or tie both his shoelaces in a knot, and then tripped over himself at In and Out. I said, "This is like a cartoon." He legitimately didn't know what he was doing. Tied both his shoelaces together, and then freaking got up and ate shit. Oh. Glad my kids are homeschooled. That's all I got to say.
Right. I know my kids are approaching that age where I got to start selecting a school for them. It's scary, dude.
Yeah.
It's like,
Arizona is still the only state that actually has school choice, where we actually get, how the money for taxes that you spend for school, we have the option of using it for us as parents. We could actually put them in Christian school and all that, or you could take them and do homeschool and get paid $7,500 a year in school supplies and material.
I think Iowa does that. They have grants you can get for private schools. I got a flyer in the mail talking about that.
Yeah, it's similar, but not.
It might be
Arizona.
new, or I'm sure it's different, but
yeah, I think Arizona is still the first one, only one right now that has what they call. It's called school choice, and that enables the parents to get $7,500 a year. I think it's or actually pay for whole curriculum if you go to private school and everything.
Yeah, I'm sure in Iowa, all the private schools in Iowa, if they dished out $7,000 in tuition, help for families and their kids, Iowa would just jack up the tuition $7,000. That's how that works.
Oh yeah, right. Yep.
It's sent them to the nuns.
Okay, Kenny, why isn't Arizona supporting Texas right now for the border?
I have no clue, dude. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not down here either.
It's Katie Hobbs, dude. It's Katie Hobbs. What do you do?
Yeah. Well, all I know is it's Phoenix area, man. It's all of that general region, just like any big city. Shit gets overruled by Democrats.
They want the votes, dude. Look how close it was in Arizona.
Yeah.
They got to secure that win.
Did you guys hear about that? Who's it? The known terrorist that just crossed the border here in Arizona, and he's like, "You guys all know who I am." He just got he's a known bomber, like a bomb terrorist. Got his damn name. He just crossed here in Arizona. He's a very highly wanted terrorist that just crossed over here. They got video footage, and the reporter's like asking this guy a question. He's like, "You don't know who I am? This is how idiocy or how morons you guys are. You guys will soon know who I am." And the guy was so confident the way he spoke, and he did a face recognition on this guy, and found out he's like the really high terrorist wanted list.
Wow.
But
yeah, he just crossed over here. So, great. Here now we have this guy, and he's like well trained for ordinances and bombs and all that.
Great.
I'm like, now we got that over here. Good job.
Yep. What do they expect?
Open borders. Yeah, we're getting a lot of illegals, man. Just even over here, since I'm kind of on the border of California. Go to the gas station, it's just freaking sketchy AF. People walk in there, you're like, yeah, you ain't from here, dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the cold weather up here might suck, but at least I don't have to deal with that firsthand. Firsthand. Secondhand, obviously, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not down there either, but
well,
what the hell is that guy's name? It tipped my tongue, man. If you guys look him up, you'll be like, oh shit, this is pretty serious.
Ted Kaczynski.
The Unabomber.
Yeah, that's the Unabombers. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, they did a voice recognition and facial. And actually, the FBI was over here trying to find him now. So I'm like, great. So obviously they know it's him.
A little late. He could be in New York right now.
Yeah.
That's how the FBI operates. Everything that happens, the suspect was known to the FBI. Every time.
Give them a week to get away.
Mm-hmm.
Homeland doesn't give a crap. So.
Well, the thing about it is that they're not putting that on public TV. Why is that? Like, I had to go see
Scare the hell out of everybody.
Meet the narrative.
Well, it's like, why don't you put that guy, his facial recognition, or just everywhere? You got the Amber Alert and all this other crap that we have. It's like, come on, man, this is serious.
I know that video's made its way around the damn YouTube, but I didn't know they figured out who he was.
Oh yeah, I forgot his name. They listed it, but it's only local news journals that found out and then worked with the local FBI agents here in DEA, and was confirmed that it's 100% that guy, that terrorist. It's not 90%; it's 100% confirmed. It's him.
Wow.
He's probably going to a big city.
Well, he said, "You will know who I am very soon." That's his exact words. The guy was talking. Obviously, the guy recording with his little, GoPro, doing his, First Amendment audit crap. A journalist. Trey, you know what I'm talking about, right? You probably watch that stuff.
I know the video's been making its round on Glenn Beck.
Yeah,
On the different shows, Glenn Beck, Sarah Gonzalez, and Glenn Beck, and some of the other ones. But
yeah,
like I said, I hadn't seen anywhere
this
where
guy's
they.
Like one of the main terrorist guys, but he is.
I haven't seen where they show or have seen or said that, hey, here he is. This is the guy, and this is his name, or nothing like that.
Yeah.
Go Texas. We should all bring our people down there.
Well, we should do what we're doing in Europe, man. You see how these farmers are protesting. Why the hell are we doing that?
Well, they had truckers that were going down to protest, but
the farmers here should be protesting all this damn chemicals and stuff they want to do and tearing up crops because of something.
I'm pretty sure the government started shooting the farmers in Holland.
You take the tax-free gas away from our farmers like they're trying to do in Europe, and you'll see the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's what they're all fussing about. Oh, you're going to carbon tax us more than what our fuel subsidy is. So.
Yep, I'm running farm diesel right now in the tractor.
The good old red stuff.
Yeah.
I got one station around here that has the farmer's diesel.
Did they put a special nozzle on it that won't fit into a regular truck?
It'll fit into a semi truck, but it won't fit into a regular car type truck. But it's also red, so that the DOT can
you
see
get pop
it.
with that. You're in deep shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
But then I just buy it by the 5 gallon, put it in my tractor.
Does anybody here know of anyone ever getting busted for that? Ever?
No.
Yeah, if you cross the border over here, I know the check station, if you're smoking like that, they're going to pull you aside.
Dude, I grew up on a farm. We had a diesel tank on our farm that we filled our tractors with. Yeah, we had diesel trucks too.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
the gasoline tank on his farm is the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got red dye in it. Can't you just add a different color dye and turn it back to the normal diesel color?
Turn it green.
Neutralize it, type.
Well, there's guys that I've seen because we run red diesel at the railroad. Obviously, all the trains are running on that red crap, and shoot, there's many times where I was up there in North Dakota. That's all we had, man. There's no gas station. We're 10 miles away from Winnipeg or the border. The next exit is Winnipeg, was in St. Vincent up there, and that's what I did. I siphoned out red diesel from a freaking locomotive, get us back.
Yeah.
Yep. That stuff was like gel, man. It came out gel.
Oh,
It was so cold. Yeah. And to this day, so I still kind of taste it, man. That thing kind of traumatized me. I've had a headache for like 3 days. Trying to get that thing freaking siphoned out using what the hell was it, seal tight or whatever. We call it horsecock, but that's what we use for the railroad. It's an EMT conduit.
The non-metallic flex.
Yeah, non-metallic flex. Yeah, hey, get that horsecock. That's like stupid. All right. But yeah, it's pretty scary, man, knowing all these illegals are over here. I don't know. I told the wife, something goes down, you ain't gonna know, because they could hit up these neighborhoods out here real quick.
well, if you put all the illegals together in the last 2 years, it's the 13th largest state in the country now.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's according to the Wall Street Journal, even.
Oh, yeah.
I'll listen to that podcast every morning.
Yeah. It's definitely something. I mean, I always say, we may have a break. It says biblically that we're living the days of Noah, but also we're going to live the days of Lot, and that's living the days of basically things are going good and we're lovers of ourselves, meaning we may get a break of all of this crap that's going on, and that's when you want to be careful. So I'm hopeful, but you got to be careful, man, with everything going on. All these illegals coming up here, and just keep your eye out, man.
Yep.
Jim's up there. He's isolated already. We should go to Jim's house.
Jim's got the high ground.
Hey, Gunswatter.
Pat says that would sell like hotcakes. Treads diesel dye eliminator.
Yeah, it would. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how you get. I mean, green kills.
He's just running. He's running red diesel through a Brita filter. That's all he's doing.
Tastes better.
No, I got it. The way they check is in your gas tank, right? So
Yeah.
you just make it so you have two openings, inside. So when they probe down there, you instantly cap off the other. It automatically
Have an insert that goes in that has a cord.
it just goes into a quart of regular diesel.
Your filler neck always goes to the tiny tank that you keep regular diesel in.
Yeah.
There we go.
But before you fill up, you have to flip a lever.
Yeah.
There you go, Jim. There's a way to get you on the strike.
The EPA is listening.
Well, Toyota just announced a vehicle, a water, one of their cars, like it's a Toyota Mirai or something like that. That's going to run on water.
I thought it was hydrogen.
It's hydrogen. Yeah, the Mirai already runs on hydrogen, but they have now a way to convert the water to the hydrogen.
Huh.
Well, that's technology's been around forever. There's a lot of people
Separate
wanting
the H2O.
Yeah.
It just takes more electricity to convert it than the energy you get out of it.
But Toyota was pushing the ammonia engine, and that is nasty when things go bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There was talk about them actually bringing over that little small truck they made. That's only like $13,000.
the Hilux.
It's not the Hilux. It's like a little mini. It's a
That
mini
little
truck.
mini truck.
Yeah, and then you could configure it to like an Overlander. You can do whatever the hell you want with it, and it's only $13,000.
I'm still pissed they kind of put the kibosh to automakers making those tiny trucks, man, because they were awesome. S10s, Rangers, the old small ones, like the small
Ford
Toyota
Courier.
Yeah.
The Datsun, the Courier, and the Isuzu, all the little. Well, at first it was the Toyota.
They all got lowered.
And the
Yeah, I used to notch them, put them in bags, and Took about 30 minutes to pump up the bags before I left the parking lot.
Subaru Brat.
My buddy Jimmy had an old Toyota pickup like that. He loved that truck, and it was nice.
You know,
Yeah.
the Mazda V2000 was one you could put 500,000 miles on.
Oh, and those, yeah, especially if you found one of those in diesel, the older ones,
Mhm.
you can get to from here to 3 hours away on 70 cents in diesel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
It was the insurance industry that got rid of them.
Well, if you get smacked by a car in one of them, you're pretty much dead.
Well, go get run over by an SUV in a smart car. You're going to look like a Coke can that's been stomped on.
Yeah. My first vehicle was an S10.
Yeah. Mine was a D21 hard body.
Those hard
I had
bodies
a,
too. Oh man.
I had one of those.
it was original 4-cylinder. It had 8 spark plugs. I forgot what motor I was. It wasn't a K21, 24. It was the older one with 8 spark plugs on the 4-cylinder.
Like a Hemi.
Yeah, it was cool, man. That thing mobbed around. I got pretty good gas on that thing.
I had one
The
of
best
those.
part of it is like when I was running out of gas, it will shut off, and then you wait like 30 seconds later, I'll get you another 4 miles and shut off. It kept doing it. I never ran out of gas with that thing. It just ran on fumes.
Yeah, an S10, Marvin.
I had the S10 Cameo that had that hot Buick V6 in it.
The 4.3.
Yes, it was the 4.3, but it was the high compression 4.3. The Buick put turbos on it. I think GMC used it for their Hurricane, that 4-wheel drive twin turbo.
Oh, the Typhoon.
Typhoon, yeah.
Those were they supercharged or turbocharged?
It was dual turbocharged, but they were cold turbos. They were back behind the gas tank.
Okay,
Like
those
Grand National.
those Typhoons were all-wheel drive too. Those were nasty cars.
Yeah.
Yep.
That S10 I had to put still in the bed because it was a positive track rear end. If there was any water on the street, I go around the corner. Whoa!
I had a 4.3 in my S10 too, and it was a 5-speed manual. That was my first vehicle. I don't think it wasn't turboed or anything like that. It was just a straight, 4.3 liter V6. But nah,
Tell me you can drive a manual transmission?
Oh yeah, I'm
Yep.
34, man. I'm not that young.
Yeah, I think me and Tim Man are the last generation that actually knows how to drive a stick shift.
Yeah.
The original Datsun little truck, and we had a company truck, a little Toyota, and a little Ford.
How many of these youngsters do you think put a Beetle in reverse?
They all worked fine, and they were fun to drive.
Not familiar with that, with the Beatles.
Oh, having to push down and then go over into reverse.
Oh yeah.
My side by side is that way. My first gear is down, is over left and down. Oh, that gets everybody, and then reverse is up.
In the
up
old
and right.
bus, push down vertically and then go over.
Yeah. I had a vehicle that I drove that had that too. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, there's a lot of it's the 6-speed Toyotas are doing that. The old Matrixes that came out like a few years ago. It was the new Corolla S has that too. It's weird.
Oh, true.
So.
Let's say that don't accidentally try to throw it in reverse going down the highway, or
Oh yeah, people have done it. People have done it. It's a money shift right there.
Oh, Pat, I missed the 3 on the tree. I loved it.
Not familiar with that either. That's
It
before
hit
my
me going into second would hit me in the knee.
3 on the tree is on your steering wheel, Tin Man.
Oh,
yeah, I'm familiar with the concept, but it's like, okay, first gear's up top, and you have a clutch, foot clutch, and then second gear's in the middle and third's at the bottom, or what?
No, it's no different than having regular 3-speed.
Yeah.
Pull to you and up is first, straight down is second.
Okay.
Halfway, go over, and up is third.
Okay. I didn't know if it was, like a gearbox.
I think it's the way it was.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in man. If you get a chance, a big mind F is watch how you ship the Model A. or drive a Model A truck, or like the old original Model A. That thing's a trip.
What reverse was down and away from you. You had to push in the reverse on that old GMC.
Yeah, well, and then your throttle was on the steering wheel.
One of my friends in high school's dad had a Model A in the garage. I never even got in that car though. I was always scared to touch it.
There's a video of a guy drifting a Model A. It's freaking funny.
On those Model A's is in your lap, and it's gravity fed to the engine.
Yeah.
You got a petcock under the dash to turn the gas on and off in a Model A.
Nice.
Yeah.
Tin Man, this is what I had, and I still wish I put it on you. I wish I still had it. It was a GMC 283 3 on the tree.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
that
reminds me of the Previa.
Scooby-Doo van.
Yeah, Scooby-Doo van. It is a
Toyota
Scooby-Doo.
made one like that too. What was that called?
Ford had the Ford Econoline.
Yeah,
Toyota had a van like that. My buddy Andrew had one. What was that called?
Yeah. I had a Previa that was all-wheel drive and supercharged. That thing was a freaking monster off-roader.
The handy van for the handy man.
And what was great is you had your door handles turn like this, and you can swing them open front and back, side and back. Yeah, I love that van. It was awesome. And a 283 is a great engine.
Was that a mid-end or had a console in the middle that had the engine in it?
The engine's right next to you where you put your coffee and keep it warm. Yeah.
Yep. Same as the old Ford. Dad had an old 63 Ford Econoline.
Yeah. We had like a 92 Econoline van. Yeah, I couldn't imagine working on one of them underneath the hood.
I remember sitting on top of the engine cover.
Yep. We had a grain truck like that where I'd sit on top of where the transmission and the differential went back. And there was a little seat on the floor for me right there.
Mm-hmm.
We named that truck after one of my cousin's boyfriends, Lonnie. We called that truck Lonnie. And one day I asked my dad, I was like, "Why do you call this truck Lonnie?" He's like, "Well, because it's just like Aaron's boyfriend Lonnie. He was uglier than hell, but man, he'd work his ass off." All right.
Oh, move. Yes.
It's not a random AR barrel. I don't know what this is.
Okay, so first was down. Toward you and down, and the second was up away from you.
Third.
And the third straight down from there.
Let's see.
Reverse was up first. So literally reverse, first, second, and third. Just turn it 90 degrees to the left. Okay.
I loved it. It was fun. I drove that thing in the snow to work and everything. Two-wheel drive. Oh, man. Lots of room.
My S10 in the snow was terrible.
The handy vans were all flat inside, so it had lots of room for such a little van. It was all nothing there. Yeah. And since the weight of the engine was up front, you could put a lot of weight in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Can you put bullets in the end to see what caliber it is?
Yeah. I'm like, I don't know what this is.
It's not stamped.
No. See, that's the scary part. Now I'm like, I don't know, man. It looks like it fits the 22 DPC, but this could be my 22 Grendel barrel. I have no clue. I think it's a 22 cal. I just don't know what it is.
Magic marker. My gosh.
I usually laser engrave my stuff, but this must have been one of my prototypes I made a long time ago. I just saw it sitting here in the bottom here.
It's a mallet.
Like, an AR barrel.
It's a mallet now.
Yeah, it's a hammer now.
I'll test fire it. I figure it all comes out.
There you go.
Yeah. You'll fire form your brass if you're wrong.
Yeah. Because I've been needing another 22 DPC barrel. I've had all of my barrels sold out, and there's one guy that's wanting one. And I'm like, I don't have any more.
Yeah, to cast it.
Back to vehicles. Have you guys checked out that Ford Maverick truck they have out?
Maverick.
It's not the car, the old Maverick. They made
Mhm.
they made a small truck and they called it the Maverick. It looks like you cut it out of a wood on a bandsaw. It's black.
To me, it looks like that Export Explorer truck thing.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like
Explorer Sport Track.
an expedition or whatever.
So they have those in a hybrid, which for me and the kind of driving that I do would be perfect. But the thing is, you can't get it in a hybrid and have 4-wheel drive or all-wheel drive. The all-wheel drive one is strictly, inline 4 or 4-cylinder engine. So that kind of sucks. But I want a truck that I drive 60 miles a day. You know what I mean? It would just be stupid for me to have a pickup. Yeah, it's the one you 3D print stuff for, Jag. Yep, they released a bunch of files online. Ford did, where if you had a 3D printer, you could print stuff for it.
Do they come in 2-door?
I don't know if they come in 2-door or not.
Huh.
They're pretty neat.
It wouldn't be a grocery hauler if it was 2-doors.
I got a lot of CZ barrels. What the hell?
The Walmart folks, the upper end folks, are into those Rivians around here.
Oh,
so
God. Yeah,
there's probably 100 of them driving around. From the back, they look awesome. From the front, they look.
they're goofy with them oval headlights. Yeah,
All the headlights and they're close to the middle. It's like looking at a goofy dude with his eyes close together. Yeah. From the back, they look awesome.
Yeah.
Kind of opposite a Corvette. From the front, they look awesome. From the back, they look stupid.
Yeah, there's a couple of them running around here that I see down in Eau Claire. And I'm always like, at first I'm like, what the hell is that thing? Then I, looked it up, see what they were. I'm like, oh, they're all electric. All right.
Yeah.
They
Want to see a story here? Look at this one here, Jim or Tim Man.
What do you got?
So this was number 2 of my bench press builds I've ever built. I even laser engraved it. Signature Series number 2.
Mm-hmm.
This thing was a monster. It was setting records over here. And when I sent it to the guy, he ended up putting this rod down there to align his magneto speed. He forgot about it and shot it.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dude.
are you kidding?
No. He was so mad. He's like, and then obviously upset that it's going to take a long time to get another barrel. But I've never seen anybody put a steel rod down the crown.
Yeah.
As a
guide.
And he was like, I've been shooting for 60 years and I've always put rods down my crown to line my chronograph. I'm like, what in the world?
That's bad.
They had
Right,
magneto
yeah.
speed 50 years ago.
I don't know. I don't know what he said, but he said he had no problem putting steel rods down his barrel, never had an issue.
Yeah.
And he
Man,
tried
I
to blame me.
bet I mushroomed the end of that rod out real nice.
Oh, he sent it out to a couple gunsmiths, trying to pull that rod out. It's swaged in there. I mean, it ain't coming out. But
Dude, if I was a gunsmith and I opened a box with that in, I'd be like, nope, I'd box it right back up.
that's what they ended up doing. What really sucks though is that this is one of the best shooting barrels I've ever made for a 22.
That sucks.
How far down is the rod?
Oh, it's in there. It's like at least 4 inches. I mean, I could cut the barrel off, I think. But
That's why I was wondering to cut the barrel off and
Put her on a
Pull it up.
rig. Yeah.
SBR.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, make a pistol.
This was number 2. So I stamped at number 2. And I remember number 2 being the best shooting 22 I've ever built.
That sucks, dude.
It really does suck a lot.
I wonder if you could get it out with some hydraulics.
I tried it.
Yeah, put a grease gun fitting into one end and put that right
Grease
through the
gun
drywall.
Like Johnny's reloading bench did.
No, I've
good
tried
idea,
a lot
Ted.
of things. I even had my CNC recently try to get that thing out where it grappled onto it with the chuck, and that thing's got 16 horsepower. It didn't pull it out. It slipped.
Wow.
It's in there, man. It's part of the barrel.
Have 10 men weld an eye on the end of that rod.
Yeesh.
Yeah, you can weld an eye on it, and then yeah, maybe that might work.
Weld an eye
Slam
on the barrel and on the rod and hook them up 2 trucks.
Just send it, huh? Yeah. That one sucks, man. That was a Krieger barrel. I remember that one took a year to build, man, because I just couldn't find a barrel. And then when I did, and I shot that thing, I'm like, I almost kept it. That one specifically shot 0.3s at 100 meters, like 0.3, 0.2, like very consistently. It'll have a flyer here and there, but if you take 25 shot groups, 18 of those are at 0.3s. Like that's what that thing shot at 100 for a 22 rimfire.
Krieger makes good shit.
Yeah, well, it was one of those ones that just were, like I said, when I picked it out, that's when I first got my air gauge tool. I'm like, shit, this thing is super straight. Sure enough, when I chambered it and everything, I was like, well, this guy's gonna be lucky. I gave it to the wrong guy.
Damn. There was a company I just saw talking about wire EDM machining their barrels. I can't remember who it was.
Oh, I don't know. Well, if they are, it's a new technology that's been around for 3 years. So
I forget who it was. They were talking about doing that.
Well, they need to, because that's the company. So it's not me. I'm not the one rifling it and everything. I contracted an aerospace company that does it. They actually build rockets for SpaceX. They're actually is a Chinese company in San Jose, and they hate guns. So my uncle's the one buying the barrels from them. So with his company, these are the same bars. They come like 1.75 to 2 inch diameter. They're the torsion bars for the rudders on the rockets. They're made out of stainless steel. So they're actually experts in harmonic control. These things are like a proprietary 416 or some kind of stainless steel. So if you tap it, it doesn't ring. I got to do a video on it, but I've built 25 rifles so far, and they all shoot exactly the same, like super, super good. But it is the way to go. They make the barrels are really straight. And then what I've been doing for the last year is compiling data of what rifling produces the best BC value. So at 100 meters, exactly 100 meters, I have an Oler 85 CP, or it's the one it's the ballistic coefficient one. Yeah, BC is 85 BC. So I'm able to measure velocities at 100 meters and then at the muzzle 5 feet away, and interpolate a G1 BC profile, and found out that Schillen's ratchet rifling has produced the highest BC value out of everybody's rifling. Krieger's being the lowest. Traditional button rifles or squared rifling is the lowest. And now I made this rifling that produces 0.2 to 0.210 G1 BC for a 22 rimfire, which is also showing less than or about 2 mils less elevation hold at 300 yards. So
damn.
Yeah, everybody's chasing, and that's funny, man. I mean, this is the funny part about, and I'm just regurgitating what I've learned. I'm no expert on any of this and about harmonics and tuners and whatnot. When you get a barrel like this, as rigid as it is, that's why big, heavy ass barrels like this tend to be less picky on ammo. It's something called cross velocity. That is the whip of the barrel, right? So when you have a rigid barrel like this, you don't have much cross velocity. That's why you see F-class guys and bench rest guys all use heavy ass barrels. It's not just for the heat of the barrel for long strings of shot. It's just because they're less picky on the ammo, less picky on the load development. So for 22 specifically, it's a very small cartridge, and you have so much meat around that thing. And guys are talking about putting a tuner on, those little 5-ounce tuners. What do you think that's doing at this?
Making it whip harder.
Crap. 5 ounces, 5 ounces of weight on the end of this barrel, and you're talking about moving it fractions of an inch, 1/10th of an inch. It ain't gonna do anything. It's been proven. And guys been chasing the faster twist rates for the 22. It's a 140-year-old cartridge. It's actually 137-year-old cartridge to be exact. And if they thought faster twist rates for a 22 rimfire did something, they would have done it. You guys are all casters, and you guys know if you start spinning a fast or lead fast, what does it start to do?
Lead
shreds that barrel up.
Yeah.
Let the barrel up, do weird things downrange, right?
It shreds the bullet up, yeah.
Yeah, we all know that cast lead itself isn't a pure lead form, even though it's supposedly a pure lead. There's always impurities in the lead itself. So you're talking about a very small caliber, like a pellet 22, and you start spinning it faster, then you start getting those impurities and balance of the bullet. It comes out yod. Yep.
It's not like them bullet. It's not like any cast bullet is perfectly round or balanced anyways.
Yep.
I mean, they're out of round, they're off center, for the most part.
Right. It's proven. You could take take the bullets apart, weigh them. They'll be off half a grain and or more. But that just shows that they're not 100% perfect. So just like cast lead, what I've learned when I started playing around with high velocity cast lead for rifle, sorting the bullets out and casting it and getting the bases uniform as best as possible. And I wish I had a slow-mo video, but how that bullet exits that crown, if it comes out yod, well, there's your flyer, just like a 22 rimfire. There's slow-mo footage of 22 rimfire or cast lead bullets coming out pitched in yod, and just like you throw in a football, if you throw in a football and it comes out crooked, it's going to kind of deflect a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, that's why Jim buys the Remington lightning bolts, so that lube fixes all that, right, Jim?
The thunder shit pack the rifling.
Yeah. So, like what I found out from talking to guys that are experts in lead and 22 and specifically, the best twist rate is actually a 1 in 16.7. That's what they've proven. It's been proven. It's documented that it produces the best performance.
0.7, almost 17. Oh,
Yeah, almost a 1 in 17, but it's exactly a 1 in 16.7. So, yeah, there's a lot to it, and there's a lot of companies. I'm not going to say who they're selling these freaking tuners, man. I always said you got to have harmonics to tune harmonics. 22s in a big ass barrel like that, you're not going to have harmonics to play with. There are some, but not enough. You'd have to get and I played around with it. I had a clamp on brass weight that I made that's 5 pounds and moved it like 3 or 4 inches, and it did something. Not a lot, but it did something. It did more than what a fucking screwed on tuner does.
Your action screw torque is probably going to affect it more than any tuner will.
Yeah. Well, we went over the reasons what causes cold bore shift, and it's exactly what I've always said. It's a defect in the barrel. You got a tight spot in the barrel. It's not like a ring or anything. It's one tight spot in the barrel, and you're causing a friction point. That's why everybody's like, well, how come I have a cold bore shift, and then after 3 shots or 2 shots, it goes away? Because the lead or the powder coating or whatever overcomes that friction point. And when you shoot it, it's called friction coefficient, is all the same. But once it cools down and solidifies, the wax or the lubricant compound on the 22 starts to harden up a little bit. Then now you have another friction point. So there's no way you could get rid of a cold bore shift in a barrel. Even if you hand lap it with JB bore paste, there's a bigger chance of you ruining that barrel, lapping your barrel out. Because now you're going to make a wide spot, an opened up area. Instead of you polishing out that one spot, you don't know where in the lands. If it's 9 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock, you don't know. You're gonna polish all of that section out. Now you just screwed up your barrel. So there's a lot of guys that will polish out a barrel. I mean, I think there's still it's an art. I know 3 guys that are still alive today that know how to lap a barrel correctly and get rid of high spots. But if you have a high spot in the barrel, usually you just toss it, get another one. So that's what I've learned. That all translates to center fire too. Everything that we shoot.
I can't shoot that good to notice a difference. So
yeah, well, that's another thing too. You hit on a point. A lot of guys only shoot 100 meters or 100 yards, and they determine the rifle's accuracy based off that.
Mm-hmm.
Many times you don't see
most rifles are more accurate than the shooter, anyway.
Right. You got to go back to realistically, what are you shooting at? If you're talking about watermelons at 50 yards or a target that big, then you don't need something to shoot dime size. So, and that just a regular typical factory barrel would do just as well for you, and you can still enjoy this hobby. But And I see guys all the time taking factory rifles or getting a brand new build and just burning their barrels out in 100 yards doing load development. I'm like, you guys just don't get it. You're shooting, trying to go for dime-sized groups, but you're not testing what accuracy is. Go take that out to 600 yards and see what that group does compared to the group you just shot before. Because I can guarantee you, looking at some of those groups, and you can look at the carbon ring around how that bullet entered that 100-yard target, you can see that it's pitched and yawed. And I'm like, well, I bet you right now that group before you that looks like it's bigger, 0.6-inch group will shoot better at 600 yards. Like I said,
met
I'm no
a guy
expert
out
on
of
this.
the public range that was sighting in his little 270 for hunting season.
Yeah.
And he was a reloader, and he was out there developing. He had like an 1.5-inch group. I was like, well, that ought to be plenty good enough right there for deer hunting. I mean, it's 100-yard place. He's like,
Right.
no, I gotta get it tighter than that. I'm like, dude, a white-tailed deer here in South Carolina, 75, 150 yards. All you're doing is shooting at your barrel right now.
Yeah.
He's like,
Exactly,
no,
man.
I gotta get it tighter.
I gotta hit him right in the eyeball. Like,
Yeah. I gotta pierce their ears.
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually, you know, I did the same thing my channel, trying to show dime-sized groups at 100 yards. I mean, that's me learning the sport, and unfortunately, there's still a lot of guys doing that. But I just try to shed knowledge of what I've learned. Like I said, regurgitating all this knowledge that I've learned from the actual experts, and then what I've learned from experience. I went to the Gap Grind PRS match, the biggest PRS match in the nation, shooting an 1.5-inch group, 1.5-inch 6 GT. Freaking was able to shoot 1,000-yard, one MOA target, no problem. It just held an 1.5 inches all the way out there. That's just what it did.
Crazy.
Yeah. I hated the cartridge. The 6 GT, you know, despite the popularity of it, I hate that cartridge. It's just not a cartridge that I think it's easy to reload for the heavy grain projectiles. So we were shooting the 110 A-tips, but it shot an inch when I left here, and it shot 1.5 inches when I got to Tennessee. I was like, well, we're stuck. We got 100 rounds. I got to do this match. And I was able to shoot some of the smallest targets out there with that group size. So,
I'll be right back.
yeah.
Oh, I'm fighting.
I'm hungry.
Hungry.
It's just a pineapple pizza. It's like Pat said, you don't need dime-sized groups or quarter-sized bullets.
Yeah, there. I saw Pat's calling. That was funny.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, I think
really-
honestly, it's just about having fun, man. Like if you're getting frustrated trying to get those 1/4-inch groups, you ain't having fun. You know. I like shooting steel. That's just me. So, you know, I think I've proven a lot of times where, like the video I just did today, first 5 shots out of the rifle, found something, turned around, went to 1,000 yards. Having fun. Brought my wife out there. Brought her one of her old friends out there, and they all shot 1,000 yards and made impacts. You know, that's what this whole sport's about. So,
Get some mental lasagna. Well, gentlemen, I'm going to bail out and go crawl in the sack.
All right. Thanks for coming on, Ozark.
You're welcome. Slap 10 men around a little bit for me.
Oh, you had a question for Tin Man on your
Oh, my PID controller?
yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember what the trouble code was. It's rolling. It's something crazy. I'll take a picture of it tomorrow and throw it at him.
Okay.
Ugh. All righty, guys. Kenny's good to see you, man.
you too, brother. Yeah,
All right.
well, I'll have an 8.6 blackout lever gun coming up pretty soon. I think you
Oh,
might like
sweet.
that.
Sweet.
Be a good turtle popper for you.
Oh, yeah, a good turtle popper. Yeah, me too. On that. See you guys.
Have a good one, Ozark.
So are you going to turn that Henry Ranger into that?
I ended up going with the was an old Marlin. I have the Henry Ranger still. I just they can't give me a trunnion bolt or whatever that. It's
Oh,
like yeah. So I've been waiting on that. I have another option, which would be this old Marlin that I picked up. So
old
ended
Marlin.
up, yeah, this the typical is it 1895 Marlin?
1894, 95.
1894, yeah. I ended up making a bushing, brazed it on there, opened it up to, well, raised the bushing to shrink it from 4570, then open it up back up to the 308 bolt head, and then it seems like it's going to feed great. I just need to make a barrel for it now.
It should bottleneck like that. Just a big long bullet, though.
That's all it is. With the 4570, as long as it is, I could put some heavy, long 338 bullets in there. It fed out of the tube pretty good. So into the action, obviously I don't have a barrel, but it picked it up, put it right into the extractors, and I'm like, cool, this will work. I just got to build a barrel now.
That would be cool.
Yeah. The main thing is, like, obviously when I show all this cool stuff and everybody wants me to build them one, I'm like, I just can't. I'm 9 months out with rifle builds. I can't get into the gunsmithing work, you know?
Yeah. Well, that's a good thing, though.
Yeah. I've tried training a couple guys, but it's just a skill set that either you have or you don't. I don't know how else to explain it. Some guys will be mechanically inclined and then learn from their mistakes. They crash a machine once. I figured they'd learn, but keep crashing it. So I've had to freaking rebuild my lathe twice already. So yeah, I don't know. It's going to be me. I don't foresee. No one's going to put out the same kind of quality unless they care about their job. And usually don't do that unless they own the business. So I think it's just going to be me or my son, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got your son Duracoating now. So that.
Yeah, he's the Cerakote guy. He's actually going to class and he's 14. He's going to go to class in Oregon in about a couple weeks.
For Cerakoting?
For Cerakoting, yeah, he's going to learn all the stencil work, how to operate the laser machine. Yeah, he's going to learn. He wants to do it. That's the main thing. I didn't push him. He's like, I want to do it, Dad. I want to go out there. I want to learn how to do all Cerakoting. He likes the Cerakoting part. So cool, take that over, because
nice.
Get good at something. He's been operating the CNC machine, obviously with me overlooking him, but you know, I got that thing proofed out and dialed in right now for the barrels. So,
how long does the hardener last on Cerakote? Because I know
once you mix it,
no shelf life just by.
You got one. Yeah, it's 1 year.
Yeah, because I have Duracote that I had to replace the hardener a couple times.
Yeah, if it starts to yellow, any chance, for one, you should be putting it in the refrigerator. Even the Duracote and all that should be in the refrigerator. Yeah. Well, you live up there in the mountains. I don't know. It's pretty cold up there most of the time, right?
Well, it stays in the 60s in the basement where it is. I have it like triple bag because it stinks all the way through the plastic.
Yeah.
You know,
just if you ever need anything, just send them my way. We got that big old booth.
No,
we got a guy.
I like to do it.
I know. I'm just saying. If you ever need help.
Yeah, no, I like to do it. I really like gun coat because you can pour it right back in the thing. It's just like powder coating.
Yep. Yeah, KG gun coat. I'm actually playing with that too. I'm kind of seeing what the difference is. I like that stuff too because you're not having to add catalyst, which is the pain in the ass part.
Well, you pour it right back out of the airbrush.
Pour it right back, yeah. And
on bolts and stuff, you're going to see wear. Okay.
Yeah. Well, even Cerakote. Now they have this ceramic coating now. I forgot what it's called, but it's meant for high friction areas. It still grabs, man. You can't beat nitride coating, I made my own reloading die, and nitride coating is just way to go.
Yeah, nitrite's pretty awesome. I like if I could do it all again, all my bolts would be nitride
Yeah.
on
Well,
AR.
there's this big old argument about diamond light coating versus nitride, and they're like, well, nitride doesn't hold up the DLC. I'm going to agree to that to a certain extent because I have a nitride coater that is the best in the nation, and I have yet to see some of my nitride bolts on my bolt actions wear in the bolt itself. I don't see any wear at all. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, Pat gave me some yellow and white Cerakote to do an Uncle Jim AR.
Oh, we got to get you dude. We got to get you a DJ rock or something.
I'm pretty sure that the hardener is toast, so I'll get more hardener and do that, Pat. I should have done it before wintertime.
Yeah, you got a year shelf life on it if you haven't, and that's really the max you want to go.
Yeah, on the material or just the hardener?
On both material and
on
hardener.
Duracoat. I've used really old Duracoat.
Well, I don't know about Duracoat. I know about
It's
Cerakote.
chunky.
With new hardener, it was fine.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
when you start pinching it and it doesn't move, you know it's bad.
Dude, I just took our comforter out of the dryer because our cat decided to Ralph all over it today. The washing machine did not cut it, so I had to get out the Shout stain remover and scrub it. And now we have to wash it again. Looks like we're sleeping with couch blankets tonight.
I have a Leon Gack on the carpet. Do you know what I did? I put a peanut can there so I don't step in it.
Let it dry up and you can scrape it off.
And it's been there for 3 days. Usually I get the Gack right now. I have a spray bottle that's called Cat Gack. I wrote Cat Gack on it, and it's carpet cleaner and water, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The animal friendly carpet cleaner. I literally have I can grab it in 5 minutes.
Hey.
5 seconds. Cat Gack bottle, spray bottle.
You're gonna trip over that can and then slip and fall right into that pile.
Because Leon has a sensitive stomach on the cat food sometimes.
Yeah.
And so you'll feed him, and then you go to watch TV, and you hear,
Dude, that noise is awful.
In the summertime, they like to eat the grass, you know, the grass bushes things.
Yeah.
And
that makes them vomit. Yeah.
they do
My
it
dog does that.
They do it to clean themselves. So
That's
I literally have a peanut can. I've been putting it off. Now I got to scrape and scrub it. It's right where I walk to go to the couch every time.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. The last time I kicked the can and I went, son of a bitch.
We took the kids out for supper tonight with the in-laws, and we come back, and I go into the bedroom to pet the cat, and as soon as I turn the light on, I went, oh no.
Oh, you gotta love him.
And he's just looking at me like, sorry, bro.
I just don't like when you see like pieces of rat. Okay, like a foot.
Don't have that problem. It's always hairballs and bile around here.
Once you start getting body parts in it, then it's bad. But usually he'll do that in the garage before he comes in.
Yeah, I threw it on. I went upstairs. The wife's laying in bed. I threw it on the bed. I'm like, I should probably double check and make sure that came out. Nope, sure didn't. For the most part, it did. But it's like, shit.
In the next video, the intro will just be panning by a can with the spot on the carpet. And people that have watched this chat will know what that meant.
Man.
Oh, talk about lazy.
It's all good, man.
And then I kick the can and step in it anyway, but it's dry now. It's, you know.
I pulled a toad out from under the bed one time because I built our bed tall enough to where I could slide like big storage totes underneath it. Well, Walter thinks it's a little maze down there.
Yeah.
And apparently he decided to yak one day, and I pulled this toad out, and it was all over the lid. I'm like, come on. Yeah.
they will come into the loading room when I'm in there, and it's ouch. Cat hair, I don't want gack. It's nothing worse than cat hair in your brass.
Yeah. I don't know. Glitter's pretty bad too.
Glitter's really bad. Kenny, I have a question for you. I did some, it was 44 special with 2400.
Yeah, I was watching that.
This one didn't get posted. I didn't finish it. But anyway, I'm using primers for both Magnum and regular, which you don't need with that powder. I have everything right. The only thing I could think of, anyway, I had massive unburnt powder. And my can exploded. Okay, my can just poof.
2400 like we loaded full.
Yeah, and I had, I wasn't like doing a low volume charge. I'm doing towards a max charge on this.
Oh shit!
Do you know if your brass was completely dry when you loaded?
It's completely dry. I was thinking it was the crimp.
No, only way I know, because I've had that. I'm not afraid to admit, but I've had that issue where I've loaded rounds up, had massive hang fires. It's just because I loaded it up and I didn't let the brass dry.
Primer pocket was wet.
Yeah,
I've done that too. I got a squib doing that. Yep.
Yeah, dude. See, so I mean, we're talking like a 2-second hang fire, and it almost felt like a flintlock. Dude, it was nuts.
Anyway, okay, so I'm doing this video, and I'm shooting and I'm talking as usual. I should have baby cries in there. Anyway, all of a sudden the can goes poof out the front, just boom, like a black powder. I'm like, yes. No, not again. Yeah. I do a few more shots. I unscrew the can and I have an adapter on there. I took the can off, but the adapter's still there like a little bowl. And there's a pile of unburnt powder right there. And I could light it with a lighter.
Put it back into a case.
I mean, I'm not questioning reloading, but is there any chance you mixed up two 2400s powders?
Two 2400s, no.
Well, say you had 2400 powder, 2400, and you had some, or 1680. You're using 2400, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
This was a fairly fresh bottle. I was wondering about that. Well, it's 4 years old, whatever.
Yeah.
But
I've done some crazy stuff. I've blown up some guns, and I'm not afraid to admit I've mixed up 1680 and CFE 223 one time.
Ooh.
That wasn't fun.
Ooh, yeah. I only put one powder out ever. It's all in the cabinet with one thing I'm working on, unless one's in a hopper, but then it's marked. Even my throwers, I have a piece of tape on what was in it last time when it's empty. I leave that there to know what was in it last time, even though it's empty. That's how I'm real picky about that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've had unburnt powder in 2400 when I was doing light 357 loads trying to get a mushroom. That's when I noticed it. Once I bumped up to like 14 grains in 357, it was good.
Yeah. I was above middle load, so
yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
I don't know if a crimp would do that. I mean, you say you had a full charge. 2400 ain't no joke in the full charge.
No, I had a middle. Okay, you have your starting and ending. It was above middle, so I knew I was fine. And I'm a volume junkie. I like volume, so it didn't have a bunch of space. It had a heavy bullet on it.
Right.
And I'm like, son of a. I'm just filming all this weird crap going on.
Can you stay subsonic if you go to max?
With that powder, no.
Damn.
Unless
go to max and let her eat, see what happens.
Well, unless the bullet's really heavy, but yeah.
I mean, 2400 powder is a great powder, but it does not. Once you start getting in the crunchy zone, you're gonna be freaking hitting pressure.
Right. I'm not saying crunch it, but just
It's better than H110 because it's not so picky about being full.
Yeah. It burns good. That's what I like too. Yeah, like you said, H110, it's not as picky.
H110, you want that thing loaded. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I still, I don't know.
Except for 300
Have you
black
tried a
oak.
lot of this stuff, Jim? The black?
Yeah, I like that. You can't screw that up.
Yeah, you can load a lot of this up.
But I don't. I only do that in 300 black.
What's going on, Dave?
No, it works really well with 44 mag.
What? Well,
Yeah.
I don't have data.
Looks
For
like
that.
Yeah, I loaded it with 44 mags and cast loads, some really heavy, what was it,
Nice.
the 280s? And it worked really damn good, actually.
I could see how it would because 300 blackout loves pistol powders. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, it stayed around like, this was out of the revolver. It was 930 or something. So.
Yeah, you got quick loads though, so you can figure that out. I don't.
Oh. Yeah, I've learned not to trust quick load.
I know that's not written in stone either. I wouldn't trust quick loads.
It doesn't always put the skull and crossbones in the right spot.
I've told people, man, I've experimented so much, and I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm looking at this pressure sign thing, and I'm like, this don't look right. So
Yeah,
I verified it against the GR8, whatever, that other one, and it showed a huge pressure spike. And I was like, well, here's something controversial, each other. So
Yeah.
GRT is good. I do like the Gordon's reloading tool.
yeah. The best thing. So what I've been doing, like obviously for me as a company, liability, I've been using this.
Yeah, pressure tester.
The pressure trace. So this has been used a lot, and I buy a lot of these strain gauges. I've been doing, like, if it's a load, a rifle or something, I really need to get tuned out. Like, I've been actually getting in the F class lately. I've been using this and putting strain gauges on my barrels, figuring out where it needs to be, letting it. I'll heat up my rounds. I'll put them in the freezer. I'll do everything possible to see where the temperature starts to play an effect. So this is definitely a good tool.
That's another thing. I was wondering if the primers or the powder were sensitive to the cold because it was freezing when I was shooting.
Was it Federal or was it CCI?
It was Winchester for both Magnum and regular.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. I stopped using Winchester crap when I had a 350 Legend blow up on me.
Yeah, but the primers are good. I've never had a problem with primers.
The components are okay. The loaded ammo,
Yeah, I don't use Winchester anything. That's just me. It's on preference, but
Well, is 2400 more weather sensitive than others?
it is. So 2400 is sensitive to called SSC. That's if you have a well, when I was looking at it, the pressures are weird. If you have a lot of volume, like you're saying, it's kind of weird because it likes to be anywhere between 60% and higher as far as case fill. But if you get down in the 40s, you're gonna start having some weird stuff happen to it. So I'm not sure. That's why I always shake my cases. It's like you're saying, 2400. I use that a lot for the 44 mag.
Yeah, and I weighed every charge.
Yeah, it happens to the best
They
of
were
us.
all of them were on burnt powder. Obviously, they filled up, a can and then blew. It wasn't one round. This was consistently bad.
Yeah.
Black brass, all that.
So yeah, I just had bad luck where, I thought I'm pretty good about cleaning out my powder measure. The Smith and West or the Smith or Lyman brass Smith. I guess there's a little bit of freaking CFE in the bottom of of the tube, and that's what I had that one issue. Man, that scared the crap out of me.
Yeah, I clean them. I mark them when they're empty, so I know what was in it, and that way, if I'm using the same, I just go back to it.
Honestly, that's why I really like the Lee auto drum, because when there's nothing in it, it's up.
Yeah.
So when
It
you
stays
take that
up,
drum off
it's-
and you turn it upside down, you're getting all that powder.
Right.
For the most
I
part.
think what happened on this one, because CFE is such a small spherical powder, it packed in and then it finally let go.
Yeah, because the Lyman, you can shake it or put the handle the opposite way and do the same thing.
Yeah.
So with the Lyman, does it pick up the charge when you go up and then you bring it down?
Yeah, but you can.
It actually, it's when it's settled normal, it's pointing down and the powder is already filled in.
Okay, so the charge is on the upstroke.
The charge is the upstroke, but the funnel is being filled on resting position.
Okay.
By
Yeah.
gravity.
So I mean, yeah, as long as you have the handle down and dump it out, but yeah, unless you pack it in there, that sucks, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking happened. I think I had CFE pack in there because what I was doing is I changed it all out. And, obviously I flicked it back and forth a couple times. I'm like, okay, nothing in there. Filled it with it's a 1680. So 1680 it was a 300 blackout. I was loading subs. So 300 blackout, 1680, and then a little bit of that CFE went in there. I didn't know. Here I am shooting a coyote at freaking 2 o'clock in the morning. Tap, 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 boom! I was like, oh, full lower and everything. Oh my gosh, dude.
The patterns would be similar as far as,
Oh, it took a big it blew out the whole lower in that thing. I was like, it felt like Willie, man. I was like, this sucked because I'm sitting there looking at all my, I'm out there in chonies, which is the funny part too. The first thing I do is check my dick. I'm like, yeah, it's still there. So,
We're good.
yeah.
Wow.
Well, the coyote came out here at 2 in the morning, so I let go on him.
Are you sure it wasn't another powder? Because those are so similar load-wise.
It
Or
was
double charge.
Yeah, well, it overcharged, that's for sure. Because it blew out the mag and everything. So I was like, yep.
With that weight of a bullet and everything, if you're doing subs,
Yeah,
a double charge
it
would
was
do that.
it was the Lehigh Defense Chaos rounds. So it was 220 grain.
A double charge would do that over pressure.
Yeah,
Or
so
1.5
that
charge
was a
probably.
big scare point. So
Yeah.
I haven't been reloading for a while as far as center fire stuff, but
I mean,
yeah, I've been
most-
double checking.
Most subs are what? Somewhere around the 9-10 grains range?
No, I was loading 11 grains of.
Yeah, you're 11, even 12. It depends on how heavy your barrel.
But you talk about 11 grains of stick powder, and then CFE is such a fine ball. It probably dumped in another 10 grains of CFE.
Damn.
I didn't know. Obviously, I'm just dumping the charge and putting a bullet in there.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was probably a double because those powders are similar as far as CFE you can't screw up 1680, and they both take about the same volume almost.
Yeah.
I think as reloaders we tend to forget, we get complacent in what we're doing. Like we're literally making explosives.
Yeah.
And you do it, for 10 years. You're like, whatever, it'll be fine.
Yeah,
It'll be fine.
Sometimes
No
it
buff
won't be.
you should always be stay afraid type deal.
Yeah, but it's easy to, like, oh shit, I've done this, 100 times.
Yeah,
Something goes wrong.
I'll get that way with a lot of pistol cartridges, but especially if they're going in a rifle anyway, because what's going to happen? But
yeah,
when it comes to, like when I was loading that 223, man, I was careful. I was like, don't screw this up.
Well, ARs could take a lot of pressure. I mean, it's surprising how Eugene Stoner designed that thing, but AR could take a crap ton of pressure without you getting hurt.
Yeah, they do. I've seen a lot of messed up ARs afterwards, and they do. Especially for aluminum, and it's all in that bolt.
Yeah, because you got all those locking lugs that are holding back all that pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think about that every time I let somebody else shoot my gun with my reloads. It's like, boy, I hope the mag he's putting through, I didn't screw up on that one. If it's me, hey, whatever, no big deal. It is what it is. But if it's somebody else, ugh.
That's right, James. It'll be fine.
yeah, it's
Not
the
always.
PMAG. So if you ever had a blowout in an AR, if you're running a PMAG or a Magpul mag, those things shrapnel, man. The fiberglass of those mags, freaking dude, they're crazy.
Polymer shards stuck in your thigh.
Yeah. Well, it sprayed all over my leg, and luckily I didn't get hurt, but it scared the hell out of me. I've had 2 ARs blow up in my whole career so far. That's that 350 Legend and this one. And I was like, wow.
Amazingly, most people don't get hurt with the AR unless it's
No.
really.
It's a battle rifle. That's why it's really popular. Like I said, I think they tested an AR where they were able to get like 200,000 psi pressure before like it actually had a bolt kick back to your face or something stupid.
Damn.
Wow.
So it holds a lot of pressure just the way it's designed.
3 rounds worth of pressure in one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
So those guys that they packed black powder down the barrel and then they shot it and you can see the whole barrel blow up and the handguard and everything, but everything behind it's fine. So it's just an amazing piece of technology. It's just proven. That's why it's the most popular firearm.
That's why it's been around so long the way it is.
I've also seen revolver barrels with 12 barrels stuck in it, or 12 bullets stuck in the barrel.
Yeah. I've seen guys put 50 BMG in shotguns. Yeah. Like I say, you're like Tim Man said, you're reloading. It's just it's bound to happen to the best of us. Obviously you guys know I was reloading a lot, so going through
a lot of times it'll probably be when you're in a hurry. I don't get all the time in the world, but there's times where I want to get out there and test something real quick. And when
I don't know, my best rounds, my best reloads has always been on your live chat, Jim. So I bet you right now I'm gonna have no problem with those ones right there.
That's one thing I don't do, is load on live chat.
I don't know. I have no problem. I've always had really good luck. I don't know what it is. Every time I reload a live chat for load development, I go out there and there it is. There's the secret sauce right there. So I have a feeling it always happens every single time.
Murphy's Law always finds me when I'm dicking around reloading on a live chat.
You lose something under the bench or behind the toilet.
Dude, the day that I forgot to put that cotter pin back in my tube on my Dylan. Son of a bitch. Everybody's like, what happened? What happened? I said, nothing. I turned my camera off.
What about when we were checking bullets for ogive and it just jammed rock solid?
Yeah, we were putting a semi-wad cutter in a 9mm and I jammed up my Beretta lock. Yeah, rock solid. There's still a scar on that. Thank God it's aluminum.
Yeah.
Got it right here. There it is. There's the battle mark.
Nice. You had to kick that thing on a bench or something?
What was I doing? Yeah, I put it on the edge of my bench and then it slipped and I caught it on something. Just a tiny little speck of aluminum on the front of the frame. The very front edge of the frame is showing, just a tiny little speck.
I'll get some Aluma Black.
Nah, I'll just roll with it, man. It builds character, right?
Yeah.
Every ding has a story.
Luckily, when I go into the reloading room, it's like a cave. So it's just me. I'll listen to the radio. You're not supposed to be distracted at all, but I'll listen to people's YouTube videos, depending on what I'm doing. When I'm throwing powder, I'm watching. Okay. That's
You're the same too. My reloading bench here is not anywhere I even want to show you, Jim. You'd probably flip out. But
I don't even think the camera will pick it up. I'm trying to be careful not to show too much. Maybe it's the shaft.
Yeah,
there it is. It's a tiny one.
There it is.
On the aluminum or the plate? Okay. That's it should have a lot of scars on it. That's the best.
It's a Beretta.
Mm-hmm.
The best pistols are scarred up. You don't have to.
My color on my camera changed when I put my thumb over it. It turned more yellow. Hang on, let me try that again. I'll see if I can get green this time. Oh, there it is.
You see the powder on the loading tray after seating the 50th bullet.
Oh my dude, I have done that. I did load development and hand weighed, all the ladder loads, and then you go to seat your first bullet, and on the way over to the press, it's just a trail of powder because you didn't put primers in the shit. It's like, son of a bitch.
Yeah, but Pat is talking about when you're pouring the powder in on the tray, and
and you miss,
and you're like, which one was it that spilled? Which
I
one
know.
spilled out the neck? I hate that. Yeah. And that's why all trays should be white, like 6-shooter Texans. And I mentioned that in the video. All trays should be white. You'll see everything.
I agree. Yeah. I like it when you can see everything on there, brass shavings and all.
Yes. I have some trays that are black, and it's like, who thought of that? And gray, dark gray. Who thought of that? It looks like powder.
The black trays that I have are actually really, really good trays too. Is the shitty part? They're awesome trays, but they're black. You can't see the powder on them.
Yeah, you're talking about the metallic.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh, I found it.
the Lee powder funnel.
Dude, I've been looking for this thing for years.
Oh, you got to have at least 2.
No, I have one, and this thing's been sitting here on my 30 cal bullet tray. In front of me the whole freaking time.
I think I have a Hornady and RCBS. I don't own a Lee. I don't own a Lee funnel.
Oh, I got to have 2 of those. They're so universal and handy and convertible.
The Hornady one works for everything that I've tried.
Dude,
Great.
I had to 3D print mine because I couldn't find my leaf funnel.
Yeah, but Kenny, one thing I found is when I cleaned up my reloading room, I found all kinds of shit I was looking for a year.
Yeah.
In
I'm
drawers.
afraid to clean up my reloading bench, man, to be honest.
I'm
In
talking
drawers.
drawers, not just sitting out. In drawers, you open it up. Where? Oh, I've been looking for that part forever.
That is a much better feeling than looking for something specific and having no idea where you put it. Yeah.
You're not going to find that day. No.
I got 15 file cabinet drawers I got to go through to find something. Yeah.
You have to look for something else to find the other thing.
And, you know,
Yeah, I was just
us reloaders have all kinds of different containers and shit that we put stuff in. I got little tiny organizers with the plastic drawers. I got all kinds of stuff. It could be anywhere.
I've been trying to find this. This is how I load my progressive press, the powder. I'll use my Charge Master and then dump it into the funnel as the case goes up. So,
Oh.
freaking awesome. Now I can get back in business.
Have you ever dumped a charge into that funnel on the charging die or something when the case wasn't in the die?
Yeah.
That's
Now,
a
my
shitty
Dylan,
thing to do.
yeah, my
there's nothing
Dylan
you can
press
do
has
about
got
it
all
until
kinds of
it's done.
countriness going on. from
You just
doing
got to
that.
sit there and wait for it to stop flowing out. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, nothing. I've tried saving it before, but it don't work out. Yeah, dude, this Dylan press has been a champ. I've been happy with this little 750.
Yeah, I like it.
But I still use this Mech Marksman the most.
Well, my biggest gripe on the 750s though is you want to do a quick change caliber conversion, you're looking at $400 per caliber minimum.
Yeah, I just keep it warm.
Sucks, dude.
Yeah.
I just stopped loading the small stuff now, like 223 and 9 mil, because except for that reason, it's just such a hassle to reload on the Dylan or change it over. I just buy it now.
Mhm.
300 blackout, I do it all on a single stage. Obviously, on my PRS rounds, I do single stage. The only thing I have set up on this Dylan right now is that 22 DPC and 6 arc. I just change the bushing out and it'll do 6 arc.
Yep.
I had to modify it though. I had to put this stupid piece of tape. I'm not sure if you ever had to have this issue yet. Here. I had to put tape right here. So
Well, the hole was too
Yeah.
tall.
Well, yeah, because the case will fall down,
Mm-hmm.
and then it sometimes will double stack, and then it'll kick out the side.
Yeah.
So I had to put a little bit of ingenuity here. I was going to 3D print that, but I said, nah, tape works fine.
Yeah.
Oh.
Covering up the exit for the second case.
Yeah. I need to start covering it now because I had a damn big old fuzzy spider when I turned the bullet hopper on, or the case hopper. Freaking spider fell down the tube, scared the crap out of me.
William Ganley, that's a good question because I have the same problem with the bullet mold that I have. Did anybody find a good mold for Supersonic 300 Blackout? He has the Lee 312 155.
He wants
The
a
thing is
supersonic?
The thing is with those, and the same with mine, if you put a gas check on it for a,
Yeah, it
a
falls apart.
140 or a 150, it's going to be below the neck. So if you want a gas check bullet that's going to have the gas check in the neck, you're looking at the Lyman 110 grain mouse fart bullet.
Here, I can grab oil.
Yeah, Jim's got that one. It's like a little itty bitty mouse turd looking bullet. It's like 110 grains. And that's, other than that, I don't know if there's one you can get a gas check up in the neck of a 300 Blackout.
I would imagine something in the 125, 110, 125 range.
Yeah, the 135 grain from NOE is the 135 HTC. mold is what I've always used, and that thing freaking hammers 300 blackout supersonic.
Yep. Is the gas check in the neck or is it below the neck? I have that mold too, and I guess I've never really checked into where the gas check was sitting at. I don't remember.
If I recall the numbers, it's like 2.210 or 2.219.
I can grab one and check.
Yeah, it's right at the case neck. I have some, I think, somewhere.
I've done it below the neck, especially the big ones. The big ones have to go below the neck. Me and blackout don't feel that much.
Well, I know the subsonics don't care that much.
Let's see who asked that question. Oh, William. Actually, with the gas check, this is probably too heavy. But this is normally supposedly a 115-30 carbine Lyman mold. Here.
Yeah. Yep, that's the bullet I was talking about, the little guy.
That's the 30 carbine. I can give you the exact number, grab the mold. It took me longer because I had to weigh it. It was like 130. What the heck?
Mm-hmm.
I came out.
Oh, there it is. I was like,
This bullet right here, Kenny.
Yeah, hold on, I was gonna grab mine. I got a little bit.
If you put the very top of the shoulder at the top of the case mount, so seating it pretty much as deep as you possibly can, the gas check is about a gas check width below the neck of the case. So you might be able to get away with.
Yeah, so you may have to throw it out your 300 blackout. I mean, I have the same bullet, obviously. So here's mine. I got aluminum gas checks on mine. This has been the best bullet for me for supersonic, but I believe the case overall length was like 2.20 or just 2.19, and it's like right at the bottom of the case mouth. Because I got to go back to that video. I have the case overall length. If you can't seat it to that, then the best thing to do would be to throw it out your chamber a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So,
But yeah, this mold is the NOE 135 HTC, I think.
And a lot of times they come out heavier than what they say.
It's like, let me see, the weight on this bullet with the gas check, 133.8. That's what I'm getting. Now I run this thing at it's will weights, water quench will weights. Usually around 20 BHN.
I'm getting 137.3 on mine, so a little bit lighter than yours.
I'm 133.8.
Oh, I'm 137. Shit, I must be running softer lead.
Yeah, you run. Yeah, see, so that's the key to making this thing work. You got to get in the 20s, like even with the gas check. Like if you want to run this thing supersonic, and I think it was like, don't quote me on it, but I think it was like 20 grains of H110, 22. I have it on one of your live chats, Jim. When I was sitting there nailing it at 500 yards. Remember?
You have a video on that bullet too that I remember watching when I bought that mold.
Yeah. No, if you need help with your 300, you can't get it to work. Send it to me. I got a reamer that I've had lengthened out for all these heavy bullets or these bolts here specifically.
James said he milled his gas check off his 155, made it a 135 super.
Yeah.
That's always an option too. Is just mill off your mold and get rid of that gas check. Use a plain base.
Yeah,
specifically for 300 blackout. Because they're faster twitch rate. I found them to actually help out for 300 blackout, at least for me.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that RCBS bullet I have is quite a ways below the case neck on that gas check when I seat it. But if you use the kinetic puller, the gas check will come off of the bullet. If you shoot it out of the gun, it ain't going nowhere. It'll stay on the bullet.
I was going to say, I've been trying to find this mold. This is from Waltz or Coates Brothers. This bullet right here, I think it's called an XTC or X something. It's an NOE mold.
Mm-hmm.
This is the best 30 cal bullet that I've been able to shoot supersonic out of a 30-06 308. And they're gas check, but I use Alox lube or the what the hell is that red one? The hard wax.
Carnauba.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a hard, high velocity lube. Can't powder coat them, That's what I found out, that these shoot better traditional lubed for supersonics.
Yeah, the
And
funny
these are
this bullet I use for rat farts without a gas check, and that's what it's for. But like you said, you got to go hard because I've overcooked these. They're so light, okay? Because say a wheel weights, it'll be like 125 grain. When you're running those really hot to get your velocities, you can overcook them unless they're hard.
I think they're called the 30XC bullet or something like that. It's a 162 grain or 163. I've been trying to find that mold.
Yeah, I just roll with it.
But as far as below the neck goes on 300 blackout, I haven't found a problem because I shoot 245 grains and those things don't stay near the neck.
With a gas check?
No.
That's what we're talking about. Is if your gas check gets below the neck,
it comes out. It comes off.
I don't know. I've never caught one, but I know when I use my kinetic bullet puller, the gas check does come off. But with the pressure of the gunpowder behind it, I don't think it should.
No.
Yeah.
I guess I'll have to catch one in a sand bucket, to find out for sure.
Yeah, you can step up the more linotype or just put more wheel weights and quench them.
It depends on the size of your bullet also when you're gas checking. Because if you're gas checking and there's no resistance and you're checking it, it doesn't have the
right, it doesn't have the bite.
Yeah, that's I was going to say the gator checks, they have a flare to it. So when
that's what I use. That's what I use is gator checks, and they'll come off.
When it still comes off.
But I also gas check after powder coat, and I mean they're not easy going on, and there's definitely resistance when I size them.
But believe you me, shooting suppressed don't want gas checks coming off. This bullet is oversized for the 30 carbine. Okay, it's
312, ain't it?
When I'm sizing several thou down. So when I gas check it, I give it the tap, 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 and that thing stays on there with the gator check. It ain't coming off.
Yeah.
Damn, I haven't touched my molds in a while.
It got stuck and left the check in the brass. Now, was that using a kinetic puller or was that firing the bullet? I don't know.
Kenny Dave said it's Rooster Red.
Rooster Red, that's what it is. Yeah, it was what was it? It was Rooster Red with ATF fluid or something crazy that we're using.
Rooster jacket.
Dude, my molds are rusty.
I want to catch some of them 300 blackouts in a sand bucket and see how many of the checks come off or if they're still on. Because ever since I pulled that bullet and I saw that check still in the neck, I was like, what the heck?
I found my Atlas bipod.
Water jugs will do it too. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The sand bucket's easier to catch them.
I just found my bipod I've been trying to find for the last freaking 3 years.
I told you got to clean and you'll find stuff from years ago. I'm still looking for the cord. Hey, listen to this. I'm still looking for the cord for my prep station. The line. The one I'm using is off a computer.
I was going to say, it is the computer cord.
I've been using it for 3 years that way, and I can't find the cord. Now, where in the hell would I put the cord? It's only for that purpose.
Somebody could have ganked it for their computer.
It's under my desk or something. I got to move furniture.
What else uses that cord? Computer, a 12-volt power supply will use that cord.
I'm not using that stuff.
I know.
I don't use that stuff.
Some power appliances use it too.
I think it fell behind a file cabinet or something.
I think that new Power XL deep fryer, air cooker, whatever the hell it is, uses a computer cord.
Yeah, it's a pretty universal cord.
Yeah, I gotta send a lot of molds to you, Jim. These things are getting rusted, man, in here. It's not good. I have it stored in wax too.
You're not gonna get a 44 mag again? Come on.
For me? No, I have my 44 mag. I'm gonna get a lever gun, or I have my Super Blackhawk that I like a lot. There's just a lot of like molds, like lineman molds that I have here. Yeah, here's a 429, 421. Is this the hollow point one?
Yes.
That's Stephen Walker, right?
Dude, here's 429, 421, the original lineman right here.
That's
Keith.
I have Tiny Tim single cab.
Yeah, that's it right there. That's the key.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Original. Yeah, I have it here sitting here.
Single cabs are the best for. Like,
Yeah, this is a dual 429, 421. I'm trying to find my hollow point one, the one that is the original key hollow point.
Timothy gave up 44 mag and he sent me his single. I call it Tiny Tim, the single cavity, and I have it on a 6 cavity handle. Do you know how funny that looks? And it works awesome.
I remember that video. You got a strike for that one.
One is the number, yeah. Yeah, I got a strike for that one. And some bastard copied that video, my video, put it on there. My exact video. That's why I put Uncle Jim in the background now. He took my video and had it on his. His didn't get deleted. And this guy takes people's music and stuff and puts it on his videos.
He's a rat.
That's why I have an Uncle Jim logo rock there every time now. For that video.
The piss rock is your watermark.
Yeah, he titled it the same and everything, but that's my video. It's his video. Yeah.
Gotta find that mold, Jim. I have the hollow point right here.
Yeah.
That's a rare mold that the hollow point original Keith.
I would like that mold, but I'd like to pay you for it.
No, you don't need to pay me.
No. That's my favorite 40. Well, it's one of my favorite 40. It is my. I like the cranky mold also, but
it's here somewhere. I just don't know what the hell I do with it now.
Here's the reason. I'm going to shoot a lot of 44 special, and that bullet is 230 grain because of the hollow point. And
here's that. You know that I don't know what you call it, a big old flat bottom one. Yeah, here's the 429 5 or 451.
451 or 420?
No, it's a 429
4215
EV. That's that one, kind of like an Ohas. You can see it's getting rusty, man. I don't know what the hell happened here. I had wax on it. I'm like, uh-oh.
How's it getting rusty in Arizona?
I have no clue.
I leave mine out on the bench. I don't touch them, and they don't get rusty.
Yeah, I don't. It really. I just saw it right now, and I started freaking out. I'm like, what?
I coat mine in WD-40 or what's that oil that
Rim oil or anything.
what's the oil that makes you shit? It's a laxative.
Oh, you're talking.
Mineral.
Oh,
Mineral
you're talking
oil.
about
Yeah. Mineral oil.
Fish.
Which
Coral,
is
yeah.
like rim oil.
Straight up mineral oil is what I use on mine molds. It comes off easy.
Well, don't worry about them. I can wire brush them off.
It's
Yeah,
vapor
they're not
rust.
bad. They're just it's minor surface rush, but I'm like, dude, now that I see it here,
Yeah.
I like to take care of my stuff, you know.
Evapor rust. That'll you have to clean the evapor rust off. That'll make some wrinkly bullets.
Yeah, vapor rust isn't too bad. My can's really old. My jar, my gallon, whatever it is, and it started looking like piss.
I almost wonder is
Little
upstairs.
oiler. I did the little oiler with it to get the rust off,
Mm-hmm.
and I poured it out. I'm like, what the hell? I don't pour it back in that container. It started looking really funky.
Got a shelf life. James says I'll clean Kenny's shop if I get to keep what he forgot about.
It's got to be up in the up top because I don't see it right now. I gotta find that Keith mold now. I'm on a mission.
I thought you found the Keith mold. Oh, you found the stem to it.
He found the pin, just not the mold.
Yeah, the 429 421 is that's such a great shooter. Both hollow point or regular.
Yeah.
I mean, I got both, obviously. So
Yeah, some
44 mag is still my favorite pistol cartridge. Like it still is.
like some of the keys will come out 158 grain, the other one's 150 something. They call them the one.
Oh man, I got an old Seiko. This is a Mauser bullet right here, 8mm Mauser.
Yeah, I have a Seiko KT 250, that Keith type. Seiko's good mold. I like the Seiko mold.
Mm-hmm.
Except it doesn't go oversized as much as you want it to.
Yeah. They're proud of them too. They're not cheap.
No.
So I just did some Seikos with lead in 44, and I'm not even going to size them because they're just going to shoot as cast. You know what I mean? Because they don't come out over like I like it. Now the cranky, that thing is like 4 thou over. All right, that's like a 4 powder coat.
You gotta size them before you coat them.
And I powder coat them and size them. They size fine. It's great because of the Marlin likes 432 diameter. And the revolvers like them big too. So that's good.
I haven't heard that one in a long time. Ass cast.
Ass cast. That's right. I think you started that, didn't you?
No, that was Georgia Boy.
Oh, Georgia Boy, yeah. Ass cast.
Because you called him out because you said it. You liked how he said ass cast.
I like the way you talk.
I know where he's from, and I know people that are from there, and they all have that thick drawl.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to take care of rust. My son knows them all from knife making, but
yeah, there you go. Just give it to your kid and have him take care of it.
Believe it or not, lemon shine actually takes rust off also.
Citric acid? Oh, yeah.
And that's just water and lemon shine. But don't let it sit too long.
Yeah. Turns your breath pink, too. Okay, taking the elevator.
Oh, videos I could do with that thing. I'd come down. I'd do a video. I'd come down and say, Clarice.
sitting on a throne.
Sitting on a throne with the mask and the things going through the mouth. Oh, my God. Oh, that would be the prop from hell. You guys would be sick of the elevator.
Yeah, mount you a shitter on it.
Yep.
Oh, there's so much you could do with that prop.
Well, I forgot to order some of that lead remover cloth. What was I going to use that for? Because Guns and Water just reminded me of it with the Birchwood KC Rush Shield.
You were OCD about your revolver rings, the cylinder.
Yep, a carbon ring around the revolver cylinder. That's what it was. I forgot all about that.
That's what you use if you got a stainless gun. You can do that.
Mm-hmm.
It'll take lead and crap right off.
That's crazy.
It works good.
Yeah,
all it needs a little piece. Just cut a little square.
Yeah, that's what Cranky was saying. I'm like, dude, I've been loading for quite a while. I had never even heard about that shit. Yeah, don't use it on blue guns.
Take a little sharpen, like end of a artist brush or whatever, to get in the crannies and stick it on there, and it's gonna work so nice. It's really good for the front of the cylinder.
Yeah.
And the sides where you get the little blast if you're forcing cones a little far away. Yeah,
that's what I'm getting is right on the outside edges of my cylinder. On the you could see them plain as day.
You're getting blast cast.
Blast cast.
67 Rebel SST AMC is here.
I think I'm gonna hit the hay, fellas. It's been a long week. I'm getting tired.
All right, we should. Yeah,
I gotta
do this.
Now you guys keep going. Don't let me ruin it for you.
I'm hungry.
I'm gonna go curl up in bed with my couch blanket.
I'm hungry.
because my comforter is covered in cat yak. I got it soaking in stain remover right now. I got to throw it. Don't let me forget to throw that in the washer before I go upstairs.
You ain't got a spare comforter?
We do. It's in the kids' bedroom. And it's easier just to grab a couch blanket than it is to try to wake up, risk waking the kids up, rooting through the closet trying to find it.
Yep. I understand.
Mm-hmm.
All
right. Good seeing you
Have
guys.
a good night.
Keep it going. Mig, jump on.
I'm hungry. I'm going to bed.
All right. Take care, fellas. Kenny, good seeing you, man. Tread, Jim, take care.
Okay.
Later.
Thanks for coming on. No, I don't think Kenny can hear us right now.
Probably not.
Yeah, don't get too picky about cylinder gunk on your revolvers. Revolvers are dirty, girls, okay? And now and then I can understand it.
Only thing that bugs me about revolvers is the scratch around the backside of the cylinder.
Well, don't worry about it. That means you use the damn thing.
I understand, but all people got to do instead of rotating the cylinder when they lock it back up is just cock it and uncock it, and you don't get that ring around it.
When you close it, you're getting the stop out of the way.
Right, but when you close it, the stop's still up, and you rotate it to put it back in time.
Yes.
That's what does that scratch.
There's some guys, like if say you wanted to look at a really rare, nice gun, they will
Like a Python or something like that. They don't want that ring.
They will reprimand your ass putting
Yeah.
it back, But they're being way too picky. But
To me, all you got to do is cock it, decock it. It's done.
yes. However, you're still gonna get it sooner or later if you use your guns. So use your guns, people. Don't worry
To an
about it.
extent, yes, but most of the time, no.
Are you gonna look at them or are you gonna shoot them?
Yes.
And there's abuse. I'm not talking about abuse. I'm just talking about regular use.
Yeah.
Don't let that little scratch on
If it bothers people that much, just get a stainless gun and you can polish it out.
you can polish it out, and someday it's going to look funny on one side because you polish
But
it.
on a blue gun, try to keep it as nice as possible. You can still run it and use it. Just try to remember to, when you put the rounds in there and close it, cock and decock.
Yeah, it's nice to take care, but
It's hard to get that habit out where you close it up and you rotate to lock it in.
yes, a lot of people just go like,
It becomes a habit.
yeah, I know.
I don't know, Jim. It's summer around here.
Don't worry about it. That's the perfect weight for a 44 special, though. 220 grain is what they came out, and they work good. I have a hollow pointer now, so I can dig them out.
Oh, there's my freaking 2011 bag. What the hell? Oh, is this it?
Don't you keep them in the same spot?
I did. It was underneath. It was underneath the basket. There it is.
That's it.
There's the old original Lyman.
It's got the.
Actually, this is an ideal. I thought it was a Lyman. It's an ideal mold, Jim.
Yeah, I like Ideal. I have some Ideal. Tiny Tim's Ideal.
No, this is the original 429, 421, 305 hollow point.
Yeah.
Right there.
Awesome.
All right, let me get it packed up. I got a Giftion thing I got to put together for you.
Don't worry about the Giftion thing. You're busy just whenever. And then send me a bill.
Yeah, it's actually not in bad shape. It just has that little, there you go. There's a hollow point.
Yeah.
You could probably, if you want me to, I can make a bunch of different hollow points for you. If you want me to make a star one for you and all that, I could do that.
It's all right. I got the boy. We made one out of the 310.
Yeah, but I got the machine to do all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah.
I went up there for nothing.
You
Saw a
couldn't
spider
you make
jump at
one
me.
with interchangeable tips?
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. You just get one where you screw on that tip.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, but you're busy, man. Don't worry about it.
Take me 30 minutes to draw it up.
Just the way it is. I'm fine with it.
That'll work too, guns and water.
Yeah.
Anything to get that case hard and stop out of the way before you turn it.
Yeah, I got here's my, when I was shooting Power Factor for 40 cal, like 2011, I was using this bowl. 402, 170 TC. I don't know if anybody needs a 40 cal mold. Here's one right here.
Or 10 millimeter.
What weight is it? I have a 10.
It's a 170 truncated cone. NOE.
That's the one I've been Cranky let me borrow. That's a good bullet. Yeah, here's ours. Yeah. So Son did this one. Okay, where's the flat? It's got a flat on one side.
Okay.
This is the Lee 310, your favorite to just hot rod, remember?
23 grains of H110 there.
Yeah. So
still won't do it though.
So he whipped that together for me because I'm like, son, I want to lighten this one side. We like to take the two cavities and mess with them. Remember the Wonder Tit? No, before it was the Ranger.
Yeah.
And I did the pointed 38 bullet.
Yeah. Yeah, that one didn't that one didn't shoot well for you.
No, it actually, well, it didn't. It shot pretty good, but now it's the Wonder Tit. So it's even worse. It's even worse now.
Yeah, you use your reamer. I remember that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can do all kinds of stuff now with that machine. I wonder if I kind of wanted to tackle making my own mold, but I've just been.
You could easily with aluminum. Yeah.
Well, steel too. So I got a lot of ice car bits. I got a single point cutter. Shoot, that machine will like a single point cut a cavity real quick.
Kenny Eagle wants Guns and Water wants to know how much you want for the mold.
I don't know. Just send me your address and pay for the shipping. I mean, a lot of it, honestly, I'm probably gonna start giving away, doing a giveaway. It's not that I'm getting out of casting. It's just things that I need to clean up this place. Like what I plan on doing is making this thing like a professional reloading studio. So I got a lot of extra presses and stuff that I don't use anymore. So I'd rather give it to somebody who's going to use it than hoard it, you know?
Yeah.
You guys, oh, there you are. I thought I lost your volume.
No, we're good.
So,
I just didn't say it.
yeah, well, I'm sitting the back door getting into F class now, so I don't like the sport, to be honest. It's freaking boring, but I got to do it.
You're tired of it already?
No, just F class in general. I just can't stand it, man. It's freaking boring. Sit there waiting all day, you know, stand around with older guys that just think they know everything. It's freaking really boring.
Could you hear that?
Hear what?
No.
Kenny faded out.
Oh, I didn't fade it. Oh, okay. I didn't know.
You're
I'm just saying. I've done
What does
I
this mean?
used to do 600 or FTR, which is 30 cal. I did FTR and 223 and then 30 cal. And at least a group of guys that I went and shot with were just there to legitimately have fun. But I've been going to Ben Avery and not having a good experience out there. So it's pretty sad because they just want to play the game of, oh, my gear is better than yours. I'm like, okay, let's play that game. So I've been shooting a Wildcat from Sherman cartridges called a 7SS, and it's been hammering. It's actually right here.
I don't know how you keep track of so many calibers.
Yeah, here's my F-class load right there.
That's 7mm.
Yeah, it's 7mm Sherman short tactical, or Sherman short. It's basically what the 7 PRC should be, but in a SOM case.
Is it a barrel burner?
Well, these are the practice rounds, and then I've been shooting it's a 190 burger that I've been pointing the tips of it and everything, and it's shooting right at 2860. I mean, I could push it to 2970 if I wanted to, but 2860 seems to be the sweet spot.
Yeah, William says you should make your own improved 300 blackout molds. You should make a subsonic that is just like my favorite Black Betty.
You know what I plan on doing was making a lead Swager 300 blackout, where you're taking lead core wire, and pressing it in. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm not gonna dick around with the smelting lead anymore. I'm gonna see if I could, because you could order the lead wire and whatever antimony and tin combination you want, and then I'm gonna see if I can make it a Swager. So, that'd be pretty cool. Then you could bust out a bunch. I mean, I did one for a guy to fix his, and he was swaging pellets for his air gun. So, and that actually wasn't that hard to do. It just takes a lot of mechanical force, and then 01 tool steel hardened. 01 was like the easiest, the machine, and then he had one of those annealing hardeners that heat up the metal really quick.
Yeah. Now, if you're swaging, does it work harden the lead, give it more BHN?
I don't know. I never swaged anything that's not pure lead.
It could be swage bullets, but I don't know how, it was made. So
yeah, there's ways to do it. I mean, I've looked at some of the what's that company that has that swaging tool?
Don't know.
It's a whole kit you can buy for like $800, but I think that'd be the way to go. Start swaging your own bullets, 30 cal. You just get a more uniform projectile. I'm just curious to see what it does over traditional pouring lead.
I know my buddy, he's got a friend of his that he's in the precision shooting.
Yeah.
Like a rail type guns, and he swedges his own 6mm bullets by the jackets, the lead and everything, and he makes his own projectiles. Yeah. I know my buddy ends up with probably over half of the stuff because he shoots 300 yards and it is more than one hole. He throws those bullets out.
Yeah, there's a guy here in Havasu that's really known in the casting community, and he's got into swaging. Like, we were playing around with this 30XC, and we were able to push 2960 out of his 30XC, which is basically a shortened version of a 30-06. And we went with a 1 in 12 twist. What turned it was 1 in 14 and a 1 in 12 twist. That's what opened that thing up to make it shoot really well. So I thought that velocity shooting 0.7s was really freaking good for a cast lead bullet.
Sorry, I'm going to the garage right now.
Four bond.
Okay. Now,
bazillion projects. I got to knock out my action first, though. that's priority.
Thorzak says Corbon.
Corbon. Oh, that's it. Yep, Corbon. Yep. Yeah, I've tried those using 22 casings or 22 long rifle and then pointing them and make your own 223 bullets. That seems to work for like a decent plinker round. Actually, right here.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I got a few
Joe
right here. Actually,
Metzlinger does the 22 long rifle ones.
yeah, it's Psycho Clown. I've shot his bullets. They shot pretty decent. So
Mhm.
I
It's
just,
such a
like I
pain.
said, I just got to the point to where all that time invested to make a 223 bullet. I'm like, just freaking buy the thing. Just
Yeah.
buy in bulk. Like, that's just where I got to. Oh, this is stupid. I'm here wasting 3 or 4 days to make me 600 rounds of 223. I can just go buy it, you know.
Yeah, I was impressed with those Berries Total Metal Jacket because they all weigh the same.
Yeah.
And they're 55 grain. They were $50 for 500. What are you going to do? Shit.
Yeah. Well, right now I'm able to get these. These are the Sierra Match Kings, 80 grain. This whole box right here was $42, dude, for me. 500 bullets.
What?
Yes.
Match? Oh man, Match Kings.
So that's why I've been shooting my 22 DPC, because I have an AR. It's you're talking pennies on the dollar for shooting a really accurate long distance 223 caliber.
Yeah, you're not going to use that in a 223.
Well, you can. In a bolt gun, that'd be a phenomenal bullet.
Yeah,
I
but
have
not
an
an
AR.
AR. I don't think you can get the length would be too long on a regular AR, I think.
Yeah, well, you'd have to switch over to. There's a company that's making AR-10 length mag. You can use an AR-10 length mag or something stupid crazy. Out of an AR-15 platform, you can do that. They got mags too now that are cut out for 10 rounders in the front, so you get extra length. You get to 2.3, I think is what it is, overall length.
Okay.
So you can make it work, but I'd say for like a battle rifle, reliability wise, it probably wouldn't be the way to go. But $43
Bolt gun
for
is
that whole
perfect
box of
though.
500.
Bolt gun 1 in 7 twist.
Yeah, well, it just needs a 1 in 8 twist. That's why I love that bullet. That bullet is a freaking really good bullet. A lot of people underestimate the Sierra Match King 80 grainer. Service rifle guys, I actually just met with a couple service rifle champion shooters, and they're like, "Yep, that's what I use. 80 grain Sierra Match King." But can't beat it for $43. What is that for 500? If you do the math, what is that? It's like four cents around a bullet or something like that. Or no, it's
8.6 cents a thousand.
Yeah.
So 8.6 cents a bullet or something like that.
Yeah, that's hard. You can't beat that, man. And then with the progressive
under 9 cents, yeah, you can't beat that.
Yeah.
Yeah, in case you're wondering, Tread's slightly delayed, so it sounds like he's talking over you, but he's just delayed, so he hears it different.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it's him. He comes in too soon. So, Tread, just wait a second before you reply. Yeah.
I didn't realize I was coming over.
It happens in the chats. I think it's just the way where you're
Me being on a phone.
Maybe. Yeah. I'm still waiting for a company to decide. Oh, you know what's funny, Kenny, is I have some 308 brass on the desk, and I looked around. I got Match Kings 200 grain and 175 Lapua.
Oh, those Cinars. Yeah, the Puas you sent me. Those things hammered, man.
Yeah, but I'm trying to. I have 147 grains, but I don't have like 160 something grain. You know, so I'm gonna have to place another.
You want? I got a bunch. I got a bunch of 168s.
No, I'm not. No. I'm just saying it's funny. I'm ready to do some. I had to. Oh,
I got boxes. Dude, you want some? I got like 600.
No. You shoot a lot more than I do. I don't need. No.
Yeah, well,
I'm gonna go.
A lot of guys that I'm building rifles for. I mean, this bullet would probably be for like 300 PRC. I mean, I barely get any 308 or 30 or 300 blackout builds. In fact, I haven't had a 308 build in 2 years now. It's really odd because I have like 7 reamers.
Yeah.
But
here's the funny thing. I go through all my 308 bullets. I have the you know, the 147s, whatever, military stuff. And then I have all the round bullets from, you know, freaking old guns, you know, soft pipes, you know, round tip.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? All these old bullets I've collected from different, you know.
Well, when I did a video on those Lapua bullets, those had been really good performers out of that. And you know, that's back then when I was shooting a factory TC Compass. So that old TC Compass, struggled on that one. That was a struggle bus. That was at least $1,000 worth of reloading supplies, trying to conclude that it was just a piece of crap barrel.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. But yeah, I'm gonna put all the round hunting bullets, you know, the old school,
Yeah.
a spear, whatever they are, all kinds. And they're like 10 in this box, 10 in that, and it's like great. So you got to develop a good for it.
Yeah. I got a weird 30 cal I want to send you, Jim. This would be a good little varmint round. It's weird. It's like a 90 grain 30 cal. Let me find it real quick. I think this is meant to go in the Tokarev bullet. It's a Tokarev bullet. I'm thinking. Oh, here it is. Yeah. It's made by Spear. It's a varmint round. This is the weirdest 30 cal bullet I've ever seen. I think Taco's the one that sent me this. Anyways, dude, check these little things out.
For the Tokarev pistol?
I think is what it's for, if I'm not mistaken.
With a tip like that?
Well, it's copper on the bottom.
Yeah.
It's a 30 cal. It's a 100 grain Spear varmint is what it's called.
It could be. Maybe people load those.
I've been wanting to load this up in the 300 blackout, but it's got a weird rounded base to it. See?
Holy crap!
Right, and then look at that lead round nose on it, man.
Yeah.
I think it's for the Tokarev, is what I'm thinking, but I don't know. It says 30 cal. Huh?
What diameter?
308.
I don't know. It might be for a 30 carbine, but that'll be 312.
Yeah, well, it says 30 varmint. It's made by Spear. I think this would be a wicked little 300 blackout round right here.
I wonder if that was made for like contenders and
I'm going to send you this. I think you can make a cool little project on this. You might be able to make these things out of your contender and shoot super or subsonic. It might be a really good performer.
I wouldn't know what to load in those.
It's a 100 grain bullet. I don't know.
It'd be a pistol caliber or something. I don't know. 300 blackout caliber.
It was $7.50, man.
Yeah, you should see the prices on the boxes I have. It's crazy cheap.
I don't know. 100 high performance projectiles, Spear, varmint, 308, 100 grain, SPRN. That'd be I don't know. I think that'd be cool. I know you always shooting 300 blackout. That'd be a cool little one to try out.
HIPAA says I have some of those, if that's what he's referring to, unless he's talking about the Lapua bullets.
It's probably those Spear ones, but
I do have a lot of old ammo I can pull bullets too that are the right weight. So it's easy to buy a bunch of factory seconds and just start. Is he still here? Pat wants me to load for the foul rifle, and I want to do those. I want to do those in NATO. You know,
right?
Because of the barrel, and I'm not gonna use 308 in that. So I gotta process some NATO brass first. But that's what that wants to see is the foul being loaded for.
Okay.
And I don't want to blow up my foul.
Yeah, you don't blow up your foul. That thing's a beast. I'll handle
It's
that.
awesome. I love this. I think it's one of the greatest semi-auto 308s out there. Classic.
Son of a bitch. Yeah. I got a lot. What are these? All my these A-tips? You want to shoot some Gucci bullets? I got a bunch of A-tips.
Hey, you don't need to send me any more stuff, Kenny. We have enough on the gift.
I'm trying to clean out my reloading shop here, so I'll give you something else. Yeah, I'll give you some of these Gucci bullets here.
Gucci bullets.
A-tips. They're like $1.60 a bullet or something stupid.
No, that's too rich. Too rich for my blood.
just shoot it. What's 70 yards to you? I don't know. They're just sitting here. I like I said, I need to get all this decluttered. Get me to where it's Uncle Jim approved. So if I ever do a video, you're not making fun of me. That's why I haven't done a reloading video. If I do a reloading video, it's going to be a damn disaster.
My reloading room right now is starting to get cluttered again right after I got it. So I started 8 projects at once, and I promised I would do one thing at a time.
Yeah, that's how it all goes.
I got 4 calibers on my desk right now. And on next okay, I'll talk to you about this. We got the same trimmers. Right now, I'm inside neck turning 300 blackout because it's easier.
It is easier. It is easier.
Have you tried it on the little Forester?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got mine right here.
Yeah. All you do is,
I got that little reamer right there.
Yeah, you have pre-fired brass, and you just go swoop, and you're done.
It's so quick. Yeah, so this is actually my 30 cal one, actually, too. That's funny. I don't know, my 6mm.
Yeah,
243.
The numbers right on it. That's what I've been doing right before the chat. I was like, I have the outside neck turner, and I was like, you know what? These are fired. They haven't been sized yet. I'm going to do all these inside.
Yeah.
And
it actually makes more sense if you think about it, because then
it does. Your bullet.
Yeah, it would do the exact same thing that you're doing on the outside. It just does it on the inside.
Yeah, and the reason I'm doing it, not for accuracy, it's for feeding. You know, the neck tension on the chamber on some picky, like on the ARs, one's going to be a pickier chamber than the other. It takes the thou off there, and let's see, I'm at 0.12, okay, for the thickness of the mouth, okay, the neck. And that's perfect for me. It'll feed in every gun. Don't have to worry about feeding issues with a thick, heavy lead bullet.
Gotcha. Yeah, I've been using it. I got a tight neck 6BR bench rest gun that I've been using that to clean up my 6BR brass or Lapua brass.
It does work great as long as you don't have a ding, you know, in your neck.
Yeah.
Because then you're just doing the ding.
Right.
I like that little Forster. I haven't taken it out for a while. The hollow pointer got me on that thing again. Now I'm trimming 44 Russian and crap with it.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Well, yeah, I saw you playing with 44 Russian. I'm like, this guy's going to 44 Rampage. So it's for being quiet. I know why you're doing it. I was watching your videos.
You see a little squirrel out there and you pop it with a Russian, you know? It's funner.
I still think the 300 blackout, man. It's just fun. AR suppressed subsonic has been the most accurate cast lead, cartridge for me.
Yep.
So
I
I haven't seen another rifle cartridge that will shoot as accurate as a 300 blackout. At the velocities I was able to push.
What gets me is a lot of people will poo-poo it because it's not as powerful as 7.6239 and all that. They don't get it.
Yeah, they're not getting it. They're like, oh, it's power factor or what do you call it, knockdown power? Which is a fallacy anyway.
They're not getting it because you have all this range of bullets and powders you can use for this cartridge, and the brass is damn free. Okay.
Yeah. Well, they don't know until you like. So I've been getting into silhouette shooting. I've been doing a lot of that high power silhouette shooting. And what I'm noticing, like when I started shooting that, I was shooting a 6BR, but I was pushing those things like a 115 pretty hot, like at 27-30, and it was just exploding on the rams. I was ringing the rams, and never knocking them over. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with this thing? And everybody's like, dude, you got to run those things slow. So they start talking about knockdown power as the driving force behind it. You slow it down, you let the weight of the bullet dwell into the target, and it works the same way with when you're hunting. You don't necessarily need all of the speed. You want it to leave the impact and force behind it. That's why subsonics are just more effective for hunting.
Yeah, that 245 grain Black Betty, that thing hits.
Yeah,
It'll tumble and drugs and everything, so it doesn't need anything. It'll just tumble.
Well, that's why I was looking on the science behind that 8.6 blackout with that fast twist rate. You know, it's like shooting a 45 at 400 yards. It takes 6 seconds to get there, but man, when it gets there and hits, there's so much force behind that thing. I mean, it's swinging targets still.
Yeah, I've seen the videos, and it's slamming them out there.
Well, they're taking down what the hell is that over there in Africa? They're taking down lions and all kinds of stuff with that thing.
Wow.
That's what I said for a lever gun suppressed. That'd be a perfect little cartridge. Just a little mare's leg. It's about 14-inch barrel. Perfect. 8.6 blackout. That's a thumper right there. It's not a 45. So you don't got the kick with the 45-70. It's a lot quieter. And then it's just something that you could put in your truck, you know.
Yeah, you could put a pistol brace on it once this thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I don't got to worry about that. I just build whatever the hell I want.
Yeah, I know. You're licensed. Yeah.
Yeah. I've had somebody. I didn't know about this, but is this a real thing? If I was to put so I made a muzzle brake for like the dead air cans and all that, and they're like, well, you're changing the registered overall length of the suppressor. You're violating SOT or the NFA rules. So if I add a muzzle brake to the suppressor, supposedly I'm changing the overall length of the registered length of the suppressor. I'm not adding any more baffles. I'm just adding a muzzle brake. You know.
Well, I don't know. Okay, nowadays you can do that on cans, but I don't know if the company itself already registers the longest part with the longest attachment on the end or not.
Yeah. So that's what I asked Dead Air because they got their own e-brake, and I had a big argument there at SHOT Show. I was like, look, guys, I know you guys make an e-brake. Frickin' thing sucks. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It sucks. It blows dust everywhere. It doesn't do anything. Doesn't suppress. They're like, oh, we got the data. I'm like, oh. The data doesn't mean what it feels like on my shoulder. So I made my own muzzle brake, and I showed them. Dude, this thing's having a ported muzzle brake, like a regular muzzle brake, makes a big difference on the suppressor, especially when you're shooting PRS. Like I'm telling the guy, like I shoot PRS a lot. I shoot a lot of team sniper matches. I'm shooting 6mm or 25 cal. There's enough gases coming out that a 2-port brake makes that big of a difference. And I showed him, like, here's your e-brake blowing dust in my face, doing barely anything. And then here's a 2-port brake, and there's a big difference on the recoil.
Yeah.
I'm like, so I asked them about the registered length, and they couldn't really give me a good answer about that. So
Really? Damn. You'd think
to me, it doesn't make sense. So all I did is I copied their same dimensions on the e-brake as far as the length, made my own 2-port brake that self times. And, you know, I was selling them as an accessory. So I'm like, well, I'm not violating the registered overall length if they're selling an e-brake. But I thought about doing that for other suppressors.
Yeah, I just don't know what the law is now, because when I was buying cans, you couldn't do that. You couldn't change the cap or anything, and now you can. So
Yeah.
are they submitting it first, or can they add stuff to it later? I don't know. I don't know how the rules work making.
Yeah. I submitted a 3D printed suppressor 22. And it asked for overall length, so whatever that length is what's registered.
Yeah.
But I just see it. I just did that to see how you do all that work.
But is it? Yeah. Okay.
I got it now to where I want a metal 3D print it. Still a 3D printed, but I want an Inconel 3D print it. So,
Oh wow.
yep. I got a company in again back in my uncle's shop there that has they can metal laser 3D print, which is what I'm probably going to get into eventually. It's a big investment, but the capacity, like my goal, like what I plan on doing is having this system where I could do chassis. Like I send out a generic chassis, I 3D scan it after they mold it to how they want the fit, and then I could 3D print it in nylon, put the end fills in there. It's a big bast, so you could do like nylon 12 with fiberglass in it. This will open up the realm of like guys that want a light stock for hunting, but mold it to them, and there's no labor to it. You literally send out a generic stock. They mold it how they want to, as long as it doesn't have like some crazy thumb holes or something. I 3D scan it and then print it, and then I can hydro dip it and then Cerakote it.
Yeah, a lot of companies are doing the metal 3D printing now. I saw at a SHOT Show. It's 3D printed.
Yeah. There's a lot of cans out there now metal 3D printed. I'm getting into the metal. The technology is there, guys. I've been saying the back door of the 3D print your AR lower. It's in metal. It's right there. I mean, literally, almost grasping affordability. So
That's awesome.
mm-hmm. If that gets leaked out, I'm going to give it like a couple more years. That gets leaked out, you're going to see all kinds of people with suppressors. So they ain't going to stop. NFA is going to get depleted no matter what. So
yeah. Okay, Fred. I figured that was your phone, Fred. Okay.
Oh yeah, he left. I didn't see that.
Yeah, probably phone battery or whatever.
Yep.
Streamyard.
Yep. Well,
yeah, this 3D printed metal stuff is pretty cool. Just think of everything you can do.
It doesn't have the finish like you would, what me and you would consider a machine finish. It's rough. It looks like layer lines. You still have the 3D printed lines, but there's a misconception out there that 3D printed metal isn't as strong as metal. It's actually opposite. So they're able to refine the powder. And like, for instance, Inconel, they could get the purest form of Inconel powder and mix it how they want to, or just have it pure. And when it sinters, as a laser goes over it, it adheres. I mean, it's just like welding, but you actually have a pure form of that powder. There's no voids. They did X-ray scans of it. All the metal crystalline structures are all in line. And it's actually stronger than if you were to actually forge it. And it's been proven. They did a tensile strength test of a 3D printed Inconel sheet versus a forged sheet, and it was like almost twice as strong. So, that's why they're using it now in aerospace. They're using 3D printed parts and then machining it afterward. But the main thing about it is that you could get geometry that you can't machine. Airflow. Drag races and Mopar and everybody getting into the high performance drag machines, they're able to make 3D printed manifolds that are just way more efficient on airflow that you cannot machine. So they're putting out some crazy horsepower out there.
That's where it is.
Yep, here it is right here. So here's another prime example. This is made from MKM Machine. This is 3D print. This is a 3D printed mag. I don't know if you can see the layer lines.
Yeah. Okay. Barely.
So, yeah, barely. It's there. They're very small, but this is a 3D printed 22 mag right here. It looks like Dookie. I want to be honest. Like, if I was to say, hey man, I don't want to pay $60 for this. This looks like Dookie, right? But it works. That's the main thing. It works. So
pretty cool.
Yeah. So that's what I plan on doing. I'm gonna try to get involved with this eventually. Once I figure out, listen, one thing at a time, get my actions done, get it to where I can 3D print stocks light, and it's mostly for the silhouette guys, or which could also transition to the hunting scenario where I want a 1 pound stock, but I want it molded to how I want it. So there's no labor to it. It's print out something, they mold it, bring it back. I 3D scan it, throw it into the freaking modeling software, and let it do its thing.
Yeah, I like lightweight. I like lightweight.
Yeah.
A lot of guys on the side know this crap.
Well, they got a lot of there's a lot of guys 3D printing Glocks. But is Pat still here? He's been going nuts with that. I told his ass he needs to just come here and push the start button and make something real.
Yeah, Thorzex. I have Inconel was big on my older cans. That was the newest thing. So your first baffle and all that, especially for 223 short barrels. And now everyone uses that or better. Yeah.
Inconel on the first baffle. I think that's the way to go.
Yeah. That's why I bought my 308 can, because it was one of the early ones that had Inconel on the front.
Yeah.
How old? Oh, Pat is still here. Oh, yep, it's cold printing tonight.
Yeah. That's funny. I told Pat whenever he gets his butt down here, I got his 358 Winchester done. Give that thing a hammer. I don't know what he's like gluttony for punishment on the shoulder.
He likes the big boy stuff, the big bore stuff. Yeah. Or the kickers.
We'll throw one. I got a Palmetto State Armory or a Bear Creek Arsenal upper. I'll throw it in there and take a shoulder punch.
Cool. Yeah. I think Pat likes to just take his time and just thump on that shoulder rather than just blast a bunch of light, fast ammo. Yeah.
I keep telling him one of these days I'm gonna get me a 577 Schneider or that round he shoots. So I'll get one of these days.
We all got to pitch together and get Pat his blunderbuss.
Yeah.
They have a black powder remake of it. I showed pictures and stuff, and it's not a good time for him to be buying one. Who makes that thing anyway?
Yeah. I got some coyotes, right? I think they're in my backyard, Jim. I've been hearing them. They're getting close to they've been trying to get my chickens lately.
Oh, that's probably why.
My son's out here. Hold on, he's out here right now. Hold on a second.
Yeah, we got too many hunters around here that don't put up with coyotes, so I haven't heard one in years.
Bring my AR. Good old trusty spirit blackout. I'm about to take another one now.
All right, you need to go. Take care of that.
I might need to. Yeah, I've been trying to hunt. I got one, and freaking thing is smart, man. These things are a hybrid. They're a big ass dog. I forgot the mix of it, but they're big. They're about the biggest. They're as big as my shepherd.
Chiapas, or what do you call them? Anyway, yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're digging underneath my fence, so every night they'll come there, and I scare them, but they're getting a foot deep. And I've been filling it and trying to pack it down, but they know exactly. So he's smart because he's going back to the same spot because he knows it's soft, so he's able to dig it up real quick.
Yeah.
So he's trying to get underneath that damn fence. I have chicken wire that goes down 3 feet, but he's going to get to it underneath it pretty soon.
Man, you need to do one of those shotgun shell claymore thingies.
Yeah. Well, so I've shot blanks to scare him, but it don't.
Mm-hmm.
He freaking comes back an hour later. So and then he knows, like he hears the bed creak. So as soon as he hears the bed creak, he knows it's me getting up. But if my wife gets up, he stays there. Right. Sorry, Jim. Let me get that out of the way.
All right, you take care. We can end the chat. Let us know how it goes.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go take care of a yoke. Oh, want some fun. All right, Jim. I appreciate it, brother.
All right. Take care, buddy.
All right. Talk to you soon.
All right. Good night, Kenny. Well, I guess that's it. How long we been on here? Over 5.5 hours. So everyone in the side chat, love you guys, and we'll see you next week. It's good to be back for now, but if I'm not, you know where to find me. All right. Thanks, guys. Love you all. Until next time. Poof.